Welcome to Ultimate Harry. This channel is about Harry Potter what if stories where things don't go the normal way. Magic is stronger and darker, and the wizarding world shows its hidden side. You've seen today's title. What if 6-year-old Harry Potter was rushed to St. Mungo's after his car began burning black? Quick note before we start. This video is self-recorded and made following YouTube's latest rules. All stories here are originally written and created only for storytelling and entertainment. If you like dark timelines, powerful Harry, and ancient magic, subscribe and be part of Ultimate Harry. Now, let's begin.
Chapter 1 The Burning. The summer sun, a hazy disk behind the net curtains of number 4, Privet Drive, had always been Harry's enemy. It was a spotlight that illuminated the chores he had to do, the laughter of Dudley he couldn't share, and the dusty, lonely corners of the cupboard under the stairs where he slept. But on this particular Tuesday, the sun wasn't his enemy. The pain was. It started as a prickle, a faint, irritating warmth just above his right eyebrow. Harry, who was on his knees weeding the begonia bed, paused and rubbed his forehead with the back of a dirt-caked hand. He was 6 years old, small for his age, with a thatch of impossibly untidy black hair that stuck up in the back no matter how much his Aunt Petunia tried to plaster it down. His hand came away clean. The skin felt normal. Probably just a sweat bee, he thought, returning to the stubborn dandelion whose root seemed to go all the way to Australia. He tugged, his bony shoulders straining against the thin cotton of his too large hand-me-down t-shirt, which advertised a rock band Uncle Vernon liked and featured a large cartoon snake. The shirt was one of Dudley's discards, and Harry hated the snake's beady, knowing eyes. The warmth returned, stronger this time. It wasn't a sting, it was a throb, a slow, deep pulse of heat that seemed to emanate from the bone itself. Harry stopped tugging and sat back on his haunches, frowning. The scar, the strange, lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead that he'd had for as long as he could remember. It never did anything. It was just there. A permanent mark of the car crash that had killed his parents, a story the Dursleys told with tight lips and averted eyes. Now it was burning. A wave of dizziness washed over him, making the neat, green suburban lawn seem to tilt. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a fleeting, terrifying second, he wasn't in the garden. He was somewhere else. Somewhere dark. A flash of green light, brighter than the sun, seared itself onto the inside of his eyelids. He heard a high, cold, cruel laugh that wasn't a laugh at all, but something far worse. And a voice, a man's voice, screaming, pleading, a woman's voice answering, a sound of ultimate despair, then nothing. Just a rushing, silent darkness. Harry's eyes flew open. He gasped, his small chest heaving. The sunny garden swam back into focus, but it looked wrong. The colors were too bright, too sharp. The buzzing of a distant lawnmower was a physical assault on his ears. He pressed the heel of his hand against his forehead. The scar was no longer just throbbing, it was a searing, white-hot point of agony, as if someone was pressing a lit cigarette into his skin. Ah! The cry escaped him before he could stop it, a small, pained yelp. He scrambled to his feet, dropping the weeding trowel. The world swayed. He stumbled towards the back door, his vision blurring. He needed Aunt Petunia. He didn't know what he needed. He just knew this was wrong. This was very, very wrong. The kitchen was cool, smelling of bleach and the faint, greasy residue of Uncle Vernon's breakfast fry-up. Aunt Petunia was at the sink, her bony back to him, scouring a pot with a vicious, rhythmic energy. Her thin, horse-like face was set in its usual expression of tight-lipped disapproval of the world. Aunt Petunia. Harry's voice was a reedy whisper. She didn't turn. The begonia bed isn't going to weed itself, boy. Don't you dare think you can come in for a glass of squash. You'll ruin your tea. He tried again, his voice trembling. Aunt Petunia, my head, my scar. At the word, scar, her back stiffened. The scrubbing stopped. Slowly, with a dread that seemed to fill the entire kitchen, she turned. Her eyes, pale and watery, went straight to his forehead. And then, the color drained from her face, leaving it a waxy, yellowish gray. The pot clattered into the sink, a deafening crash in the sudden silence. Oh my God, she breathed, a phrase Harry had never heard her utter. She raised a trembling, dish-soapy hand to her mouth. Oh my God, Vernon. Her reaction was more terrifying than the pain. Harry had never seen Aunt Petunia afraid of anything. She was the immovable force that kept the universe of number 4 in order. But she was looking at him now as if he were a monster, a ghost, something unspeakable. He touched his forehead again, his small fingers finding the familiar raised line of the scar. But it felt different. It felt hot, and when he pulled his fingers away, they were smudged with something dark. Black. Like soot, or ash. He looked at his fingertips, bewildered. The kitchen door burst open, and Uncle Vernon filled the frame, his large, purple-veined face glistening with sweat from his morning's inactivity. He was holding his briefcase, ready to leave for work. What in the blazes is all that noise, Petunia? A man can't even. He saw Harry. He saw his wife's face. And then his gaze, too, locked onto Harry's forehead. The briefcase slipped from his fingers and hit the linoleum with a dull thud. His own face went through a fascinating array of colors, from its usual ruddy purple, to a pale, blotchy red, and finally settling on a sickly white. The boys, he spluttered, jabbing a thick finger in Harry's direction. What's that on his head? It's black. The pain was intensifying, a steady, rhythmic pulse that was beginning to make Harry feel sick. It was like a second heartbeat, thrumming right between his eyes. Black. The scar was burning black. He looked down at the cartoon snake on his shirt. Its beady eyes seemed to mock him. It hurts, Harry said, his voice very small. He felt tears prick at his eyes, hot and shameful. He was a boy, and he was scared. He was all alone in this kitchen with two adults who looked more terrified than he was. Please. It really hurts. That seemed to snap Uncle Vernon out of his stupor. He looked at Harry, then at Petunia, then back at Harry. For a terrifying moment, Harry thought he was going to shout, to tell him to stop making a fuss and get back to his weeding. But instead, a new, horrible understanding dawned on Uncle Vernon's face. It's not normal, he said, his voice a low, choked growl. None of it. The freaks. The letters. And now this. He pointed at Harry's scar again, his finger shaking. This is their doing. It's spreading. Harry didn't know what he meant by theirs, or letters, but the word spreading sent a fresh jolt of terror through him. He looked at his own reflection in the dark glass of the microwave. He could see the pale oval of his face, the two large glasses perched on his nose, and there, on his forehead, was the scar. But it was no longer a thin, pale line. It was a livid, angry wound, the skin around it an angry red, and from its center, tendrils of black were seeping out, like ink bleeding into water. It looked like the scar was rotting, dying. A sob escaped Harry's throat. The world was tilting again. The green flash, the cold laugh, the screaming, it was all trying to push its way back into his mind. He felt hot and cold at the same time. His legs felt like they were made of water. Hospital, Aunt Petunia said suddenly, her voice sharp and decisive. It was the voice she used to organize dinner parties and complain to the neighbors. He needs a hospital. We can't have this here, Vernon. We can't have something like this in the house. What if it's catching? Vernon spluttered, his fear turning to bluster. Don't be daft, woman. It's not a disease. It's freakishness. It's in his blood. But even as he argued, he was moving. He lumbered forward, grabbed Harry by the arm. His grip was painfully tight, his fingers digging into Harry's thin bicep, and marched him towards the front door. St.Mungo's, he grunted. Normal hospital. They'll have to deal with it. Sew it up. Burn it off. I don't care. Just get rid of it. Harry was dragged through the hallway, his feet barely touching the ground. He caught a glimpse of himself in the hall mirror. The black was spreading. It was tracing the path of the lightning bolt, turning the pale scar into a stark, terrible brand. He looked like he'd been marked by something evil. Uncle Vernon practically threw him into the back seat of the company car, a gleaming silver Mercedes that was Dudley's favorite place to eat sticky sweets. Harry landed in a heap, his head connecting with the door handle. A fresh spike of pain, this one from the bump on his skull, joined the symphony of agony in his scar. Aunt Petunia got in the front, her back ramrod straight, refusing to look at him. She was muttering under her breath, a litany of freaks, unnatural, and what will the neighbors think? The engine roared to life, and they sped off. The familiar, boring streets of Little Whinging blurred past the window, but Harry saw none of it. His eyes were squeezed shut. The darkness behind his eyelids was no longer a comfort. It was a canvas. And on it, the images were becoming clearer. He saw a vast, shadowy hall. He saw figures in long robes, their faces hidden in deep hoods. He saw a towering figure, cloaked in absolute blackness, its face as pale and terrible as a skull, with two burning red points for eyes. The red eyes were fixed on him. On Harry. A feeling of overwhelming, malevolent joy radiated from that figure, a sickening triumph that made Harry's stomach lurch. "I'm coming for you, boy." Asterisk. The voice wasn't a sound. It was a thought, a vile, slimy thing that slithered directly into his brain. It was the same cold, high voice from the laugh. Harry screamed. He couldn't help it. It was a raw, primal sound of utter terror that filled the plush interior of the car. The car swerved violently. "Shut him up!" Vernon roared from the front seat. "For God's sake, Petunia, shut him up." But Aunt Petunia had twisted around in her seat, her face a mask of horror once more. Because Harry's eyes were open, but they weren't seeing her. They were seeing something else. And from his mouth, in a voice that was not his own, a voice that was high, cold, and sibilant, words began to drip like venom. "He rises, the Dark Lord rises, and the boy who tried to stop him, the boy will burn." Then, as quickly as it had come, the vision shattered. Harry's eyes rolled back in his head, and his small body went limp against the leather seat, his breathing shallow and rapid. The black on his scar had stopped spreading, but it pulsed with a faint, unhealthy light, like the embers of a dying fire. They were only halfway to London, and the thing on Harry's forehead was still burning. Chapter 2, The Waiting Room. The fluorescent lights of St.Mungo's hospital for Muggle A&E were a merciless, buzzing white. They illuminated every crack in the linoleum, every speck of dust on the high windowsills, and every ounce of terror and exhaustion on the faces of the people slumped in the hard plastic chairs. The air smelled of antiseptic, sickness, and the faint, greasy tang of the hospital cafeteria's chip oil drifting from somewhere down the corridor. Harry was one of those faces now. He was curled into the smallest possible shape on a chair in the corner, his knees drawn up to his chest, his two large trainers pressed against the edge of the seat. Aunt Petunia had positioned herself between him and the rest of the waiting room, as if she could build a wall of respectable disapproval to hide him from view. Uncle Vernon was at the reception desk, his face the color of overdone beef, engaged in a low, furious argument with the triage nurse. "I'm telling you, it just appeared," he hissed, his ham-like fists clenched on the counter. "The boys always had a mark, but this is different. It's black. It's burning. Are you deaf, woman?" The nurse, a weary-looking woman with spectacles on a chain and the 1,000-yard stare of someone who had seen it all, didn't flinch. "I understand your concern, sir. A dermatological issue presenting so acutely warrants examination. But as I've explained, the waiting time for non-life-threatening conditions is currently 4 to 6 hours. If you believe it's an emergency, you are, of course, welcome to seek treatment at another facility." "Another facility?" Vernon spluttered, his mustache quivering with rage. "Do you have any idea who I am? I pay taxes. I demand to see a doctor immediately." The nurse's expression didn't change. "There are 17 people ahead of you, sir. Several with cardiac symptoms. If you'd like to take a seat, we will call you when a doctor is available." Harry watched the exchange through a haze of exhaustion. The burning in his scar had subsided from a searing white-hot agony to a dull, persistent throb, like a bad toothache. But the black remained. It was stark against his pale skin, a bruise-colored tattoo that marked him as something wrong. Something other. Aunt Petunia hadn't spoken a word to him since his outburst in the car. She hadn't mentioned the strange voice that had come from his mouth, the one that had spoken of dark lords and burning boys. She sat rigidly in her chair, her thin hands clasped so tightly in her lap that her knuckles were white points, her eyes fixed on a point on the far wall that held no interest whatsoever. She was pretending, Harry realized. Pretending that if she ignored it hard enough, it would go away. That he would go away. He pressed his forehead against his knees, the rough fabric of Dudley's two large jeans scratching his skin. The vision, if that's what it was, kept trying to creep back. The shadowy hall, the hooded figures, those burning red eyes, and the voice, that horrible, slippery voice that had promised he would burn. The boy who tried to stop him. Asterisk. What did that mean? He was 6. He'd never tried to stop anyone. He couldn't even stop Dudley from stealing his sweets. But the vision had felt so real, more real than the scratchy chair and the buzzing lights. It felt like a memory. But that was impossible. He had no memories from before the cupboard. His life began with the Dursleys. That's what they always told him. A child cried somewhere in the waiting room, a thin, reedy wail of discomfort. A man coughed, a deep, rattling hack that went on too long. An elderly woman with a shopping trolley full of plastic bags muttered to herself in a language Harry didn't recognize. The world of ordinary people, with their ordinary illnesses and ordinary accidents, churned on around him. And he sat in the middle of it, marked by something that felt profoundly, terrifyingly unordinary. Time lost all meaning. The fluorescent lights didn't dim. The buzz didn't stop. Harry drifted in and out of a restless, feverish doze. Each time he closed his eyes, the darkness threatened to resolve into that terrible hall, and he would jerk awake again, his heart hammering, a fresh spike of pain lancing through his scar. At some point, Uncle Vernon returned from the desk and threw himself into the chair beside Aunt Petunia with enough force to make the metal legs screech against the floor. 4 to 6 hours, he spat, his voice thick with contempt. 4 to 6 hours in this zoo. With these people. He glared around the waiting room as if the sick and injured had assembled there purely to inconvenience him. His gaze swept over the muttering old woman, the coughing man, a young mother trying to soothe a toddler with a suspicious rash, and finally landed on Harry. His expression curdled into something uglier than contempt. It was fear. He looked away quickly, but not before Harry saw it. Uncle Vernon was afraid of him. The thought was so strange, so alien, that it took a long moment to settle. Uncle Vernon was afraid of nothing. He shouted at bosses and salespeople and neighbors. He loomed and bellowed and made the world bend to his will. But sitting in this plastic chair, he couldn't look at a 6-year-old boy without flinching. The revelation didn't bring Harry any satisfaction. It only made him feel more alone. Another hour crawled past. The coughing man was called in. The toddler with the rash was called in. The muttering old woman shuffled off towards the toilets and didn't come back for 45 minutes. New people arrived, took numbers, and settled into the endless wait. The cycle of human misery turned, and Harry remained in his corner, a small, forgotten island of wrongness. Then, something shifted. It was subtle at first. A change in the air pressure, perhaps, or a faint, electric prickle on his skin. Harry lifted his head from his knees, his eyes scanning the waiting room. Nothing seemed different. The same tired faces. The same buzzing lights. The same antiseptic smell. But his scar gave a sharp, warning throb. And then he saw them. 3 people had just walked through the automatic doors. They didn't look like they belonged in an A&E waiting room. They were too clean. Too composed. They moved with a quiet purpose that set them apart from the shuffling, weary masses. The first was a woman, tall and severe, with angular cheekbones and her black hair pulled back in a tight, no-nonsense bun. She wore a long, bottle green coat that looked expensive and completely out of place among the anoraks and trainers. Her eyes, sharp and dark, swept the room with the quick, assessing gaze of a hawk scanning a field for mice. Beside her stood a man who looked like he'd been carved from an old oak tree. He was enormously tall and broad, with a thick beard and a wild tangle of black hair that made Harry's own untidy locks look positively tame. He wore a simple brown coat, but it strained across shoulders that looked capable of lifting a car. His hands, hanging at his sides, were the size of dinner plates. He, too, was scanning the room, but his gaze was different from the woman's. Where she assessed, he guarded. His eyes lingered on potential threats, the exits, the corners, the people who moved too quickly. And between them, slightly ahead, walked a third figure. An old man, but not like any old man Harry had ever seen. He was tall and thin, with a long, flowing silver beard that was tucked into his belt. He wore robes. Not a coat, not a suit, but robes of a deep, midnight blue, embroidered with silver stars and planets that seemed to shimmer faintly in the harsh fluorescent light. He leaned on a long wooden staff, and his eyes, behind a pair of half-moon spectacles, were the most striking thing about him. They were a brilliant, twinkling blue, and they held an expression of profound, ancient kindness mixed with something else. Something that looked terribly like sorrow. The old man's gaze found Harry immediately. It was as if the rest of the waiting room had simply ceased to exist. He walked forward, his staff tapping softly on the linoleum, the tall woman and the giant man flanking him like bodyguards. The other patients didn't seem to notice them. A woman with a crying baby looked right through the trio as if they were made of glass. The receptionist continued typing, oblivious. But Harry saw them. And his scar was burning now, not with pain, but with a strange, humming awareness, as if it recognized something in these approaching figures. Uncle Vernon, who had been dozing fitfully in his chair, snapped awake as the old man stopped directly in front of them. His eyes bugged out. His mouth opened and closed soundlessly, like a fish thrown onto a riverbank. Aunt Petunia made a small, choking noise and pressed herself back into her chair as if trying to melt through it. "Vernon," the old man said, and his voice was gentle but carried a weight that seemed to press down on the air itself. "Petunia. It has been a long time." Uncle Vernon found his voice. It came out as a strangled squeak. "D. Dumbledore. Dumbledore." The name meant nothing to Harry, but the way Uncle Vernon said it, like a curse, like a prayer, like the name of something he'd hoped never to hear again, sent a shiver down his spine. "You know them, Vernon?" the tall woman asked, her voice crisp and cool as winter air. Her eyes had narrowed, studying the Dursleys with undisguised suspicion. "We are acquainted," Dumbledore said, his eyes not leaving Harry. He lowered himself slowly, gracefully, until he was kneeling on the grimy linoleum, bringing his face level with Harry's. Up close, his eyes were even more remarkable. They seemed to hold galaxies, to contain depths of wisdom and pain and hope that Harry couldn't begin to fathom. "Hello, Harry," he said softly. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I was a friend of your parents." Harry's parents. The words hung in the air between them, fragile and precious. No one ever spoke of his parents. They were a forbidden topic, a locked door in the house of number 4, Privet Drive. But here was this strange old man in the starry robes, speaking their name as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "You knew them," Harry whispered. His voice was hoarse from disuse, from the hours of silent terror. "I did," Dumbledore said, and the sorrow in his eyes deepened. "I knew them very well. They were two of the bravest, kindest people I have ever had the privilege of knowing. And they loved you, Harry. More than you can possibly imagine." A hot tear escaped Harry's eye and traced a path down his cheek. He didn't know why he was crying. He didn't remember them. He had no pictures, no stories, nothing but a car crash and a scar. But hearing that they loved him, hearing it spoken aloud by someone who sounded like he meant it, it cracked something open inside him, something he hadn't known was sealed shut. "The scar," the tall woman said, her voice urgent now. She had moved closer, her dark eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. "Albus, it's not just a reaction. It's tainted. Look at the color." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the scar. His expression didn't change, but Harry felt the old man's fingers, cool and dry, gently touch his forehead. The contact sent a jolt through the scar, a flare of heat that made Harry gasp. But it wasn't painful. It was like a question being asked, a probe into the darkness that lurked there. "Yes," Dumbledore murmured, almost to himself. "Yes, I see. It is as we feared. The piece of him that remains, it is responding to something. Waking up. Waking up." The giant man spoke for the first time, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. His brow was furrowed with concern. "You mean, him. You mean Ease." "It is too soon to say, Hagrid," Dumbledore said, but his eyes told a different story. They told Harry that Dumbledore knew exactly what was happening, and that it was very, very bad. But the connection is active. The scar is a conduit. And something has disturbed the soul shard within it. Soul shard. The words meant nothing to Harry, but they tasted wrong in his mind, like something rotten hidden beneath a beautiful surface. "We need to move," the woman said, her hand sliding inside her coat. For a terrifying moment, Harry thought she was reaching for a weapon. But she withdrew nothing, only stood poised, alert. If he can sense it, he may try to. "He cannot," Dumbledore said, rising smoothly to his feet. He turned to the Dursleys, who were pressed together in their chairs like two terrified manatees. "Vernon, Petunia, I am taking Harry. There are things happening that you cannot understand, threats that you cannot protect him from. He will be safe. He will be cared for. And one day, I hope you will understand why this is necessary." Uncle Vernon's face cycled through its familiar spectrum of colors, finally settling on a mottled purple. "Now you listen here," he blustered, finding a shred of his usual bluster. "You can't just walk in here and take the boy. He's our responsibility. We're his legal guardians. We have rights. Dumbledore looked at him, and something in that gentle, twinkling gaze made Uncle Vernon's bluster wither and die. "You have had him for 6 years," Dumbledore said quietly. "In all that time, have you ever once told him about his parents? Have you ever once shown him kindness? Have you done anything but hide him away, ashamed of what he represents?" Aunt Petunia made a small, wounded sound. Uncle Vernon's mouth opened and closed. "No," Dumbledore answered for them. "You have not. And now, because of your choices, he is in danger. I will not allow that danger to claim him. Not while I still draw breath." He turned back to Harry and offered his hand. It was an old hand, thin and lined with age, but it radiated a warmth and certainty that Harry had never felt before. "Come, Harry. There is much to explain, and very little time. Will you trust me?" Harry looked at the hand. He looked at the Dursleys, who were staring at him as if he were a stranger, an alien, something that had never truly belonged to them. He looked at the tall woman, whose severe expression had softened just a fraction, and the giant man, who offered him a shaky, hopeful smile. And he thought of the vision. The red eyes. The cold voice. The promise that he would burn. He took Dumbledore's hand. The moment his small fingers closed around the old man's, the world lurched. There was a sensation of being squeezed through a tight, rubbery tube, a moment of absolute darkness, and then they were standing on a street. But not a street Harry recognized. It was narrow and crooked, lined with shops that seemed to lean towards each other as if sharing secrets. The signs above the doors were written in gold leaf and strange, flowing script. The sky was a deep, twilight purple, even though it had been mid-afternoon a moment ago. And in the distance, rising above the rooftops like a majestic sentinel, was a vast, white marble building topped with an emerald green roof. "Welcome, Harry," Dumbledore said, releasing his hand. Beside them, the tall woman and the giant man materialized out of thin air, looking completely unruffled by the experience. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. The gateway to Diagon Alley. And the first step on a very long road." Harry barely heard him. He was staring at the shops, at the people, strange people in robes and pointed hats, carrying owls and cauldrons and waving wands, at the sheer, impossible magic of it all. His scar was still throbbing, a dull, warning ache. But for the first time since the burning began, he didn't feel alone. He felt like he was coming home. And in the shadows, between two shops, where the light from the street lamps didn't reach, something watched. Something with red eyes that burned in the darkness. It smiled, a thin, cruel slash in a face that was not quite a face, and whispered a single word to the night. "Found you." Chapter 3, The Portrait's Secret. The Leaky Cauldron smelled of old wood, cooking meat, and something faintly sweet that Harry later learned was pipe smoke. It was a chaotic, wonderful smell, nothing like the sterile bleach of Privet Drive or the antiseptic of the hospital. The pub was dimly lit, with candles floating unsupported in the air. Harry blinked twice to make sure he wasn't imagining it, and filled with people who all seemed to know each other. They called greetings across the room, laughed loudly, and clinked glasses filled with bubbling liquids of every color imaginable. But as Dumbledore led Harry through the crowded pub, a strange thing happened. The laughter didn't stop, but it softened. The greetings became quieter. Eyes followed them, followed him, and Harry saw recognition dawn on face after face. Not the kind of recognition that came from knowing someone personally, but something else. Something reverent. Something that looked almost like awe. A woman with bright pink hair stopped mid-sentence, her mouth falling open. An old man with a silver walking stick rose shakily to his feet, his eyes glistening. A young couple at a corner table whispered urgently to each other, the woman pressing a hand to her heart. Harry pressed closer to Dumbledore, uncomfortable under the weight of so many stares. "Why are they looking at me?" he whispered. Dumbledore's hand rested gently on his shoulder. "Because they know who you are, Harry. Even if you do not yet know yourself." They passed through the pub and emerged into a small, walled courtyard at the back. It was empty save for a dustbin and a few discarded crates. The tall woman, Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore had called her, and the giant man, Hagrid, waited by a brick wall that looked completely ordinary. Right then, Hagrid said, his voice a nervous rumble. "First time for everything. You'll want to watch this, Harry. It's a bit of a spectacle." He pulled a pink umbrella from his coat pocket and tapped a specific brick in the wall. The brick trembled, then wiggled, then began to move. Its neighbors followed suit, shifting and sliding until an archway had opened, revealing a bustling street beyond that widened into the most magnificent sight Harry had ever imagined. Diagon Alley. It was a river of color and sound and magic. Witches and wizards in every shade of robe bustled along the cobblestones, some leading trolleys piled high with books and cauldrons, others carrying cages of hooting owls or crates of squeaking creatures. Shop fronts burst with wonders, a window full of broomsticks that hovered gently above their stands, another displaying cauldrons of every size in gleaming brass and copper, a third piled high with crystallized pineapples and chocolate frogs that actually hopped. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He pressed his palms against the sides of his two large jeans, anchoring himself to something real. This is for witches and wizards. This is for you, McGonagall said, and though her voice was still crisp, there was a softness in her dark eyes that hadn't been there before. You are a wizard, Harry. Just like your father was. Just like your mother. The words settled into him like warm stones dropped into cold water. A wizard. He was a wizard. The cupboard under the stairs, the endless chores, Dudley's fists, all of it suddenly seemed smaller, farther away, like a nightmare fading in the morning light. But the throbbing in his scar was a persistent reminder that the nightmare wasn't over. It pulsed with each heartbeat, a dull warning he couldn't ignore. Dumbledore led them through the bustling alley, nodding to those who greeted him, occasionally stopping to exchange a few quiet words. But his pace was purposeful, and Harry sensed that they were heading somewhere specific. They passed a towering white marble building, Gringotts, the Wizard Bank, Hagrid explained, and turned down a narrower side street. The crowds thinned here. The shops became older, more worn, their signs faded with age. Finally, they stopped before a dingy shop front that looked utterly out of place among its neighbors. The window was grimy, the paint peeling, and the single display held nothing but a dusty, human-sized cage and a collection of tarnished silver instruments that ticked and whirred softly. A sign creaked overhead, Borgin and Burke's. This isn't, McGonagall began, her voice tight with disapproval. No, Dumbledore agreed, but what we need is nearby. He turned to a blank wall between Borgin and Burke's and an even darker-looking shop that sold what appeared to be shrunken heads. He raised his wand. Harry hadn't seen him draw it, but suddenly it was there, long and elegant and glowing faintly, and tapped the bricks in a complex pattern. The wall didn't open like the entrance to Diagon Alley. It shimmered, rippled, and then dissolved, revealing a narrow, winding street that sloped sharply downward. The air that rushed out was cold and carried a smell Harry couldn't identify, old magic, perhaps, or something darker. Nocturne Alley, Hagrid muttered, his usual cheer completely absent. Not a place for decent folk. Are you sure about this, Headmaster? Quite sure, Dumbledore said, though his eyes were grave. The darkness that touches Harry's scar did not originate in sunlight. We must seek answers in shadow. He stepped through the shimmering barrier, and Harry, with a glance back at McGonagall's troubled face, followed. The moment he crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped. The sounds of Diagon Alley vanished, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by distant whispers and the scuttling of things Harry couldn't see. Nocturne Alley was everything Diagon Alley was not. The shops here had no cheerful displays. Their windows were dark, their contents hidden behind heavy curtains or frosted glass. Figures lurked in doorways, their faces hidden in the shadows of deep hoods. A woman with skin the color of milk and eyes that were entirely black watched them pass, her lips curling into a smile that made Harry's scar flare with sudden, searing pain. He gasped, pressing his hand to his forehead. The black tendrils seemed to writhe beneath his skin, alive and angry. Steady, child, Dumbledore murmured, his hand firm on Harry's shoulder. We are nearly there. The darkness is drawn to darkness, but it cannot harm you while you are with me. They stopped before a shop that looked even more neglected than its neighbors. The windows were boarded up, the door thick with dust, and no sign indicated what was sold within. But Dumbledore didn't hesitate. He pushed the door open, it swung inward with a groan of ancient hinges, and led them inside. The interior was a single room, cluttered with objects that defied understanding. Cracked mirrors that reflected things that weren't there. Music boxes that played tunes Harry couldn't quite hear. Books with covers that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. And behind a counter piled high with yellowed parchment sat an old woman who looked like she'd been there since the building was constructed. Her skin was folded into 1,000 wrinkles, her eyes milky with age, and her hair hung in thin, gray strands around a face that might once have been beautiful. She wore robes of faded purple, and her hands, resting on the counter, were little more than skin stretched over bone. "Albus Dumbledore," she croaked, and her voice was like dry leaves skittering across stone. "I wondered when you would come. The darkness has been stirring for 3 days now. I felt it in my bones. You always did have a gift for feeling things others could not, Cassandra," Dumbledore said gently. He guided Harry forward until he stood before the counter, directly in the old woman's line of sight. "This is Harry Potter. He needs your help." The milky eyes shifted, focusing on Harry with an intensity that made him want to step back. The old woman, Cassandra, leaned forward, her nostrils flaring as if she were scenting the air. Then her expression changed. The calm, ancient curiosity twisted into something else. Something like horror. "The boy is marked," she breathed. "Marked by the Dark Lord himself. But it is more than a scar. There is a piece of him in there. A fragment of his soul, clinging to the child's life force like a parasite." Harry's blood ran cold. A piece of his soul. He didn't understand, but the words felt true in a way that made his stomach lurch. "Can you see it?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "Can you see what has awakened it?" Cassandra's eyes unfocused, staring at something beyond the cluttered shop. Her hands began to tremble. When she spoke, her voice was no longer her own. It was deeper, older, echoing with the weight of centuries. "The Dark Lord falls, but does not die. A fragment clings, a shadow survives, hidden in the Albanian mists, feeding on the bodies of lesser creatures, growing, waiting. The boy is the anchor, the unintended anchor. The fragment senses its other half, reaching, yearning, calling across the void. And the other half answers. It is weak, so weak, but it dreams. It dreams of blood and bone, of ritual and rebirth. It dreams of the boy. It will always dream of the boy. For the boy is the reason it fell. And the boy is the key to its return." The voice stopped. Cassandra's eyes rolled back in her head, and she slumped forward onto the counter, unconscious. The objects in the shop trembled, rattling on their shelves. Somewhere in the darkness, something screeched. Harry couldn't breathe. The words echoed in his mind, terrible and incomprehensible. "The Dark Lord. A fragment of soul. Return. The boy is the key." Albus, McGonagall said sharply from the doorway. She had followed them after all, her wand drawn, her face pale. "We need to leave. Now. Whatever she awakened with that prophecy, it will have felt it. He will have felt it." As if in response, Harry's scar erupted. The pain was worse than before, 1,000 times worse. It was as if someone had driven a white-hot spike through his skull and was twisting it slowly. He screamed, a raw, agonized sound that didn't sound like it came from a child, and his knees buckled. Dumbledore caught him before he hit the floor, lifting him effortlessly into arms that were far stronger than they appeared. "Hagrid, clear the way. Minerva, behind us. We're apparating on my count." "Apparating." Hagrid's voice was panicked. "With the boy. In his state. Headmaster, that could." 3. The world dissolved into the crushing, squeezing darkness of apparition. Harry's scar blazed, and in its fire, he saw things. Saw a vast, dark forest. Saw a serpent coiled around a crumbling statue. Saw a pair of red eyes, burning with triumphant malice, staring directly at him. "I see you, boy. I have always seen you. And soon, I will have you." They landed hard on a stone floor. Harry retched, his stomach heaving, but nothing came up. He was lying on cold flagstones, staring up at a ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow. Candles floated thousands of feet above, casting a warm, golden light that seemed impossibly distant. He was in a castle. A castle of stone and magic, with moving staircases and talking portraits and 1,000 secrets hidden in its ancient walls. But he couldn't appreciate any of it. The pain in his scar was consuming him, drowning out everything else. "Help him," McGonagall's voice said, sharp with fear. "Albus, for Godric's sake, help him." Dumbledore's face appeared above Harry, ancient and sad and infinitely kind. His wand touched Harry's scar, and this time, the contact was not a gentle question. It was a battle. Harry felt the old man's magic pour into him, warm and golden, clashing with the cold, dark thing that lived in his scar. The two forces raged against each other, and Harry was the battlefield, his small body convulsing with the violence of it. You cannot have him, Dumbledore said, and his voice was not gentle now. It was a command, an iron decree spoken with the weight of centuries of power. He is protected by a magic older than your darkness. Leave him, or be destroyed. The cold thing fought back. Harry felt its rage, its desperate hunger. It had waited 10 years for this moment, for the chance to reclaim what it had lost. It would not surrender easily. But Dumbledore's magic was too strong. Slowly, agonizingly, the dark presence was pushed back, forced deep into the scar, compressed into a tiny, dormant core. The black tendrils receded, the angry red faded, and the scar returned to its normal, pale line. The pain stopped. Harry lay on the cold stone, gasping, tears streaming down his face. He was exhausted, terrified, and more confused than he had ever been in his short, miserable life. But he was alive, and for the first time since the burning began, the thing in his scar was silent. Dumbledore swayed, catching himself on his staff. His face was gray with exhaustion, aged by decades in the space of minutes. McGonagall rushed to support him, but he waved her off, his eyes fixed on Harry. "It is done," he whispered. "For now. The connection is severed. He cannot sense you, and you cannot sense him. But the fragment remains, Harry. It will always remain. It is part of you now, whether you want it or not." Harry didn't understand. He didn't want to understand. He wanted his cupboard. He wanted the simple, miserable certainty of knowing that the worst thing in his life was Dudley's fist and Aunt Petunia's cold indifference. Not this. Not Dark Lords and soul fragments and prophecies of return. But as he lay on the stone floor of a magical castle, surrounded by strangers who looked at him with a mixture of awe and pity, he realized something important. The cupboard was gone. Privet Drive was gone. His old life had ended the moment his scar began to burn. And in its place, something new was beginning. Something terrifying. Something magical. Something that might, if the prophecy was to be believed, end with him burning. High above, in the darkest tower of the castle, a portrait stirred. The woman in the frame, beautiful, sad, with long red hair and eyes that were haunted by things she could not change, pressed her painted hand against the glass and whispered a name. Harry. And in the frozen darkness of an Albanian forest, a creature that was less than human and more than ghost opened its red eyes and smiled. The connection was severed. The boy was hidden, but it had felt him. It had tasted his fear, his confusion, his aloneness. And it knew, with the cold certainty of a predator who has waited 10 years for its prey, that it would find him again. The boy was the key. And the lock was turning. Chapter 4, The Stone Griffin. The days that followed blurred together like watercolors left in the rain. Harry drifted through them in a haze of exhaustion and fragmented memory, sleeping in a tower room that was round and cold and smelled of old stone and lavender from the dried flowers tucked into the window ledge. A house elf with enormous tennis ball eyes and ears like a bat brought him meals on a silver tray, meals more wonderful than anything he'd ever tasted, though he could barely manage more than a few bites before his eyelids grew heavy. Sometimes he dreamed of the red eyes. Sometimes he dreamed of his mother. He had never dreamed of his mother before. He didn't know what she looked like. The Dursleys had no photographs, no reminders of the shameful relatives who had produced the boy they were forced to raise. But in these dreams, she had red hair like the woman in the portrait he'd glimpsed on his first night, and green eyes just like his own, and she was always reaching for him, always just out of touch, her lips forming words he couldn't hear. He woke from these dreams with wet cheeks and a hollow ache in his chest that no amount of house elf breakfast could fill. On the 4th day, or perhaps the 5th, time was slippery in the castle. Professor McGonagall appeared in his doorway. She looked different than she had in the hospital and the alley. Softer, somehow, though her bun was still severe and her expression still sharp. She carried a bundle of fabric in her arms. "Good morning, Potter," she said, her voice crisp but not unkind. "I trust you're feeling better." Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure it was true. The pain was gone, but something else had taken its place. A weight. A knowing. He sat up in the enormous 4-poster bed, pushing aside velvet curtains that were older than his grandparents'. McGonagall crossed the room and laid the bundle on the foot of the bed. "These are for you. Proper robes, not those dreadful muggle things you arrived in. The headmaster thought you might like to explore the castle today, if you're feeling up to it." Robes. Harry unfolded the fabric gingerly, revealing a set of simple black school robes, a stack of plain white shirts, and a pair of sturdy black shoes that actually fit. He ran his fingers over the material, marveling at its softness. Nothing he'd ever owned had been new. Everything had been Dudley's first, worn and stretched and stained. "Thank you," he whispered. McGonagall's expression flickered, something that might have been pain, quickly suppressed. "Get dressed. I'll wait in the corridor. We have an appointment with the headmaster when you're ready." She left before he could ask what kind of appointment. Harry dressed slowly, savoring the feel of clothes that actually belonged to him. The robes were strange, longer than he expected, with sleeves that swallowed his hands, but they felt right in a way he couldn't explain. Like putting on a skin he'd always been meant to wear. When he emerged, McGonagall was waiting. She examined him critically, then gave a short nod of approval. "Acceptable. Follow me, please. And try to keep up. The castle has a habit of rearranging itself, and I'd rather not spend the afternoon searching for you in the dungeons." The castle was even more magnificent than Harry had imagined from his brief, pain-filled glimpses. Corridors stretched endlessly in every direction, lined with portraits whose inhabitants whispered to each other as he passed. Suits of armor nodded solemnly from their posts. Staircases shifted when he wasn't looking, leading to places that hadn't existed moments before. And the light was golden and ancient, filtering through windows of stained glass that told stories he couldn't quite read. McGonagall moved with the confidence of someone who had walked these halls for decades, never hesitating at junctions, never consulting the moving staircases. Harry trotted behind her, trying to memorize the route, but it was hopeless. The castle refused to be mapped. They climbed higher and higher, past levels Harry hadn't known existed, until finally they stopped before a stone gargoyle on an otherwise unremarkable landing. McGonagall cleared her throat. "Acid pops." The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved on its own, carrying them upward in a slow, graceful turn. Harry gripped the stone banister, his stomach swooping with the motion. The office at the top of the stairs was everything a wizard's office should be. Delicate silver instruments stood on spindly legs, puffing smoke and humming softly. Books towered in precarious stacks that defied gravity. A magnificent phoenix perched on a golden stand near the window, its scarlet and gold feathers shimmering in the sunlight. And behind an enormous oak desk sat Albus Dumbledore, looking older than Harry remembered but smiling with the same gentle kindness. "Ah, Harry," he said, rising. "Please, come in. Sit down. Minerva, thank you for escorting him." McGonagall inclined her head and took a seat near the fire, producing a copy of the Daily Prophet from somewhere and burying her nose in it, though Harry suspected she was listening to every word. Harry approached the desk slowly, his eyes drawn to the phoenix. The great bird tilted its head and regarded him with eyes that held an ancient, sorrowful wisdom. Then, to Harry's amazement, it sang. The sound was unlike anything he'd ever heard, not a song, exactly, but a single, pure note that vibrated through his chest and made his scar tingle with something that wasn't pain. "Fawkes seems to approve of you," Dumbledore observed. "He is not often so forthcoming with strangers. His judgment is excellent." "Fawkes," Harry repeated, testing the name. The phoenix inclined his head as if acknowledging the introduction. Dumbledore settled back into his chair and regarded Harry over his half-moon spectacles. The twinkle in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by something more serious. "I imagine you have many questions, Harry. More questions than any child should have to carry. I will answer them as honestly as I can, though some answers may be difficult to hear. Are you ready to listen?" Harry thought about it. He thought about the burning, the visions, the prophecy in the dark shop. He thought about the red eyes and the cold voice and the fragment of soul that supposedly lived in his scar. He thought about his mother's face in his dreams, always reaching, always just out of reach. He nodded. Dumbledore steepled his fingers and began to speak. He told Harry about the wizarding world, about the schools and the ministries, about the magic that flowed through some people and not others. He explained that Harry's parents had been witches and wizards, his father a brilliant Quidditch player, his mother a gifted witch who had excelled at every subject she touched. Then he told Harry about the war. It was not a story for children, but Dumbledore did not soften it. He spoke of a dark wizard called Voldemort. Harry flinched at the name, his scar giving a warning pulse, who had risen to power on a tide of fear and blood. He spoke of the Death Eaters, his followers, who had terrorized wizarding Britain for over a decade. He spoke of the Resistance, the Order of the Phoenix, and the brave witches and wizards who had fought and died to stop the darkness. And he spoke of Halloween night, 10 years ago. Voldemort heard a prophecy, Dumbledore said quietly. A prophecy that spoke of a child born at the end of July, a child with the power to vanquish him. He became obsessed with finding this child, with destroying the threat before it could mature. He identified two possibilities, you, and another boy. He chose you. Why? Harry's voice was barely a whisper. Because you were like him. Half-blood, orphaned, raised by muggles. He saw himself in you, and he could not bear the thought that someone so like him might be his equal. So he went to your home on that Halloween night. He killed your father first. Your father died trying to give your mother time to escape. Then he killed your mother. She did not try to fight him. She did not try to run. She stood between you and death, and she begged him to take her instead. Harry's eyes burned. He didn't remember this. He had no memory of that night, no image of his mother's face in that terrible moment. But something in his chest cracked open, and he felt her love like a physical thing, warm and fierce and endless. When he turned his wand on you, Dumbledore continued, something happened that had never happened before. Your mother's sacrifice, her willingness to die so you could live, created a magic so ancient and so powerful that even Voldemort could not overcome it. The killing curse rebounded. It destroyed his body, tore his soul apart, and left you with nothing but a scar and a power you cannot yet understand. The fragment, Harry said. The thing in my scar. That's part of him. Dumbledore's eyes were infinitely sad. Yes. When the curse rebounded, a piece of Voldemort's shattered soul latched onto the only living thing it could find. You. It has been with you ever since, dormant and unaware, until something awakened it 3 days ago. What awakened it? We are not certain, but we have our suspicions. Dumbledore rose and moved to the window, looking out over the grounds. Voldemort did not die that night, Harry. His body was destroyed, but his soul, or what remained of it, survived. It has been hiding ever since, weak and desperate, searching for a way to return. Something has changed. Something has given it hope. And your scar, the fragment within it, responded to that hope like a compass pointing north. The phoenix sang again, a sadder note this time. Harry wrapped his arms around himself, suddenly cold despite the fire. What happens now? He asked. If he comes back, if he finds me, he will not find you. Dumbledore's voice was iron. Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world. Ancient magic protects these walls, magic that even Voldemort cannot breach. You will stay here until term begins, and then you will be a student like any other. You will learn magic. You will make friends. You will have the childhood you were denied. And after, Harry pressed, when I leave, when the protection ends. Dumbledore turned from the window, and for the first time, Harry saw something other than kindness in his eyes. He saw resolve. He saw the steel that had faced dark wizards and won. By the time you leave Hogwarts, Harry, you will be ready. Not just in magic, but in heart and mind and spirit. You will have the tools to face whatever comes. And you will not face it alone. There are those who fought beside your parents, who have waited 10 years for the chance to fight beside you. You will never be alone again. Harry wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe that the weight in his chest could be shared, that the nightmares could be faced with friends beside him. But the memory of the red eyes was fresh, and the cold voice still echoed in his dreams. I see you, boy. I have always seen you. Asterisk. Dumbledore seemed to sense his doubt. He crossed the room and knelt before Harry, bringing his face level with the boy's. I am going to tell you something very important, Harry. Something you must never forget. The thing in your scar is a part of Voldemort, but it is not Voldemort. It cannot control you unless you let it. It cannot make you evil unless you choose evil. You are your mother's son. You have her eyes, her heart, her capacity for love. And love, Harry, is the one thing Voldemort cannot understand. The one power he cannot defeat. Remember that. Hold on to it. It will save you when nothing else can. Love. Harry didn't know if he had love. He had never been loved, not by the Dursleys, not by anyone. But he had dreamed of his mother reaching for him. He had felt her love in that dream, warm and real and undeniable. Perhaps that was enough. Perhaps love could survive even death. A knock interrupted his thoughts. McGonagall lowered her newspaper, frowning at the door. Dumbledore rose smoothly and called, "Enter." The door opened to reveal a woman Harry had never seen before. She was young, younger than McGonagall, anyway, with a pale, heart-shaped face and dark hair pulled back in a severe knot. She wore deep purple robes and carried herself with the rigid posture of someone who had been taught to take up as little space as possible. But it was her eyes that caught Harry's attention. They were fixed on him with an intensity that made his scar prickle with something that wasn't quite warning. "Professor Dumbledore," she said, her voice low and melodic. "Forgive the intrusion. I was told the boy had arrived, and I wished to see him for myself." "Of course, Sybil." Dumbledore's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry caught the glance he exchanged with McGonagall. "Harry, this is Professor Trelawney. She teaches divination here at Hogwarts." Divination. The word meant nothing to Harry, but the woman's gaze made him uncomfortable. She moved closer, her eyes never leaving his face, and when she spoke again, her voice had changed. It was deeper, rougher, as if someone else were speaking through her mouth. "The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, abandoned by his followers. His servant has been chained these 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will break free and set out to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever before. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will break free, and set out to rejoin his master." Her eyes rolled back in her head. She swayed, and McGonagall caught her before she could fall, guiding her to a chair with an expression of long-suffering resignation. Dumbledore's face had gone pale. He turned to the window, staring out at the grounds, and Harry saw his hands clench on his staff. "Albus." McGonagall's voice was sharp. "What is it? What did she say?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with a weight Harry couldn't comprehend. "A prophecy, Minerva. A true prophecy, buried in the ravings of a woman we have dismissed as a fraud for 16 years. She made another prophecy, once, in a tavern in Hogsmeade. A prophecy about a boy born at the end of July who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. That prophecy was overheard. That prophecy set everything in motion." He turned back to face them, and Harry saw something in his eyes that he had never seen before. Fear. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, was afraid. "Sybil just told us that Voldemort's servant will escape tonight. That he will find his master. That the Dark Lord will rise again." The Phoenix screamed, a terrible, piercing cry that shattered the silence. Outside the window, the sky darkened, and the first drops of rain began to fall. Harry clutched the arms of his chair, his scar pulsing with a faint, warning heat. The war wasn't over. It had only been waiting. And he was standing directly in its path. Chapter 5, The Weight of Words. The rain didn't stop for 3 days. Harry watched it from his tower window, a gray curtain that blurred the grounds into watercolor smudges of green and brown. The lake had vanished entirely, swallowed by mist. The Forbidden Forest was a dark smudge on the horizon, its secrets hidden behind veils of water. Even the castle seemed to retreat into itself, the corridors quieter than before, the portraits speaking in hushed whispers. No one had explained the prophecy to him. Not really. Dumbledore had sent him back to his room with a gentle smile and a promise that they would talk more when the time was right. McGonagall had escorted him personally, her lips pressed into a thin line that discouraged questions. Even the house elf who brought his meals, a nervous creature named Mitzi who wrung her hands constantly, seemed to know something terrible had happened, though she refused to say what. Harry was alone with the rain and the weight of words he didn't understand. On the 4th morning, the door to his tower room opened without a knock. Harry looked up from the window seat, expecting Mitzi with his breakfast tray. Instead, a boy stood in the doorway. He was about Harry's age, with pale skin, white blonde hair, and eyes the color of melted silver. He wore fine robes of dark green, tailored perfectly to his thin frame, and he carried himself with the unconscious arrogance of someone who had never been told he couldn't have something. Behind him, barely visible in the corridor, loomed a massive figure, a man so large he made Hagrid look almost average, with a blunt, brutal face and eyes that held no warmth at all. "You're Potter," the boy said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded, not sure what else to do. He was still in his nightclothes, the fine cotton pajamas Mitzi had provided, and he felt at a disadvantage, small and rumpled in the face of this polished stranger. "I'm Malfoy." Draco Malfoy. The boy stepped into the room, his silver eyes scanning everything, the bed, the window, the books on the shelf, Harry himself, with the quick, assessing gaze of someone calculating value. My father told me you were here. He said Dumbledore brought you in the middle of the night like some sort of refugee. I wanted to see for myself. Harry didn't know what a refugee was, but the way Malfoy said it made it sound like something shameful. He pulled his knees up to his chest, a defensive gesture learned in the cupboard under the stairs. I was sick. They brought me here to get better. Sick. Malfoy's lip curled. That's one word for it. My father says you're marked. Says you carry a piece of him in your head. He took a step closer, his eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. Let me see it. No. The word came out before Harry could think. It was small but firm, and it surprised him as much as it surprised Malfoy. The blonde boy's eyes widened, then narrowed. No one tells me no, he said softly. Do you know who my father is? He's on the board of governors. He could have you thrown out of this castle before you ever set foot in a classroom. Harry thought of the red eyes. He thought of the cold voice and the burning and the fragment of soul that lived in his scar like a parasite. He thought of Dumbledore's words, you will never be alone again, and something hard and small formed in his chest. I don't care who your father is, he said. You're not looking at my scar. For a long moment, Malfoy just stared at him. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. It was a sharp, brittle sound, utterly devoid of humor. You're exactly what my father said you'd be. Stubborn. Defiant. A Gryffindor in the making. He turned away, dismissing Harry with a flick of his pale hand. Enjoy your little holiday, Potter. It won't last. Once term starts, you'll learn what the wizarding world really thinks of you. The boy who lived. The Dark Lord's downfall. They'll either worship you or fear you. And neither one is a good thing. He strode to the door, then paused, looking back over his shoulder. His silver eyes gleamed with something that might have been warning or might have been threat. Stay away from me, Potter. And stay away from my friends. We don't associate with strays. The door closed behind him. A moment later, heavy footsteps retreated down the corridor, the massive bodyguard following his charge. Harry sat frozen in the window seat, the rain still falling, the gray light still filtering through the glass. They'll either worship you or fear you. Asterisk. He didn't want either. He didn't want any of it. He wanted to go back to the cupboard, back to the simple misery of Dudley's fists and Aunt Petunia's cold silences. At least there, he'd known who he was. At least there, the weight on his chest had been ordinary. But the cupboard was gone. Privet Drive was gone. And Harry Potter, whoever that was trapped in a castle with a piece of a dark wizard in his head and a prophecy hanging over his future. The rain continued to fall. Dash dash dash. That afternoon, Mitzi arrived with more than just lunch. Behind her, looking deeply uncomfortable in the narrow corridor, stood Hagrid. The giant man had to duck to get through the door, and once inside, he seemed to fill the entire room with his bulk and his awkwardness. He clutched a pink umbrella in one massive hand and a large, slightly squashed box in the other. All right, Harry, he rumbled, his beetle black eyes soft with concern. Heard you've been cooped up in here for days. Thought you might like some company. And some cake. He held out the box, which bore the logo of a shop Harry didn't recognize. Got it from Florine Fortescue's. Best ice cream in Diagon Alley, but his cake's not half bad either. Harry took the box, genuinely touched. In 6 years at Privet Drive, no one had ever brought him a gift just for the sake of kindness. Thank you, Hagrid. Hagrid beamed, then settled himself on the floor. The only piece of furniture that could hold him was the bed, and that seemed too familiar, with a groan of relief. Professor Dumbledore thought you might like a tour. The real tour, I mean, not the rushed version you got when you arrived. If you're feeling up to it, that is. Harry looked at the rain streaming down the window. In this, oh, the castle's got ways around weather, Hagrid said dismissively. Covered walkways, indoor passages, that sort of thing. Besides, there's plenty to see inside. The kitchens, the library, the greenhouses, though herbology's not my favorite, all that digging in dirt reminds me of work. Harry hesitated. The tower room had become a kind of sanctuary, a space where the weight of everything was slightly less crushing. But Hagrid's earnest, hopeful face was hard to refuse. And beneath the fear and confusion, a small part of Harry was curious. He wanted to see more of this place. He wanted to understand. Okay, he said. Let me get dressed. The castle was even more enormous than Harry had imagined. Hagrid led him through passages that twisted and turned, up staircases that moved when they weren't looking, past classrooms empty of students but full of wonders. They saw the Great Hall, its enchanted ceiling reflecting the gray sky outside, the 4 long tables stretching nearly the length of a football pitch. They saw the library, a vast chamber of towering shelves and the dusty smell of old parchment, where a severe-looking woman with her hair in a tight bun glared at them until they left. They saw the greenhouses, warm and humid and filled with plants that moved when Harry approached. They saw the hospital wing, where a kindly witch with a motherly smile offered them sweets from a jar on her desk. They saw corridors lined with armor that saluted as they passed, and a room full of hundreds of floating candles that Hagrid said was used for charms practice. But the best part came near the end, when Hagrid led him through a hidden door and up a spiral staircase that opened onto the top of the astronomy tower. The view took Harry's breath away. The rain had stopped, finally, and the clouds were breaking apart, letting shafts of golden evening light fall across the grounds. The lake was visible now, a sheet of dark glass reflecting the sky. The forbidden forest stretched to the horizon, a carpet of green so deep it was almost black. And beyond it all, the mountains rose, their peaks dusted with the first snow of approaching winter. "It's beautiful," Harry whispered. It is that," Hagrid agreed. He leaned on the parapet, his massive frame somehow fitting into the space designed for much smaller wizards. "Your parents stood here, you know. When they were students. Your father used to bring your mother up here to watch the stars." Romantic, he was. Always had a way with words. Harry tried to imagine it, his father, young and romantic, his mother, young and beautiful, standing exactly where he stood now. The image was hazy, like a photograph left in the sun too long. But it was there. It was real. What were they like? He asked. Really like? Hagrid was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough with memory. "Your father, James, was the best friend a man could have. Loyal to the core. Funny, too, always cracking jokes, pulling pranks, keeping everyone laughing even in the dark times. He came from money, but you'd never know it. Never looked down on anyone. Treated everyone the same, from the house elves to the headmaster." He paused, staring out at the mountains. "Your mother, Lily, she was something else entirely. Smartest witch of her age, they said. But it wasn't just the brains. It was the heart. She saw the good in everyone, even when there wasn't much to see. She fought in the war because she believed in protecting people, not because she hated the other side. And she loved your father so much it hurt to watch them together. They were 2 halves of the same whole, those 2. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, staring at the mountains until the blurriness passed. "They sound amazing." They were. Hagrid turned to look at him, and his beetle black eyes were wet. "And you're their son, Harry. You've got James's hair, Lily's eyes, and the best of both of them in your heart. Don't let anyone tell you different." They stood in silence as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple and deep, bruised blue. The first stars appeared, tiny pinpricks of light in the growing darkness. Harry thought about his parents, about the love they'd shared and the sacrifice they'd made. He thought about the fragment in his scar, the piece of evil that clung to him like a shadow. He thought about the prophecy and the war in the red eyes that haunted his dreams. And he thought about Hagrid's words. "The best of both of them in your heart." Asterisk. He didn't know if that was true. He didn't know if he had any of his parents' goodness, any of their courage or kindness or capacity for love. But standing on the tower where they'd stood, watching the same stars they'd watched, he wanted to believe it was possible. He wanted to be worthy of them. That night, Harry dreamed of the forest. Not the forbidden forest, with its dark trees and hidden dangers, but another forest entirely. One he'd never seen before. The trees here were older, thicker, their branches twisted into shapes that hurt to look at. The air was cold and still, heavy with the smell of decay. And somewhere in the darkness, something was waiting. He walked through the trees, his bare feet silent on the carpet of dead leaves. He didn't want to go forward, but his legs moved without his permission, carrying him deeper into the shadow. The red eyes were ahead, he knew. They were always ahead, always watching, always waiting. But when he reached the clearing, there was no dark wizard. There was only a snake. It was enormous, thicker than Hagrid's arm and longer than a car, coiled around the base of a dead tree. Its scales were pale green, almost luminous in the darkness, and its eyes were slit-pupilled and ancient. It regarded him without fear, without hostility, with something that looked almost like recognition. "Little Prince," it hissed. The sound was strange, sibilant, but Harry understood it perfectly. "You carry the mark of the Great One. You carry his voice in your blood." Harry tried to speak, but no sound came out. The snake uncoiled slowly, sliding towards him through the dead leaves. He wanted to run, but his feet were rooted to the ground. "Do not fear," the snake hissed. "I am not your enemy. I am only a messenger. The Great One sends word. He is waiting. He is always waiting. And when he rises, little prince, you will have a choice to make. Join him, and inherit the world. Oppose him, and burn with the rest." The snake's tongue flickered out, tasting the air near Harry's face. Its eyes were hypnotic, ancient, terrible. "Choose wisely, little prince. The Great One does not offer second chances." Harry woke screaming. He was in his tower room, in his bed, the velvet curtains tangled around his legs. Moonlight streamed through the window, silver and cold. His scar was burning, not with the searing agony of before, but with a low, persistent heat that throbbed in time with his racing heart. The door burst open. McGonagall stood there, wand raised, her night robes hastily thrown on over her nightgown. Behind her, half a dozen portraits were shouting warnings, their occupants running from frame to frame in panic. "Potter, what happened? Are you hurt?" Harry couldn't speak. He could only stare at her, the snake's words echoing in his mind. "Join him, and inherit the world. Oppose him, and burn with the rest." McGonagall crossed the room in 3 swift strides, her wand scanning him for magical damage. Finding none, she knelt beside the bed, her severe face softening with concern. "A nightmare," she said quietly. "Just a nightmare. You're safe, Potter. You're in Hogwarts. Nothing can hurt you here." But Harry knew better now. The thing in his scar could reach him anywhere. The red eyes could find him in any darkness. And the snake's words suggested something even more terrifying, that the choice wasn't as simple as good versus evil. That there was a path he could take, a way to stop the pain and the fear and the aloneness forever. All he had to do was say yes. He looked at McGonagall, at the genuine worry in her eyes, and he thought of Hagrid on the tower, speaking of his parents with such love. He thought of Dumbledore's words about the power of love, about the one thing Voldemort could never understand. He thought of his mother, reaching for him in his dreams, always reaching, always loving. "No," he whispered, not to McGonagall, but to the darkness. To the snake. To the red eyes. "I won't. I'll never." McGonagall frowned, not understanding. But Harry didn't explain. He couldn't. Some choices, he was learning, had to be made in silence. Made in the heart. Made in the space between nightmares, where the only light was the memory of a mother's love and the only weapon was the will to keep saying no. The scar's heat faded. The nightmare receded. And Harry Potter, 6 years old and already carrying the weight of the world, closed his eyes and waited for dawn. Chapter 6, The Serpent's Tongue. September 1st arrived with a burst of golden sunlight that seemed almost aggressive after weeks of gray rain. Harry stood at his tower window, watching the distant gates of Hogwarts swing open to admit a procession of horseless carriages that glided through the air without any visible means of support. Students leaned out of them, pointing at the castle, laughing with the easy joy of children returning to a place they loved. He should have been among them. He was 6 years old, too young for Hogwarts, Dumbledore had explained gently. The school didn't accept students until 11, when their magic had matured enough to handle the curriculum. Until then, Harry would remain in the castle as a special guest, receiving tutoring from various professors to prepare him for the years ahead. It was exile, dressed up in kind words. The common room he'd been given was comfortable enough, a circular space in one of the lesser towers, with a fire that crackled cheerfully regardless of weather, shelves of books selected for his age level, and a window seat perfect for watching the world go by. Mitzi the house elf visited 3 times daily with meals that would have fed the entire Dursley family. Professors stopped by according to a schedule Harry had already memorized: charms with Professor Flitwick on Mondays and Thursdays, transfiguration with Professor McGonagall on Tuesdays and Fridays, potions with Professor Snape on Wednesdays, a prospect that filled him with inexplicable dread, and various other subjects scattered throughout the week. But the common room was still a cage. And the students arriving below were birds he couldn't fly with. A knock interrupted his brooding. Harry turned from the window, expecting Mitzi with his morning hot chocolate. Instead, Professor Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his blue eyes twinkling with their usual warmth, though something in his expression suggested this wasn't a social call. "Good morning, Harry. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Harry shook his head, moving away from the window. Since the nightmare about the snake, he'd been jumpy, prone to seeing threats in shadows. Dumbledore's presence was a comfort. The old wizard radiated safety in a way that made the darkness feel slightly less overwhelming. "I wanted to speak with you about something important," Dumbledore continued, settling into the armchair by the fire. He gestured for Harry to take the seat opposite. "The start of term is always a busy time, but I find myself thinking about you more than I'd like. About the burden you carry, and the challenges ahead." Harry sat, his hands gripping his knees. "Is it about the prophecy? The one Professor Trelawney made?" "Indirectly." Dumbledore's eyes lost some of their twinkle. "The prophecy is real, Harry, and it concerns you deeply. But I have learned, over many long years, that prophecies are not destinations. They are warnings, signposts. They show us what may come, not what must. The choices we make are what truly determine our path." He paused, considering his next words. "I'm going to tell you something that very few people know. Something I've carried alone for 16 years, and the weight of it has grown heavy indeed." Harry leaned forward, his heart quickening. "The night Voldemort attacked your family, he did so because he heard a prophecy. A prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney, though she has no memory of making it. I was there that night, in the Hogshead Inn, interviewing her for the divination position. She went into a trance, and she spoke words that changed the course of history." Dumbledore's voice grew softer, more distant, as if he were reciting something memorized long ago. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning Harry couldn't fully grasp. But one phrase stood out, burning itself into his mind like a brand. "Either must die at the hand of the other." "Me and him," Harry whispered. "One of us has to kill the other." Dumbledore's eyes were infinitely sad. "That is one interpretation. But prophecies are tricky things, Harry. They show possibilities, not certainties. The true meaning may be something else entirely. What matters is what you choose to do with the knowledge." Harry's scar throbbed faintly, a warning pulse that had become almost familiar. "The snake in my dream, it said I had a choice. Join him or burn. Is that what it meant? That I could choose not to fight? The snake in your dream was a messenger of Voldemort's making, whether it knew it or not. Its words were designed to confuse you, to tempt you, to make you doubt." Dumbledore leaned forward, his gaze intense. "Listen to me carefully, Harry. Voldemort cannot offer you anything of value because he has nothing of value to give. Power. It corrupts. Immortality. It isolates. Victory. It rings hollow when there's no one left to share it with. The only thing he truly offers is the absence of pain, and that absence is an illusion. The pain always returns, deeper and darker than before." Harry thought about the Dursleys, about the years of neglect and cruelty. He thought about the burning in his scar, the nightmares, the weight of knowing a piece of evil lived inside him. He thought about the choice the snake had offered, an end to all of it, if only he would say yes. "The pain feels real," he said quietly. "All of it. The loneliness, the fear, the not knowing who I am. Sometimes I think I'd do anything to make it stop." Dumbledore didn't offer empty comfort. He didn't say it would be okay or that Harry was strong enough to bear it. Instead, he said something that surprised Harry more than any reassurance could. "I know. I've felt it too. The weight of choices made and paths taken. The grief of losing those I loved. The temptation to lay down the burden and let someone else carry it. You are not alone in this, Harry. You are not the first to feel this way, and you will not be the last." He reached out and took Harry's small hand in his own. The touch was warm, steady, grounding. "But I have also felt joy. Love. The profound satisfaction of knowing I made a difference, however small. And those things, Harry, those things are worth fighting for. They are worth carrying the weight. For a long moment, they sat in silence, the fire crackling softly between them. Harry felt something shift inside him, not a resolution, not an answer, but a tiny crack in the wall of isolation he'd built around himself. Someone understood. Someone had been there. It wasn't enough to fix everything. But it was a start. That afternoon, Harry had his first lesson with Professor Snape. He'd been dreading it since McGonagall mentioned the schedule, though he couldn't have explained why. He'd never met Snape, never seen him, had no reason to fear him. But something about the name made his scar prickle, and the portraits in the corridors whispered when they thought he couldn't hear. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, a long, gloomy space lined with jars of preserved creatures that seemed to move when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. Rows of empty desks awaited. Students who wouldn't arrive for another 5 years. At the front of the room, silhouetted against the green glow of a simmering cauldron, stood Professor Snape. He was nothing like Harry expected. Young, for one thing, younger than McGonagall, younger than Dumbledore, with lank black hair that hung past his shoulders and eyes so dark they seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His robes were black, his expression blacker, and when he turned to face Harry, the boy felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dungeon's cold. Potter. The name was pronounced like a curse. You're late. Harry glanced at the clock on the wall. He was precisely on time. But something told him arguing would be unwise. Sit. Snape gestured to the front desk, directly before his own. We have much to cover and little time for your particular brand of specialness. Harry sat, his hands folded on the cold wood of the desk. Snape loomed above him, a dark presence that seemed to fill the room. The green light from the cauldron cast strange shadows on his face, making him look almost skeletal. Potions is not like other subjects, Snape began, his voice low and silky in a way that raised the hairs on Harry's arms. It is not waving wands and uttering pretty spells. It is precision, discipline, consequences. One mistake, one moment of inattention, and you may find yourself dead, or worse, expelled. He paused, letting the words hang in the air. I have taught many students over the years. Most were mediocre. Some were competent. A very few showed true promise. Your father was not among them. Harry's head snapped up. Snape's eyes gleamed with something that might have been satisfaction. Yes, Potter. I knew your father. Arrogant. Reckless. Convinced the rules did not apply to him. He coasted through this subject on natural talent and the cheating assistance of his friends, never once applying himself to true understanding. His lip curled. I see much of him in you. The words stung more than Harry expected. He wanted to defend his father, this man he'd never known, but he didn't have the words. Didn't have the knowledge. All he had was a hollow ache and the certainty that Snape enjoyed putting it there. We will begin with the basics, Snape continued, apparently satisfied with Harry's silence. Identification of ingredients and their properties. You will find a mortar and pestle in the drawer before you. Remove it. Harry obeyed, pulling out a heavy stone mortar and a pestle worn smooth with use. Snape placed a handful of dried leaves before him. They looked ordinary enough, like something from Aunt Petunia's garden, but they gave off a faint, unpleasant smell. Valerian root, Snape said. Crude, unprocessed. Your task is to grind it to a fine powder without releasing its soporific properties. Begin. Harry hesitated. How do I grind it without? Think, Potter. If I wanted to teach you, I would explain. I am here to observe. To assess. To determine whether you are worth the effort. Begin. There was no kindness in his voice, no patience, no hint of the warmth Dumbledore or Hagrid or even McGonagall showed. There was only cold expectation and the implicit threat of failure. Harry picked up the pestle and began to grind. The first few minutes were agony. The valerian root resisted his efforts, the dried leaves stubbornly refusing to break down. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Snape watched in silence, his dark eyes unreadable. But as Harry worked, something strange began to happen. The leaves seemed to soften under his touch, responding to something he couldn't name. The grinding became easier, smoother, almost rhythmic. And in his mind, words began to form. Words he didn't recognize, in a language he'd never heard. Crush but do not kill. Separate but do not destroy. The essence is in the balance. Asterisk. Harry's hands moved faster, more confidently. The leaves crumbled into powder finer than anything he'd achieved before. And when he finally stopped, the mortar contained a pile of pale gray dust so fine it looked like ash. He looked up, expecting something. Approval, perhaps. Or at least acknowledgement. Snape's face had gone white. "Where did you learn that?" His voice was barely a whisper, but it cut through the dungeon like a blade. Harry blinked, confused. "Learn what?" "I just ground the leaves." "That is not grinding." Snape pointed at the powder, his hand trembling slightly. "That is alchemy. That is the work of years, of decades, achieved in minutes by a child who has never held a mortar before." His eyes narrowed, boring into Harry's with an intensity that made his scar burn. "What are you, Potter?" Before Harry could answer, the powder in the mortar began to glow. Faintly at first, then brighter, a soft silver luminescence that cast strange shadows on Snape's stricken face. And in that light, Harry saw something impossible. For just a moment, Snape's reflection in the surface of his cauldron wasn't Snape at all. It was a woman, a young woman with red hair and green eyes, her face twisted with grief and desperation. She was reaching out, pleading, begging for something Harry couldn't understand. And behind her, looming in the shadows, was a figure in black robes with a face as pale as bone and eyes as red as blood. The vision lasted only a second. Then it was gone, and Snape was just Snape again, pale and shaking and staring at Harry with an expression that held more terror than anger. "Get out," he whispered. Harry didn't move. He couldn't. His scar was burning now, not with the familiar warning pulse but with something new, something that felt like recognition. "I said get out." Snape's voice cracked, and he swept his arm across the desk, sending the mortar flying. It shattered against the stone floor, the glowing powder scattering like silver tears. "You're not wanted here. You're not." He stopped, breathing hard, his fists clenched at his sides. For a long moment, they stared at each other across the wreckage. Then, very quietly, Snape spoke again. "Your mother was the only one who ever." He trailed off, shaking his head. "It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Go back to your tower, Potter. Tell Dumbledore I'll send my assessment in the morning." Harry gathered his things slowly, his eyes never leaving Snape's face. He wanted to ask about the vision, about the woman with red hair, about what had just happened. But something in Snape's expression warned him that questions would not be welcomed. At the door, he paused and looked back. Snape hadn't moved. He stood in the green glow of his cauldron, a dark statue in a dungeon full of shadows, and for the first time, Harry saw him not as a terrifying professor but as something else entirely. A man carrying his own weight, his own grief, his own secrets. "Professor Snape." Harry's voice was small in the vastness of the dungeon. "My mother, did you know her well?" Snape didn't answer, didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe. But in the silence, Harry heard something. A whisper, so faint he might have imagined it, carried on the dungeon's cold air. "Lily." Harry left without another word. That night, he dreamed of the snake again. But this time, the forest was different. This time, there was light filtering through the twisted branches, a warm, golden light that felt like safety. And in the clearing where the snake had coiled, there was now a woman. She had red hair and green eyes and a smile that made Harry's chest ache with longing he couldn't name. She knelt before him, her hands reaching out to cup his face, and when she spoke, her voice was the most beautiful sound he'd ever heard. "My brave boy," she whispered. "My Harry. You're so much stronger than you know." "Mom." The word came out broken, desperate. She nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry I couldn't stay. I'm so sorry you've had to carry this alone. But I'm with you, Harry. Always. In every choice, in every moment of darkness, in every beat of your heart, I'm there. His peace may live in your scar, but my love lives in your soul. And love, Harry, love is the one thing he can never take from you." He wanted to ask her 1,000 questions. Wanted to know about his father, about her childhood, about the life they might have had together. But the dream was already fading, the golden light dimming, her face growing distant. "Remember," she called, her voice echoing across the void. "Remember who you are. Remember what you carry. And when the time comes to choose, choose love. Choose love, Harry. Always choose love." He woke with tears on his face and a warmth in his chest that no nightmare could touch. The scar was silent. The darkness was waiting, but for the first time since the burning began, Harry Potter felt something he'd never felt before. Hope. Chapter 7, The Room of Requirement. October arrived with a bite in the air that promised the first snows of winter. Harry had been at Hogwarts for nearly 2 months now, and the castle had shifted from terrifying labyrinth to something approaching home. He knew the shortcuts now, the moving staircases schedules, the portraits that would let him pass without demanding passwords, the corridors best avoided during certain hours when Peeves the poltergeist was most active. His lessons continued with varying degrees of success. Professor Flitwick pronounced him surprisingly adept at charms, particularly when it came to levitation spells. Professor McGonagall was more reserved in her praise but allowed that he showed acceptable potential in transfiguration. Even Professor Snape, after the strange incident in the dungeons, had retreated to a brittle professionalism that, while still cold, no longer felt actively hostile. But it was the lessons no one had scheduled that proved most interesting. Harry discovered them by accident, as most great discoveries are made. He'd been exploring a corridor on the 7th floor, one of the few he hadn't yet memorized, when he found himself at a dead end. Annoyed, he turned to retrace his steps, but something made him pause. A door stood where no door had been a moment before. It was old, carved from dark wood, with a handle shaped like a griffin's claw. He shouldn't open it. Every instinct honed by years of Dursley survival told him to walk away, to stick to the known paths, to avoid trouble. But something about the door called to him, a whisper of magic that felt different from the rest of the castle's ancient power. He turned the handle and stepped inside. The room beyond was enormous, larger than the Great Hall, larger than anything Harry had seen in the castle. It was filled with objects, thousands upon thousands of objects, stacked in precarious towers that stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Tarnished crowns, chipped cauldrons, furniture in every style imaginable, books with covers that seemed to breathe, instruments that ticked and whirred and chimed. A city of forgotten things, hidden from the world. And in the center of it all, seated on a throne of stacked chairs, was a house elf. He was old, ancient, even by house elf standards, which Harry had learned could live for centuries. His skin was wrinkled and gray, his ears drooped with age, and his enormous eyes were clouded with cataracts. But when Harry entered, those eyes focused with startling clarity. At last, the elf whispered, his voice like dry leaves skittering across stone. "The boy arrives. The master's son. The bearer of the mark." Harry stopped, his heart hammering. "Who are you? How do you know who I am?" The elf struggled to his feet, his joints popping audibly. He was smaller than Mitzi, more fragile, but there was a dignity in his bearing that commanded attention. "I am Creature, young master. Once servant of the House of Black. Now I am nothing. Waiting. Always waiting. Waiting for what? For you." Creature hobbled closer, his clouded eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. "The mark burns, does it not? Calls to you in the darkness. Shows you things no child should see." Harry's hand moved instinctively to his scar. "Sometimes." "How did you know?" "Because I have felt its like before." Creature stopped before Harry, so close the boy could smell the dust and age that clung to his rags. "My old master, Regulus, he bore a mark too. Not on his skin, but on his soul. He went into the darkness to fight it, and the darkness took him. Swallowed him whole." The name meant nothing to Harry, but the grief in the elf's voice was unmistakable. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I don't understand what happened to your master, but I'm sorry." Creature's eyes widened. For a long moment, he simply stared at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. Then, to Harry's complete astonishment, the ancient elf began to cry. "No one says sorry," Creature wept. "For centuries, no one says sorry. The Blacks, they command, they punish, they never sorry. And now a child, a Potter child, says sorry to Creature." He sank to his knees, his bony frame shaking with sobs. "The master's son, the good son. Creature will serve. Creature will protect. Creature will give his life if the boy commands it." Harry didn't know what to do. He'd never had anyone offer to serve him before, never had anyone cry because of something he'd said. He knelt beside the ancient elf, awkward and uncertain. "Please don't cry. I don't want you to serve me. I just wanted to know about the room. And about the mark you mentioned. And about your master, if you want to tell me." Creature looked up, his ancient face streaked with tears. "The boy wants to know. I want to understand." Slowly, haltingly, Creature began to speak. He told Harry about the House of Black, one of the oldest and proudest pure-blood families in the wizarding world. He told them about their devotion to blood purity, their reverence for the dark arts, their conviction that they were superior to all other magical beings. He told them about Regulus, the younger son, who had grown up in that toxic environment but somehow retained a spark of decency. And he told them about the Dark Lord. He came to the house, Kreacher whispered, his voice trembling. Smooth and smiling, with words of power and promises of glory. The family welcomed him. His lordship, Sirius Black, Regulus's brother, he saw through the lies, but he was young, too young to fight. And Regulus believed. At first, Harry listened, transfixed, as Kreacher described the rise of Voldemort, the recruitment of the Blacks into his inner circle, the mark that Regulus had taken willingly, a brand on his forearm that bound him to the Dark Lord forever. The Dark Mark, Kreacher called it. A symbol of loyalty and terror. But Regulus saw, Kreacher continued, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. Saw what the Dark Lord truly was. Saw the cruelty beneath the charm, the madness beneath the power. He tried to leave, but there is no leaving. Not once the mark is taken. The mark. Harry touched his scar again, understanding dawning like cold water down his spine. The fragment in his scar, it wasn't just a piece of soul. It was a connection, a bond, a mark of its own kind. Your master, Regulus, what happened to him? Kreacher's face crumpled. He tried to fight. Found a secret, he did. A secret about the Dark Lord's immortality. A Horcrux. The word was spoken with such venom that Harry flinched. A piece of soul hidden in an object. The Dark Lord had made one, hidden it in a cave protected by the darkest magic. Regulus meant to destroy it. Meant to strike a blow that would weaken the monster. But he failed, Harry guessed. He succeeded. Kreacher's voice broke. He found the Horcrux. Took it. Left a fake in its place. But the cave was protected. The Dark Lord had filled it with inferi, dead bodies bewitched to kill any who disturbed them. Regulus made Kreacher take the Horcrux and escape. Made Kreacher leave him behind. And the inferi, they took him. Pulled him under. Drank his blood and drowned his screams. Silence filled the room. Harry sat on the dusty floor, the weight of the story pressing down on him like a physical thing. A boy, not much older than Harry would be in a few years, had walked into certain death to strike a blow against the darkness. Had made his servant leave him behind. Had died alone, in the dark, surrounded by the bodies of the dead. Why? Harry whispered. Why would he do that? Kreacher looked at him, and in his clouded eyes was an answer that needed no words. Because it was right. Because the darkness had to be fought. Because some things were worth dying for. The Horcrux, Harry said slowly. What happened to it? Kreacher's face darkened. Gone. Stolen. Kreacher tried to destroy it, but Kreacher is just an elf. Could not break the magic. Could not do what Regulus asked. Kept it hidden, waiting for someone who could. But they found it. Found Kreacher. Took it away. They. Who? His lordship. Sirius Black. Regulus's brother. Came home after years away, found the Horcrux in Kreacher's cupboard, laughed at Kreacher's warnings, and took it. Kreacher tried to stop him, but his lordship does not listen. His lordship never listens. Sirius Black. The name stirred something in Harry's memory, Dumbledore mentioning it once, in passing, as someone who had fought against Voldemort. But if he'd taken the Horcrux, if he had it now. Where is he? Sirius Black. Where can I find him? Kreacher's expression twisted with an emotion Harry couldn't identify. Azkaban. The wizard prison. His lordship is there now, rotting with the rest of the Dark Lord's followers. Kreacher should be glad. Kreacher should celebrate. But Kreacher remembers when his lordship was just a boy. Just a boy with a laugh like sunlight and a heart too big for the darkness. Kreacher remembers. Harry's mind reeled. A follower of Voldemort. Sirius Black. Regulus's brother, the one who'd laughed at Kreacher's warnings, he was a Death Eater. Imprisoned in Azkaban with the worst of the worst. But if he had the Horcrux, if it was hidden somewhere in the prison. Kreacher, listen to me. Harry leaned forward, his voice urgent. The thing you had, the Horcrux, is it still in Azkaban? Did Sirius take it with him? Kreacher shook his head slowly. No, young master. His lordship hid it. Before the Aurors came, before they dragged him away. Hid it somewhere no one would find. Kreacher does not know where. Kreacher only knows it still exists. can feel it, sometimes, like a cold spot in the world. The Dark Lord's soul, waiting in the dark. The enormity of it crashed over Harry like a wave. A piece of Voldemort's soul, hidden somewhere in the world, waiting to be found. And another piece, the piece in his scar, pulsing with dark awareness, connected to its original owner, waiting for the moment of return. I have to tell Dumbledore, he said, already rising. He needs to know about this. About the Horcrux, about Regulus, about everything. Creature grabbed his arm, his grip surprisingly strong for such an ancient creature. No, young master. Not yet. The headmaster knows much, but he does not know everything. And there are those who listen, even in these walls. Those who still serve the Dark Lord, who wait for his return. If they learn what Regulus did, if they learn about the Horcrux. He trailed off, his eyes darting toward the shadows that filled the room. Harry followed his gaze and felt his blood run cold. In the darkness between two towers of junk, something moved. Something with red eyes that glowed faintly in the gloom. You see it too, Creature whispered. The Watcher in the shadows. It has been here since the boy arrived. Since the mark began to burn. It follows, always follows, waiting for the moment when the boy is alone enough to strike. Harry's scar erupted with searing pain. The red eyes fixed on him, and he heard the voice again, that cold, sibilant voice from his nightmares. Little Prince, we meet at last. Asterisk. He tried to move, tried to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. The thing in the shadows began to take shape, a figure in black robes, a face as pale as bone, a mouth twisted into a cruel smile. It glided toward him, impossibly fast, and Harry felt the darkness reaching for him, cold and hungry and endless. Creature stepped between them. No. The ancient elf's voice rang out like a bell, pure and defiant. You shall not touch him. Creature protects. Creature serves. Creature gives his life if the boy commands it. The figure paused, its red eyes narrowing. Then it laughed, a sound like breaking glass, like screaming, like the death of hope. You, a broken elf, centuries old, withered and useless. You think you can stop me? Asterisk. Creature thinks nothing. The elf's voice was steady, calm. Creature knows. Creature has faced your kind before. In the cave, with Regulus. Creature watched the Inferi rise from the water, watched them take his master, watched them drag him under. And Creature survived. Creature will survive again. He raised a bony hand, and from the shadows of the room of requirement, something answered. The objects, the thousands upon thousands of forgotten things, began to stir. Crowns rose from their piles, spinning through the air. Cauldrons clanged together, forming a barrier. Books flew from their shelves, their pages fluttering like wings. The room itself was waking, responding to Creature's call. The figure hissed with rage, its form flickering. This is not over, little prince. I will find you. When you are alone, when you are weak, when hope has abandoned you, I will be there. And I will take what is mine. Asterisk. It dissolved into shadow, and the red eyes vanished. The objects settled back into their piles, the room returning to stillness. Harry collapsed to his knees, gasping, his scar throbbing with fading pain. Creature stood before him, trembling but upright. The ancient elf looked smaller now, frailer, as if the effort of summoning the room's magic had cost him something irreplaceable. The boy is safe, he whispered. For now. But Creature is old. Creature cannot always be here. The boy must learn to protect himself. Must learn what the darkness fears. What does it fear? Harry asked, his voice shaking. Creature turned to face him, and in his clouded eyes, Harry saw the answer. Love, young master. The one thing the Dark Lord cannot understand. The one power he cannot defeat. The boy carries it in his heart, his mother's gift, her sacrifice, her eternal love. It is the only weapon that matters. The only weapon that will never fail. Harry thought of his mother's face in his dreams, of her voice telling him to choose love. He thought of Dumbledore's words about the power Voldemort knew not. He thought of the warmth in his chest when he remembered that someone, somewhere, had loved him enough to die for him. Love, he repeated. Love. Creature nodded slowly. The boy will face many darknesses. Will carry many burdens. Will make many choices. But if he chooses love, always love, he will prevail. Creature believes this. Creature knows this. The ancient elf bowed low, then turned and hobbled into the shadows, disappearing among the towers of forgotten things. Harry sat alone in the room of requirement, the weight of everything pressing down on him. A Horcrux hidden somewhere in the world. A fragment of soul in his scar. A dark figure that could appear in shadows, watching, waiting. And a prophecy that said either he or Voldemort must die. But also love. His mother's love, eternal and unbreakable. Kreacher's loyalty, given freely despite centuries of mistreatment. Dumbledore's guidance, Hagrid's kindness, even McGonagall's stern protection. He wasn't alone. He had never been alone. And as he rose to leave the room of requirement, Harry made a silent vow. He would learn. He would grow. He would prepare. And when the final battle came, as Kreacher's words suggested it inevitably would, he would face it with love in his heart and the memory of his mother's sacrifice lighting his way. The darkness was coming, but Harry Potter would be ready. Or he would die trying. Chapter 8, The Mirror of Erised. Christmas arrived at Hogwarts like a gift wrapped in snow and starlight. Harry had never experienced a real Christmas. At Privet Drive, the holiday meant Dudley receiving mountains of presents while Harry got a pair of socks or a tissue-thin secondhand sweater, always too small, always the wrong color. It meant being confined to his cupboard while the Dursleys feasted, listening to Dudley's shrieks of joy through the door. It meant being more invisible than usual, more forgotten, more alone. But Hogwarts at Christmas was something else entirely. The Great Hall had been transformed. Instead of the usual floating candles, enormous fir trees lined the walls, their branches laden with enchanted icicles that never melted and tiny fairies that flitted from bough to bough, leaving trails of golden light. The house tables had been pushed aside to make room for a single long table draped in velvet, where the few students who remained for the holidays would feast. The ceiling, enchanted to reflect the sky outside, showed a perfect winter night, stars scattered across velvet darkness like diamonds on cloth. Harry stood in the doorway, drinking it in. He'd been invited to the feast, of course he had, Dumbledore had made sure of it, but he felt like an intruder, a ghost at a celebration meant for others. The students who remained were mostly older, gathered in small groups, laughing and talking with the easy familiarity of long friendship. He didn't belong with them. He didn't belong anywhere. A hand touched his shoulder, and he jumped. "Easy, lad." Hagrid's voice rumbled above him, warm and familiar. "Didn't mean to startle ye. Just wanted to make sure you're all right. First Christmas away from home can be hard." Harry almost laughed. Away from home. As if Privet Drive had ever been home. But he understood what Hagrid meant, and the giant's kindness made the lump in his throat swell larger. "I'm fine," he managed. It's beautiful. It is that." Hagrid crouched, an impressive feat for someone his size, bringing his face level with Harry's. "Listen, I know it's not the same as family, but you're welcome to spend Christmas Day with me, if you like. Got a fire, plenty of food, and Fang, my boarhound, he's useless but friendly. Company, if nothing else." Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, blaming the cold air drifting in from somewhere. "I'd like that. Thank you, Hagrid." Hagrid beamed, then straightened with a groan. "Right then. Feast starts in an hour. You go on and explore a bit. Castle's different at Christmas, lots of hidden corners open up. Might find something interesting." He lumbered off toward the staff table, where Professor Flitwick was already waving at him. Harry watched him go, then turned and walked into the castle's depths. He walked for a long time, through corridors that shifted and changed, past portraits that wished him Merry Christmas in sleepy voices, through rooms he'd never seen before and would never find again. The castle felt different at night, older, more mysterious, more alive. Shadows moved where no shadows should be, and whispers echoed from empty spaces. Eventually, he found himself on the 7th floor, not far from where the room of requirement hid. But he wasn't looking for that room tonight. He was just walking, letting his feet carry him where they would. That's when he found the mirror. It stood in a corridor he'd never seen before, tucked into an alcove that seemed designed to display it. The frame was magnificent, gold, carved with intricate patterns that shifted when he looked at them, showing faces and creatures and scenes he couldn't quite grasp. But it was the mirror itself that held his attention. The glass was clear, perfectly reflective, showing the corridor behind him in crisp detail. But when Harry stepped closer, something strange happened. His reflection began to change. At first, it was just him, the same messy hair, the same too small frame, the same lightning bolt scar. But then others appeared behind him, crowding into the glass. A man with untidy black hair and glasses very like Harry's, who grinned and waved. A woman with brilliant green eyes and a smile that made Harry's heart clench, who reached out as if to touch him through the glass. And behind them, more figures, an old man with twinkling eyes, a young witch with pink hair, a serious-looking wizard with a kind face. His family, his parents, the people he'd never known, never seen, never been allowed to mourn. Mum. Harry's voice was a whisper, barely audible. Dad. The woman in the mirror smiled, and tears streamed down her face. The man nodded, his grin softening into something infinitely tender. They looked so real, so alive, so there, as if Harry could reach through the glass and touch them, hug them, finally know what it felt like to be held by parents who loved him. He pressed his palm against the mirror's surface. It was cold, solid, unyielding. But for just a moment, he felt something, a warmth, a presence, a whisper of love that crossed the boundary between worlds. I've missed you, he whispered. I didn't even know you, but I've missed you every day. The woman, his mother, pressed her hand against the glass, matching his. Her lips moved, forming words he couldn't hear. But he knew what she was saying. He'd heard it in his dreams, in the moments between waking and sleeping, in the deepest chambers of his heart. I love you, Harry. Always. Asterisk. He didn't know how long he stood there, his hand pressed to the glass, his eyes drinking in the images of people he'd never known. Minutes. Hours. Time had no meaning in front of the mirror. All that existed was the longing, the grief, the desperate, aching need to be with them. Beautiful, isn't it? Harry whirled, his heart hammering. Dumbledore stood a few feet away, his blue eyes fixed on the mirror with an expression of profound sadness. He wore deep purple robes embroidered with silver stars, and in the mirror's light, he looked ancient and weary and infinitely kind. I didn't hear you, Harry managed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. There is nothing to apologize for. Dumbledore moved closer, his gaze shifting from the mirror to Harry. I often forget that this mirror exists. It has a way of hiding from those who aren't seeking it. But you found it, which suggests you were seeking something, even if you didn't know what. Harry looked back at the mirror. His parents were still there, still smiling, still reaching for him. Who are they? The people in the reflection. Those are your deepest desires, Harry. The mirror shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, understanding. You, who have never known your family, see them standing beside you. I, who have made mistakes I can never undo, see myself whole and healed. The mirror gives us neither knowledge nor truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see, or gone mad wondering if what it shows is real. Are they real? Harry asked. My parents, are they really there? Can they see me? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was thick with emotion Harry hadn't expected. No, Harry. They are not there. The mirror shows us only what might have been, what we wish could be, what we long for with every fiber of our being. Your parents are gone, and no magic, not even magic as powerful as this, can bring them back. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He knew it was true, had always known, really, but hearing it spoken aloud made it real in a way it hadn't been before. His parents were dead. They would never hold him, never speak to him, never be part of his life. The figures in the mirror were phantoms, echoes, cruel promises of a happiness he would never know. But even as the grief threatened to overwhelm him, another feeling rose to meet it. Gratitude. Because for a few precious moments, he had seen them. He had looked into his mother's eyes, seen his father's smile, felt the love that radiated from them like warmth from a fire. And that love was real. It had to be. Nothing that powerful could be an illusion. Thank you, he whispered, not to Dumbledore, but to the mirror. To his parents. To whatever force had given him this gift, however brief. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. Come, Harry. It's late, and Christmas morning will arrive whether we sleep or not. The mirror will be here another day, if you wish to visit again. But I would ask you not to linger too long, or too often. You have a future to live, and it will not be found in reflections of the past. Harry nodded, letting Dumbledore guide him away. At the corridor's end, he looked back. The mirror stood in its alcove, golden frame gleaming, his parents still visible in the glass. His mother waved, and his father blew a kiss, and then they were gone, lost to distance and shadow. He carried them with him anyway. In his heart, in his memory, in the love that had always been there, waiting to be found. Christmas morning dawned bright and cold, sunlight streaming through the frost-feathered windows of his tower room. Harry woke to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed, the first real presents he'd ever received. There was a box of honeydukes, best chocolates from Hagrid, a hand-knitted sweater in deep green from Mrs. Weasley delivered by a very confused owl who'd had to find Harry through several wrong turns, a book on magical theory from Professor Flitwick with a note saying he showed exceptional promise, and a small, beautifully wrapped package with no card. Harry opened it last. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a cloak. But not an ordinary cloak. This one was made of something he couldn't identify, some material that seemed to shimmer and flow like liquid silver, that felt lighter than air, that whispered of ancient magic and forgotten secrets. A note lay beneath it, written in familiar, flowing script. Your father left this in my keeping before he died. It is time you had it back. Use it well. *AD*. Harry lifted the cloak, and as it fell open, he understood. The fabric was strange, almost invisible when it moved, as if it didn't quite belong to the ordinary world. An invisibility cloak, one of the rarest magical objects in existence. And it had belonged to his father. He wrapped it around his shoulders, and the world vanished. He could see through the fabric perfectly, his room, the window, the pile of presents, but when he looked down, his body was gone. Only empty space remained where he should have been. A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside him, a real laugh, full of joy and wonder and the pure delight of discovery. He was invisible. He could go anywhere, see anything, be anyone. The possibilities stretched before him like an endless road. But beneath the excitement, something else stirred. A memory of the mirror, of his parents' faces, of the love that had reached across death itself. His father had used this cloak, had wrapped himself in its folds, walked through the castle unseen, lived adventures Harry couldn't imagine. And now it was Harry's. A connection to the man he'd never known, the father who had died to protect him. Thank you, Dad, he whispered into the empty air. I'll take care of it. I promise. The cloak seemed to warm slightly against his skin, as if in answer. That afternoon, Harry visited Hagrid's hut. It stood on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a cozy chaos of hanging meats, roaring fire, and the world's largest, drooliest boarhound. Fang greeted Harry by attempting to lick his entire face off, a welcome warmer than anything Harry had ever received. Hagrid bustled about, brewing tea in a kettle the size of a bathtub and serving rock cakes that were, as promised, extremely rocky. They ate and talked and laughed, and for a few hours, Harry forgot about Horcruxes and prophecies and the darkness waiting in shadows. He was just a boy, spending Christmas with a friend, enjoying the simple pleasure of being wanted. But as afternoon faded into evening and the fire burned low, Hagrid's expression grew serious. There's something I've been meanin' to tell ye, he said, his beetle-black eyes fixed on the flames. Something about your parents. About the night they died. Harry tensed, his rock cake forgotten. What about it? Hagrid was quiet for a long moment, gathering his words. I was the one who found ye. That night. Dumbledore sent me to check on your parents. He'd had a bad feeling, premonition-like, and I got there just after it happened. He took a shaky breath, his massive hands gripping his cup so tightly Harry feared it might shatter. The house was half destroyed. Roof blown off, walls crumbled, fire everywhere. I had to fight through rubble to get inside. And there, in the nursery, I found ye. Lying in your cot, screaming your head off, with that mark fresh on your forehead. And beside ye, his voice cracked, beside ye, lying on the floor, was your mum. She'd fallen protectin' ye. Her arms were still outstretched, still reachin' for ye, even though she was gone. Tears streamed down Harry's face. He didn't try to stop them. I picked ye up, Hagrid continued, his own voice thick with tears. Wrapped ye in a blanket and carried ye out. And I swore, right then, that I'd always look out for ye. That I'd make sure ye knew, somehow, how much they loved ye. Your parents. How much they gave. For ye. He finally looked at Harry, and in his eyes was a love so fierce, so protective, so unwavering that it took Harry's breath away. I'm not your family, Harry. Not really. But I want ye to know, ye've got family in me. Always. Anything ye need, anytime ye need it, I'm here. And I'll always be here. I promise. Harry didn't know who moved first. Maybe they both did. But suddenly he was wrapped in Hagrid's massive arms, held against the giant's barrel chest, feeling the rumble of his sobs and the warmth of his love. It wasn't the same as having his parents. It would never be the same. But it was something. Something precious. Something real. Thank you, Hagrid, he whispered. For everything. They stayed like that until the fire burned to embers and Fang curled at their feet, snoring contentedly. And when Harry finally walked back to the castle, wrapped in his father's cloak and warmed by a friend's love, he felt something he'd never felt before. He felt like he belonged. That night, he dreamed of the mirror. But this time, his parents didn't just stand behind him. They stepped forward, wrapping their arms around him, holding him close. He could feel them, really feel them, their warmth, their presence, their love. His mother's hand stroked his hair. His father's voice whispered in his ear. "We're so proud of you," his mother said. "So proud of the boy you're becoming. You've got your mother's heart," his father added. "And my hair, unfortunately. Sorry about that." Harry laughed through his tears. "I miss you. I miss you so much." "We know," his mother said. "We've always known. And we've always been with you, Harry. In every moment of joy, in every moment of pain, in every moment when you felt alone, we were there. Watching, loving, waiting for the day you'd be ready to know the truth." What truth? His parents exchanged a glance, the kind of glance that spoke of conversations held without words, of a love so deep it transcended even death. "The truth about what you carry," his father said. "The piece of him in your scar, it's not just a fragment of soul. It's a connection, a link. And links go both ways. You've felt him," his mother continued. "His thoughts, his emotions, his desires. But have you considered that he might feel you too?" Harry's blood ran cold. "He can feel me. He knows what I'm thinking." "Not your thoughts," his mother said quickly. "Your emotions, your fears, your hopes. The fragment in your scar is a window, Harry, and windows let light in both directions. He can sense your presence, your power, your potential. That's why he wants you. Not just for revenge, but because you're the key to his return." "The prophecy," Harry whispered. "Either must die at the hand of the other." "Prophecies are tricky things," his father said, echoing Dumbledore's words. "They show possibilities, not certainties. The true meaning may be something else entirely. But one thing is certain, you have a choice. You've always had a choice. Choose love," his mother added, her green eyes burning with intensity. "Always choose love. It's the one thing he can never understand, the one power he can never defeat. When the darkness closes in, when the fear threatens to swallow you whole, remember this moment. Remember us. Remember that love brought us here, across the boundary of death itself, to tell you that you are never alone." The dream began to fade. His parents' arms grew transparent, their voices distant. Harry clung to them desperately, unwilling to let go. "Wait. Please, don't go. We're always here," his mother's voice echoed. "In your heart. In your memories. In the love that will never die. We're always here, Harry. Always." He woke in his tower room, dawnlight painting the walls in shades of gold and rose. His face was wet with tears, but his heart was full to bursting. The dream had felt so real, more real than the mirror, more real than anything he'd experienced since arriving at Hogwarts. And as he lay there, watching the sun rise over the mountains, he made a decision. He would learn everything he could about the fragment in his scar. About Horcruxes. About Voldemort's history, his weaknesses, his fears. He would train harder, study longer, push himself further than any child his age had ever been pushed. He would be ready when the darkness came. But he would also hold on to love. His parents' love, Hagrid's love, the love of friends he hadn't yet made. He would let it fill him, strengthen him, guide him. He would be the person they believed he could be. The war was coming. He could feel it, like a storm gathering on the horizon. But when it arrived, Harry Potter would be waiting. And he would be ready. Chapter 9, The Forbidden Forest. January arrived with teeth of ice and a sky the color of old pewter. The castle settled into the deep stillness of midwinter, students hunched over their books in common rooms, fires roaring in every grate, the grounds outside buried under a blanket of snow that showed no signs of thawing. Harry watched it all from his tower window, his breath fogging the glass, his mind churning with thoughts he couldn't quiet. 2 months since the prophecy. 2 months since Creature's revelation about the Horcrux. 2 months of lessons and dreams and the constant, nagging awareness of the thing that lived in his scar. It had been quiet since Christmas, no visions, no burning, no whispers in the dark, but Harry knew better than to trust the silence. The fragment was waiting, watching, biding its time. What he didn't know was what it was waiting for. Professor McGonagall had increased his transfiguration lessons, pushing him harder than before. Professor Flitwick had introduced him to charms far beyond his year level, praising his natural affinity for precise spellwork. Even Professor Snape, in his cold, detached way, had begun teaching Harry potions that would challenge a fifth-year student. They were preparing him for something, all of them, and the unspoken urgency in their lessons made Harry's skin prickle with unease. But it was the dreams that troubled him most. Not the nightmares, those were familiar now, almost comfortable in their horror. No, these were different. These were quiet dreams, peaceful dreams, dreams in which he walked through corridors that didn't exist and spoke to people who couldn't be real. In one, he'd found himself in a vast library, its shelves stretching into infinity, and a woman's voice had guided him to a specific book, a book about ancient magic and soul magic and the boundaries between life and death. In another, he'd stood before a door made of pure light, and a man's voice had told him he wasn't ready yet, but he would be soon. They felt like messages, like guidance, like his parents, reaching across death itself to prepare him for what was coming. He didn't tell anyone about the dreams. Some part of him, the part that had learned survival in the cupboard under the stairs, whispered that some things were meant to be kept secret. That trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. That the darkness had eyes everywhere, and words spoken aloud could be heard by more than just the intended listener. So he kept silent. He trained. He waited. And on the first day of February, everything changed. It started with a howl. Harry was in his tower room, practicing the wand movements for a difficult transfiguration, when the sound cut through the evening air. It was high and wild and full of a grief so profound it seemed to shake the very stones of the castle. His scar flared, not with pain, but with something else. Recognition. He was at the window before he knew he'd moved, pressing his face to the cold glass. The ground stretched below, white and silent under the rising moon. The forbidden forest loomed in the distance, a wall of darkness against the stars. And from its depths, the howl came again, closer now, more urgent, calling to something deep in Harry's bones. Come, it seemed to say. Come and find me. Come and learn the truth. His father's cloak lay on the bed, a shimmering pool of silver. His wand, 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather, a gift from Dumbledore for his 7th birthday, rested on the nightstand. He looked at them, then back at the forest, then at the cloak again. Don't be stupid, he told himself. The forest is forbidden for a reason. There are things in there that could kill you without a second thought. You're 7 years old. You can't. The howl came again, and this time, Harry heard something else beneath it. A name. His name, spoken in a voice that was ancient and sorrowful and desperately, achingly familiar. Harry. Please. I need you. He didn't stop to think. He grabbed the cloak, threw it around his shoulders, and ran. The castle at night was a different creature entirely. Shadows moved where no shadows should be, and portraits whispered as he passed, their occupants watching him with eyes that seemed to know more than they should. The stairs shifted beneath his feet, but Harry was used to them now, moving with the confidence of someone who had learned the castle's rhythms. He reached the entrance hall in minutes, pushed open the great oak doors, and stepped into the frozen night. The cold hit him like a wall. He pulled the cloak tighter, grateful for its strange warmth, and plunged into the snow. The ground stretched endlessly before him, a white expanse that seemed to go on forever. The forest waited at its edge, dark and patient, and Harry ran toward it with his heart pounding and his scar pulsing with that strange, insistent recognition. Snow soaked through his shoes, freezing his feet, but he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Something was calling him, and he had to answer. The trees swallowed him whole. Inside the forest, the world changed. The moonlight barely penetrated the canopy, leaving everything in deep shadow. Strange sounds echoed from every direction, crackling twigs, rustling leaves, the occasional screech of something that might have been an animal and might have been something else entirely. Harry pressed forward, guided by the pull in his scar, his breath misting in the frigid air. He didn't know how long he walked. Minutes. Hours. Time had no meaning in the forest's depths. But eventually, he came to a clearing, a circle of ancient stones, moss-covered and leaning, that hummed with a magic so old it made his teeth ache. And in the center of the circle, waiting for him, was a wolf. But not an ordinary wolf. This one was enormous, the size of a horse, with fur that gleamed silver in the moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It sat on its haunches, watching him approach with an expression that was almost human. "You came," the wolf said. Its voice was the howl from before, but shaped into words Harry could understand. "I wondered if you would. The others said you were too young, too afraid, too human to hear the call. But I knew better. I could feel you, little one. Feel the wildness in your blood." Harry stopped at the edge of the clearing, his heart hammering. "Who are you? What do you want?" The wolf tilted its head, and something like amusement flickered in its ancient eyes. "Names are for humans. I am what I have always been, a guardian of the old places, a keeper of the old magic. The forest knows me. The stones remember me. And you, little one, are connected to me in ways you cannot yet understand." It rose, moving with a grace that belied its enormous size, and padded toward Harry. He forced himself to stand still, to not run, to trust the strange instinct that had brought him here. "Your mother," the wolf said, stopping inches from him, "was special. Not just because of her magic, though that was considerable. But because she understood. She saw the world not as humans see it, divided into safe and dangerous, known and unknown, but as it truly is. A web. A connection. A living thing. My mother." Harry's voice cracked. "You knew my mother." "I knew her." The wolf's eyes softened. "She came to this forest many times, despite the rules, despite the danger. She understood that some truths can only be found in wild places. She sat where you're standing now, and she asked the stones the same questions you're burning to ask." Harry's knees gave way. He sank to the snow-covered ground, his eyes never leaving the wolf's face. "What did they tell her?" The wolf was silent for a long moment. Then it lay down, bringing its face level with Harry's, and began to speak. "They told her about the darkness that was coming. About the child she would bear, and the mark he would carry, and the choice he would one day have to make. They told her that her love would be the weapon that saved him, and the chain that bound him to the light. They told her to be brave, to be strong, to trust in the magic that runs deeper than any spell." It paused, and when it spoke again, its voice was thick with something that might have been grief. "They did not tell her that she would die. Some truths are too heavy even for ancient stones." Harry's eyes burned. He thought of his mother, young and brave and desperate, sitting in this very spot, hearing prophecies about a child not yet born. He thought of the weight she must have carried, the fear she must have felt, the love that had driven her to face it all without flinching. "Is that why you called me here?" he asked. "To tell me about my mother?" "No." The wolf leaned closer, and Harry felt its breath warm against his face. "I called you here because the darkness is stirring. Because the fragment in your scar is waking, and when it fully awakens, it will call to its master across any distance. You need to be ready, little one. You need to understand what you carry." "I know what I carry," Harry said bitterly. "A piece of Voldemort's soul. A connection to the darkest wizard in history. A target on my back that everyone can see but no one can remove." The wolf made a sound that might have been a laugh. "You know nothing. The fragment is not just a piece of soul, it is a key. A key to doors that should never be opened, to powers that should never be wielded. The Dark Lord did not make Horcruxes by accident. He made them because he understood something that most wizards have forgotten, that death is not an end, but a transformation. That the boundaries between living and dead are thinner than they appear. That with the right sacrifice, the right ritual, the right magic, anything is possible." Harry's blood ran cold. "What are you saying?" The wolf's eyes burned with an intensity that made him want to look away. "I am saying that your scar is not just a mark of what happened. It is a door. And if the Dark Lord completes his ritual, if he regains his body and his power, he will use that door to enter you. To take your body as his own. To extinguish your soul and wear your flesh like a suit of clothes." The words hung in the air between them, terrible and final. Harry couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but stare at the wolf and try to process what it had just told him. Possession, he whispered. He wants to possess me. The fragment in your scar is a piece of his soul. It recognizes him as its source, its origin, its whole. When he regains enough power, he will call to it, and it will answer. It will pull you toward him, body and soul, until there is no separation left. You will become him, and he will become you, and the boy called Harry Potter will cease to exist. No. The word came out stronger than Harry felt. No, I won't let that happen. I'll fight. You cannot fight what is already inside you. The wolf's voice was gentle now, sad. The fragment is not an invader. It is not a parasite that can be removed. It is part of you now, woven into your magic, your mind, your very soul. Fighting it would be like fighting your own heart. Then what do I do? Harry's voice broke. If I can't fight it, if I can't remove it, if he's going to use it to take me over, what do I do? The wolf was silent for a long moment. Then it rose, padding to the center of the stone circle, and looked up at the moon. There is another way, it said. A way the Dark Lord does not know, cannot understand, could never conceive. The fragment is part of you now, but you are also part of it. The connection goes both ways. And if you are strong enough, brave enough, loving enough, you can use that connection not as a chain, but as a weapon. How? The wolf turned to face him, and in its eyes, Harry saw the reflection of 1,000 moons, 1,000 years, 1,000 secrets. Love, it said simply. The one thing the Dark Lord cannot create, cannot understand, cannot defeat. Your mother's love flows through you like a river, Harry. It is in every breath you take, every beat of your heart, every choice you make. That love is a power older than magic, deeper than darkness, stronger than death. If you can learn to wield it, not as a shield, but as a sword, you can turn his own weapon against him. You can use the connection to strike at his soul, to wound him in ways he cannot heal, to destroy him from within. Harry thought about his mother's face in his dreams. About her voice telling him to choose love. About the warmth that filled him when he remembered that someone, somewhere, had loved him enough to die for him. I don't know how, he admitted. I don't know how to use love as a weapon. I don't even know if I have enough love to make a difference. The wolf moved closer, pressing its massive head against Harry's chest. Its warmth seeped into him, and with it came a flood of images. His mother holding him as a baby, his father laughing at some private joke, Hagrid's massive arms wrapping him in a hug, Dumbledore's twinkling eyes promising protection, Creature's ancient face streaked with tears of gratitude. All the love he'd received, all the love he'd felt, all the love that had shaped him into who he was. You have more love than you know, the wolf murmured. More than enough. The question is whether you have the courage to use it. They stayed like that as the moon traced its path across the sky. Harry's mind churned with everything he'd learned, the possession, the connection, the impossible choice ahead. But beneath the fear, beneath the confusion, something else stirred. A determination, a resolve, a refusal to let the darkness win. I'll do it, he said finally. I'll learn, I'll fight, I'll use love however I have to. I won't let him take me. The wolf pulled back, and in its eyes, Harry saw approval. Good. Then your education begins now. The wolf taught him for 3 nights. Each night, Harry slipped out of the castle under his father's cloak, crossed the frozen grounds, and entered the forest. Each night, he sat in the stone circle and learned. The wolf taught him about the old magic, the magic that existed before wands, before spells, before the very concept of wizardry. It taught him about the boundaries between worlds, about the thin places where the living could speak to the dead, about the power of sacrifice and intention and love. It taught him to feel the fragment in his scar not as an enemy, but as a part of himself. To understand its hunger, its loneliness, its desperate need to be whole. To recognize that Voldemort, for all his power, was driven by a fear so profound, so all-consuming, that it had eaten away everything else. He didn't want to possess Harry because he hated him, he wanted to possess Harry because he was terrified of death, terrified of oblivion, terrified of the nothingness that awaited him if he didn't find a way to survive. The Dark Lord is the most pitiable creature you will ever face, the wolf said on their final night together. He has power beyond imagining, followers willing to die for him, knowledge that spans decades. But he has no love, no connection, no warmth. He is alone in a way you cannot comprehend, utterly, completely, eternally alone. And that aloneness is his greatest weakness. But he's also the most dangerous wizard in history, Harry pointed out. How can loneliness be a weakness if he's that powerful? Because power without love is hollow. It can destroy, but it cannot create. It can terrify, but it cannot inspire. It can conquer, but it cannot build. The Dark Lord has spent his entire life accumulating power, and what does he have to show for it? Followers who fear him, enemies who hate him, a soul so shattered it can barely be called a soul at all. The wolf's eyes burned. You, on the other hand, have love. You have friends who would die for you, a family, however unconventional, that cares for you, a mother's sacrifice that protects you even now. That is real power, Harry. That is the kind of power that outlasts death. Harry thought about the Dursleys, who had never loved him. He thought about Hogwarts, where he'd found people who did. He thought about the difference between the two, and for the first time, he truly understood what the wolf meant. Is that why he wants me? He asked. Because I have what he doesn't. In part. The wolf rose, stretching its enormous frame. But also because you are the only one who can give him what he truly desires. Not power, he has that already. Not immortality, he's found ways to achieve that on his own. What he desires, what he has always desired, is connection. Belonging, love, and you, Harry, are the key to all of it. If he can possess you, he can experience those things through you. He can finally know what it feels like to be loved. The thought was so revolting, so wrong, that Harry nearly vomited. The idea of Voldemort using his body, his feelings, his connections, using his mother's love, was obscene in a way he couldn't articulate. That's never going to happen, he said, and his voice was steel. I'd rather die. That may yet be the choice you face. The wolf's voice was gentle but unflinching. Death or possession, sacrifice or survival. The prophecy says that neither can live while the other survives, and that may be literal. You may have to die to stop him. Or you may have to kill him to save yourself. Either way, someone dies, Harry. That is the weight you carry. Harry looked up at the moon, cold and distant, and thought about everything he'd learned. About the fragment in his scar. About the possession to come. About the choice that waited at the end of it all. I'll be ready, he said. Whatever it takes, I'll be ready. The wolf nodded once, then turned and padded into the darkness. At the edge of the clearing, it paused and looked back. The forest will remember you, Harry Potter. The stones will guard your secrets. And when the time comes, when the darkness closes in and the choice is before you, remember what I taught you. Love is not a shield. It is a sword. Wield it well. Then it was gone, swallowed by shadow, and Harry was alone in the clearing with the ancient stones and the cold moonlight and the weight of everything pressing down on him. He stayed until dawn, then rose and walked back to the castle. His father's cloak wrapped him in warmth, but inside, something had changed. The fear was still there, it would always be there. But beneath it, stronger now, was something else. Purpose. The war was coming. Voldemort was coming. Possession was coming. And Harry Potter, 7 years old and already carrying the weight of the world, was going to be ready. No matter what it cost. Chapter 10, The Letter. Spring arrived at Hogwarts like an apology for winter's harshness. The snow melted, revealing grounds that burst with unexpected color, clusters of wildflowers Harry had never noticed, trees that unfurled leaves of brilliant green, a lake that sparkled under sunlight instead of huddling gray and sullen under ice. The castle seemed to breathe easier, its ancient stones warming to the touch, its corridors filled with the scent of blooming things drifting through open windows. Harry turned 8 years old in this season of renewal. It was a quiet birthday by any measure. Mitzi brought a cake to his tower room, a magnificent creation of chocolate and strawberries that would have fed the entire Dursley family for a month. Hagrid visited with a lumpy package that contained a hand-carved flute made it myself, from a tree the centaurs said I could take. Professor Flitwick stopped by to teach him a new charm that made sparks dance in rainbow colors. Even Professor McGonagall appeared, stiff and formal, to present him with a book on advanced transfiguration theory that was probably meant for students 5 years older. But the gift that mattered most arrived by owl, in an envelope that smelled faintly of lavender and wood smoke. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately, even though he'd never seen it before. Looping, elegant, full of curves and flourishes, it looked like something from another century, another world. He broke the wax seal, a phoenix, rising from flames, with trembling fingers and unfolded the parchment inside. My dear Harry. 8 years old. I can scarcely believe it. It seems only yesterday that I held you in my arms for the first time, a tiny bundle with your mother's eyes and your father's impressive lung capacity. You screamed for 3 hours straight, as I recall, and James spent the entire time trying to soothe you with badly sung lullabies. Lily finally took over and had you sleeping in minutes. She always did have a gift. Asterisk. I think of them often, your parents. Especially on days like this, days that should have been filled with their laughter, their love, their pride in the remarkable boy you're becoming. They would be so proud of you, Harry. Not because of the prophecy, not because of the mark you carry, but because of who you are. Because of the kindness I see in you, the courage, the stubborn refusal to let darkness win. Asterisk. You've learned much this past year, more than most children learn in a lifetime. You've faced horrors that would break grown wizards and emerged not just intact, but stronger. You've made friends in unexpected places and found family where none existed before. You've begun to understand the weight you carry and the choices that await. Asterisk. But there is one thing you have not yet learned, and it is time. Asterisk. I am sending you a book with this letter. It is very old, very rare, and very dangerous. It contains knowledge that has been lost to the wizarding world for centuries, knowledge about the nature of souls, the boundaries between life and death, and the magic that can cross them. Your mother found it during her 6th year, hidden in a corner of the library that hadn't been touched in generations. She used it to understand the prophecy, to prepare for the dangers ahead. Now it is yours. Asterisk. Read it carefully, Harry. Some of what you find will frighten you. Some will confuse you. Some may even make you angry. But all of it is true, and all of it is necessary. The fragment in your scar is not just a piece of Voldemort's soul, it is a window into magic that most wizards have forgotten. If you can learn to see through that window, to understand what it shows you, you may find weapons you never knew existed. Asterisk. I will not pretend the path ahead is easy. It is not. There will be pain, loss, moments when you question everything you believe. But I have watched you, Harry, from that first night in the hospital to your journeys into the Forbidden Forest. Yes, I know about the wolf. There is little that happens in this castle that escapes my notice. I have seen your strength, your courage, your capacity for love. And I believe, I know, that you have what it takes to face what's coming. Asterisk. Happy birthday, my boy. Your parents are watching, and they are smiling. Asterisk. With all my love. Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down his face. When he finally looked up, he found a small, leather-bound book resting on his windowsill, exactly where Dumbledore had said it would be. It was old, ancient, really, its cover cracked and faded, its pages yellowed with age. The title, stamped in gold leaf that had long since tarnished, read, Soul Magic, the Boundless Art. He reached for it with trembling hands. The book consumed him. For weeks, Harry read whenever he wasn't in lessons or sleeping. He read at breakfast, ignoring Mitzi's worried clucking. He read in the library, hunched over the ancient pages while Madame Pants glared at him from her desk. He read late into the night, by wandlight, his eyes burning and his mind racing with concepts that seemed to shift and change every time he thought he understood them. Soul magic was nothing like the magic he'd learned from his professors. It didn't use wands or incantations or precise wand movements. It was older, stranger, more dangerous. It dealt with the essence of being, the part of a person that existed before birth and continued after death, the spark that made each individual unique. And it operated on principles that defied ordinary logic. The soul cannot be destroyed, the book explained. It can be fragmented, as the Dark Lord has done. It can be bound, as in certain dark rituals. It can even be transferred, though such magic carries terrible consequences. But it cannot be unmade. The soul is eternal. It is the one thing in all of creation that truly lasts. Harry read that passage a dozen times, trying to understand its implications. If the soul was eternal, then his parents weren't truly gone. They existed somewhere, not as ghosts, not as living beings, but as something else. Something that could perhaps be reached, if one knew how. The book hinted at methods. Dangerous methods. Rituals that required sacrifices Harry wasn't willing to make, boundaries he wasn't willing to cross. But it also spoke of love, the same love the wolf had described, the same love Dumbledore had emphasized, the same love his mother had used to protect him. Love is the only force that can cross the boundary between living and dead without ritual or sacrifice, the book stated. It is the language of souls, the bridge between worlds, the one magic that requires nothing but the heart's true intention. Those who love deeply are never truly separated from those they love. Death is merely a door, and love is the key. Harry closed the book and stared out the window at the grounds below. Students were playing near the lake, their laughter drifting up on the spring breeze. They looked so normal, so ordinary, so untouched by the darkness that haunted his every moment. He envied them with an intensity that surprised him. But beneath the envy, something else stirred. A determination to understand, to learn, to master the magic that would let him face Voldemort and win. Not just survive, win. Destroy the fragment in his scar without destroying himself. Protect the people he was coming to love. Honor his parents' sacrifice by living the life they died to give him. He opened the book again and kept reading. The dreams changed after he started the book. They were sharper now, more vivid, more real. He still dreamed of the forest sometimes, of the wolf and the stones and the ancient magic that lived there. But more often, he dreamed of a house he'd never seen, a small cottage with a garden full of flowers and a swing hanging from an old oak tree. In the dreams, he was a baby, held in his mother's arms while his father made exaggerated faces to amuse him. He could feel their love like sunlight on his skin, warm and constant and utterly safe. But other dreams came too. Darker dreams. Dreams of a cave filled with dead things, their cold hands reaching for him. Dreams of a diary with a voice that whispered promises of power and belonging. Dreams of a snake with eyes like rubies, coiled around a stone basin, waiting. The fragment in his scar stirred during these dreams. Not with pain, not anymore, but with something that felt almost like recognition. Like it knew these places, these things, these dangers. Like it was showing them to him for a reason. He's preparing me, Harry realized one night, sitting up in bed with his heart pounding. The fragment, it's showing me what's coming. What he's planning. What I need to stop. But why would a piece of Voldemort's soul help him? Unless it wants me to succeed. Unless it wants me to stop him. The thought was so strange, so counterintuitive, that Harry almost dismissed it. But the more he considered, the more sense it made. The fragment was part of Voldemort, yes, but it was also separate. It had its own existence, its own desires, its own needs. And what did any living thing need most? To survive. If Voldemort succeeded in returning, in regaining his body and his power, what would happen to the fragment? Would it be reabsorbed, losing its separate existence? Would it be destroyed, discarded, forgotten? Or would it remain, a permanent connection between them, a leash the Dark Lord could use to control the boy who carried it? The fragment didn't want to be controlled any more than Harry did. It wanted to survive, and surviving meant keeping Voldemort from returning. Or at least, keeping him from reclaiming what he'd lost. We're allies, Harry thought, and the realization made him laugh despite the horror of it. Me and the piece of Voldemort's soul. Allies against Voldemort himself. It was absurd. It was impossible. It was also, apparently, true. He confronted Dumbledore about it during their next meeting. The headmaster's office was as cluttered as ever, the silver instruments humming their eternal songs, Fawkes preening on his perch. Dumbledore listened without interruption as Harry explained his theory, the dreams, the fragment's apparent cooperation, the strange alliance forming in the depths of his scar. When Harry finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled, a sad, knowing smile that made him look older than Harry had ever seen him. You have discovered something that took me years to understand, he said quietly. The soul is not a simple thing, Harry. It is not merely good or evil, light or dark. It is complex, contradictory, capable of holding opposing truths simultaneously. The fragment in your scar is a piece of Voldemort, but it is also a piece of you. It has grown with you, changed with you, been shaped by your experiences and your choices. It is no longer purely his. It is something else. What, then? Harry asked. What is it? Dumbledore rose and moved to the window, looking out at the grounds. I cannot answer that. No one can. The fragment is unique, the only piece of a soul ever to survive in another living being for so long. It may become your greatest ally. It may become your greatest enemy. It may simply be neither friend nor foe, but an inextricable part of who you are. He turned back to face Harry, and his eyes were troubled. The danger is that you cannot know which until it's too late. The fragment may be helping you now because it serves its purposes, but those purposes may change. When Voldemort returns, when he calls to it, the fragment may answer despite its desire for independence. The pull of the original soul is powerful, Harry. More powerful than anything you can imagine. Harry thought about the wolf's words, "You cannot fight what is already inside you," and felt the weight of them more heavily than ever. The fragment was part of him now, woven into his very being. Fighting it would be like fighting himself. "I'm not going to fight it," he said slowly. "I'm going to understand it. Learn from it. Use it." He met Dumbledore's eyes. The wolf said love could be a sword. Maybe understanding can be too. If I know the fragment, if I know what it wants, what it fears, what it needs, maybe I can use that knowledge against Voldemort. Maybe I can turn his own soul against him. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, and Harry saw something shift in those ancient eyes. Respect, perhaps. Or hope. "Your parents would be proud," he said softly. "Not just of your courage, but of your wisdom. You have chosen the harder path, not to destroy, but to understand. Not to fight, but to learn. That is the mark of a true leader, Harry. That is the mark of a great wizard." Harry didn't feel like a great wizard. He felt like an 8-year-old boy, carrying a weight no child should bear, facing a future too terrible to contemplate. But standing in Dumbledore's office, with Fawkes singing softly on his perch and the ancient magic of Hogwarts humming through the walls, he made a vow. He would learn. He would grow. He would understand. And when the final battle came, as it surely would, he would be ready. Not just to fight, but to win. The fragment in his scar pulsed once, warm and almost comforting, as if in agreement. Summer arrived, and with it, a change Harry hadn't expected. Dumbledore had arranged for him to stay at Hogwarts year-round. There was no question of returning to the Dursleys, not after everything that had happened. But the castle in summer was different from the castle during term. Quieter, emptier, more mysterious. Corridors that had been crowded with students became private passages for exploration. Classrooms that had bustled with activity became silent sanctuaries for study. Harry explored them all, his father's cloak always ready, his wand always close. He found rooms no one had entered in decades, rooms filled with strange artifacts, forgotten books, echoes of magic long since faded. He found passages that led to places not on any map, staircases that moved to floors that didn't exist, doors that opened onto gardens that couldn't possibly fit inside the castle's walls. And always, he read. The book on soul magic became his constant companion, its pages worn soft from handling, its margins filled with his cramped handwriting. He practiced the exercises it described, meditations on the nature of self, visualizations of the soul's energy, experiments with the boundaries between consciousness and deeper awareness. Some worked, some didn't. All taught him something. The fragment watched, learned. Sometimes, in the quiet moments between waking and sleeping, Harry felt it reaching toward him, not with malice but with something that felt almost like curiosity. It was studying him as much as he was studying it, trying to understand this strange creature who carried it, this boy who refused to hate it despite everything. We're in this together, Harry thought it at once, in the darkness of his tower room. Whether we like it or not. Might as well make the best of it. For just a moment, he felt an answering pulse, a flicker of something that might have been agreement. Then it was gone, and Harry was alone with the moonlight and the weight of everything he carried. But he wasn't alone. He hadn't been alone for a long time. On the last day of summer, an owl arrived with a letter that changed everything. It was from Hagrid, written in his large, looping scrawl on a piece of parchment that looked like it had been used to wrap something first. Harry. Something's happened. Something bad. Dumbledore left this morning, called away on urgent business. He didn't say where or why, but he looked worried, really worried. I've never seen him like that. There's talk in the village. Whispers. People are scared. They're saying things are stirring, things that have been quiet for years. Dark things. And they're saying his name, you know whose name, like they expect him to appear any moment. Asterisk. I don't know what's going on, but I thought you should know. Stay in the castle. Don't go anywhere alone. And if you need me, really need me, send word. I'll come running. Asterisk. Hagrid. Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. Dumbledore gone. Whispers in the village. Dark things stirring. And Voldemort's name on everyone's lips. The fragment in his scar pulsed, not with warning, but with something else. Excitement. Anticipation. The feeling of a hunt beginning, of prey finally stirring after long hibernation. He's moving, asterisk Harry realized. Voldemort. He's finally moving, asterisk. He looked out the window at the grounds below, golden in the evening light. Students would be returning in a few days, filling the castle with noise and life. But for now, it was quiet. Empty. Waiting. Just like him. He gathered his cloak, his wand, his book. Then he sat in the window seat and watched the sun set over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple and deep, bruised blue. The war was beginning, and Harry Potter, 8 years old and carrying a piece of his enemy's soul, was ready to fight. Whatever it took, whatever it cost, he was ready. Chapter 11, The Broken Wand. The castle felt different with Dumbledore gone. Harry noticed it on the second day, a subtle shift in the ancient magic that hummed through the stones, like a song missing its melody. The portraits whispered more than usual, their inhabitants gathering in groups to exchange worried glances. The suits of armor seemed to watch him as he passed, their empty helmets turning just slightly to track his movements. Even Peeves was subdued, floating through corridors with none of his usual chaotic energy. Something was wrong, deeply wrong, and Harry couldn't shake the feeling that it had something to do with him. He threw himself into his studies with desperate intensity, spending hours in the library, in his tower room, in the abandoned classrooms where he could practice magic without observation. The book on soul magic had become his Bible, its principles guiding every meditation, every exercise, every attempt to understand the fragment that lived in his scar. But the fragment was changing. It had been quiet for months, present but dormant, a background hum that Harry had learned to ignore. Now it was waking, stirring, reaching towards something Harry couldn't sense. He felt it in his dreams, in the moments between waking and sleeping, in the sudden flashes of emotion that weren't his own. Rage, triumph, anticipation. The fragment was feeling things, strong things, and those feelings bled into Harry whether he wanted them or not. On the 5th day of Dumbledore's absence, the dreams turned to nightmares. He was in a graveyard. The headstones stretched in every direction, gray and weathered, their inscriptions worn smooth by centuries of rain and wind. A yew tree loomed overhead, its branches twisted into shapes that hurt to look at. And at the center of it all, a cauldron bubbled over a fire that burned with green flames. Figures surrounded the cauldron, hooded, masked, their wands raised in silent salute. They were waiting for something. Someone. And Harry knew, with the cold certainty of prophecy, who that someone was. A shape emerged from the darkness. Small at first, little more than a bundle of rags and bones. But as it approached the cauldron, it grew, thickening, strengthening, becoming. Flesh formed over skeletal limbs. A face emerged from the shadows, pale as bone, with slits for nostrils and eyes as red as fresh blood. Lord Voldemort rose from the cauldron, reborn and terrible, and his red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that stopped his heart. "I see you, boy," that cold voice hissed. "I have always seen you. But now I can touch you." A hand reached out, impossibly long, impossibly pale, and closed around Harry's throat. He tried to scream, but no sound came. Tried to fight, but his body wouldn't move. The hand tightened, squeezing the life from him, and Voldemort's face swam closer, those red eyes burning into his. Harry woke screaming. He was in his tower room, tangled in sheets drenched with sweat. Moonlight streamed through the window, silver and cold. His scar was blazing, not with the familiar warning pulse, but with searing, agonizing pain that made him gasp and clutch his forehead. And in the corner of the room, something watched. It was a figure, tall and cloaked, its face hidden in shadow. But Harry didn't need to see its face to know who it was. He could feel it, feel the connection, feel the piece of his scar reaching toward its source with desperate hunger. "No," he whispered. "You're not real. You're not here. The figure moved closer, gliding across the stone floor without making a sound. It stopped at the foot of his bed, and from the shadow of its hood, 2 red eyes gleamed. Not yet, the voice whispered. But soon, soon, little prince. The ritual is complete. The vessel is prepared. All that remains is you. Harry scrambled backward, pressing himself against the headboard. His wand was on the nightstand, too far away. His father's cloak was across the room. He had nothing but his terror and the burning in his scar. You cannot run, the figure hissed. You cannot hide. The fragment calls to me, and I answer. It is only a matter of time before you answer too. Never. Harry's voice was barely a whisper, but it held a defiance that surprised him. I'll never serve you. I'll die first. The figure laughed, a sound like breaking glass, like screaming, like the death of hope. Die. You think death is an escape. You think dying will free you from me. Foolish child. Death is merely a door, and I hold the key. If you die, your soul will be mine to command for eternity. There is no escape. There is no mercy. There is only me. The red eyes burned brighter, and Harry felt something reach for him, not physically, but magically. A probe, searching for the fragment, seeking to strengthen the connection, to pull him toward that terrible presence. But as the probe touched his scar, something else stirred. Something warm and bright and fiercely protective. His mother's love, the ancient magic that had saved him as a baby, that lived in his blood and his bones and his very soul, rose to meet the darkness. The figure screamed, not a sound of pain, but of fury. Of frustration. Of a hunger thwarted at the moment of feeding. That magic, it spat. That accursed magic. It should have faded by now. It should have died with her. Why does it persist? Why does it protect you still? Harry didn't know. But he felt it, felt his mother's love wrapping around him like a shield, warm and bright and unbreakable. The probe retreated, hissing with rage, and the figure began to fade. This is not over, boy. The ritual is complete. The vessel waits. And when I return, and I will return, I will bring power beyond your imagining. Power that even love cannot defeat. The red eyes vanished. The figure dissolved. And Harry was alone in his tower room, shaking, crying, his scar throbbing with residual pain. He didn't sleep again that night. Dumbledore returned the next morning. Harry was in the library, trying to lose himself in the soul magic book, when the headmaster found him. Dumbledore looked exhausted, older than Harry had ever seen him, his eyes dimmed with a weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. But when he saw Harry, something flickered in those ancient eyes. Concern, fear, determination. I heard what happened, he said quietly, taking the seat opposite Harry. The castle told me. It felt the intrusion, felt the darkness that tried to reach you. I came as quickly as I could. Harry closed the book, his hands trembling. He's back. He's really back. I saw it, the ritual, the cauldron, the rebirth. And he came here, to my room. He tried to take me. Dumbledore's face went pale. He manifested here, physically. Not physically. But I saw him, felt him. He said the ritual was complete, that the vessel was prepared, that all that remained was me. Harry's voice cracked. He said my mother's magic shouldn't still be protecting me. That it should have faded by now. Why hasn't it faded? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with something Harry couldn't identify. Because love that's strong doesn't fade, Harry. It doesn't diminish with time or distance. It is eternal, unchanging, absolute. Your mother gave her life for you, not in a moment of impulse, but with full knowledge of what she was doing. She chose to die so you could live. That choice created magic so profound, so ancient, that even Voldemort cannot fully comprehend it. But he said, Voldemort understands many things. Power, fear, control. But love is beyond his comprehension. He cannot create it, cannot feel it, cannot truly understand it. He sees your mother's protection as a barrier to be broken, a puzzle to be solved. He does not realize that it is not a barrier at all, it is a bridge. Harry frowned. A bridge. To what? To her. Dumbledore's eyes met his, and in them, Harry saw something he'd never seen before. A vulnerability, an openness, a willingness to share a truth long hidden. Your mother's love did not end with her death, Harry. It cannot end. Love is not bounded by mortality. It exists beyond life, beyond death, beyond any force Voldemort can wield. And because you carry that love in your heart, you carry a piece of her with you always. A piece that can never be taken, never be destroyed, never be used against you. Harry thought about his dreams, his mother's face, her voice, her love wrapping around him like warmth from a fire. He thought about the wolf's words, love is the one thing he can never take from you. He thought about the fragment in his scar, pulsing with darkness, and the light that had risen to meet it when Voldemort attacked. Can I use it? He asked. The love, can I use it like magic? Dumbledore smiled, a tired smile, but a genuine one. You already have. Every time you've resisted the fragment's influence, you've used it. Every time you've chosen hope over despair, you've used it. Every time you've reached out to someone in kindness, in friendship, in love, you've used it. The magic is in you, Harry. It always has been, but I need more. He's coming back, really coming back. And when he does, I need to be ready. And you will be. Dumbledore reached across the table and took Harry's hand. I will not lie to you, the path ahead is dark and dangerous. Voldemort's return changes everything. The war that has been simmering for years will soon boil over, and you will be at its center. But you will not face it alone. You have friends, allies, people who love you. And you have your mother's magic, stronger than any dark enchantment. Harry wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe that love could triumph over darkness, that his mother's sacrifice would be enough, that he had the strength to face what was coming. But the memory of those red eyes, that cold voice, that reaching probe, they haunted him still. The vessel, he said. He mentioned a vessel. What does that mean? Dumbledore's expression darkened. A body. Voldemort has been existing as something less than a ghost for over a decade, a spirit, a shadow, a creature of mist and memory. To regain full power, he needs a physical form. A vessel. From what you've described, he has found one. Who? Whose body? I don't know. But I intend to find out. Dumbledore rose, his weariness seeming to lift as purpose filled him. There are those who track such things, old allies, old enemies, people who have spent years watching for signs of his return. I will contact them, share what we've learned, begin preparations. Preparations for what? Dumbledore looked at him, and in his eyes, Harry saw the weight of decades, the burden of leadership, the sorrow of knowing what was to come. For war, Harry. For the battle that has been coming since the night you were marked. Voldemort will not stop until he has you, or until you destroy him. There is no middle ground, no compromise, no peace. Only victory or death. The words hung in the air between them, heavy and final. Harry thought about the prophecy, either must die at the hand of the other. He thought about the fragment in his scar, the connection that bound him to Voldemort whether he wanted it or not. He thought about his mother, who had died to give him this chance, this life, this fight. I understand, he said quietly. I'll be ready. Dumbledore nodded once, then turned and walked away, his robes billowing behind him. Harry watched him go, then looked down at the book in his hands. Soul Magic, the Boundless Art. Asterisk. He opened it to a marked page and began to read. The weeks that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. Dumbledore was gone more than he was present, traveling to meet with allies, gather intelligence, prepare for the conflict to come. McGonagall took over Harry's education, pushing him harder than ever before, not just in transfiguration, but in combat magic, defensive spells, the kind of magic that could mean the difference between life and death. Flitwick taught him charms designed to disarm, incapacitate, protect. Even Snape, in his cold, detached way, began teaching Harry potions. That could heal, could harm, could hide. But it was the lessons no one taught that mattered most. The fragment in his scar was changing, growing stronger, more aware, more present. Harry felt it in every moment now, a constant presence at the edge of his consciousness. It watched as he trained, as he studied, as he ate and slept and dreamed. It learned alongside him, absorbing everything, preparing for something Harry couldn't yet understand. Sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night, Harry reached out to it. Not with words, the fragment didn't communicate in words, but with intention, with emotion, with the strange connection that bound them together. And sometimes, the fragment reached back. Why do you help me? Harry asked once, in the darkness of his tower room. You're part of him. You should want me to fail. Asterisk. The fragment's response was not words, but feelings. A complex tangle of emotions that Harry had to parse like a foreign language. There was fear of being reabsorbed, of losing its separate existence. There was curiosity, a genuine interest in this strange creature who carried it, who refused to hate it despite everything. And there was something else, something Harry couldn't quite name. Something that felt almost like affection. You're changing, he realized. Being with me, it's changing you. The fragment pulsed, and Harry felt something that might have been agreement. Then it retreated, leaving him alone with the moonlight and the weight of everything he carried. On Harry's 9th birthday, a package arrived that changed everything. It was small, wrapped in plain brown paper, with no return address and no indication of who had sent it. Harry opened it carefully, half expecting some trick or trap. Inside, nestled on a bed of straw, was a wand. But not just any wand. This one was old, ancient, even, its wood dark with age, its surface carved with symbols Harry didn't recognize. It was shorter than his own wand, more delicate, and when he picked it up, something extraordinary happened. The fragment in his scar surged. Not with pain, not with warning, but with recognition. With joy. With a desperate, overwhelming hunger that made Harry gasp and drop the wand as if burned. A note fluttered from the wrapping. Harry grabbed it with trembling hands. Happy birthday, Harry. This wand belonged to your mother before she received her first proper wand at 11. It is not a powerful wand, it was never intended to be. It is a training wand, used by young witches and wizards to practice basic magic before they're old enough for the real thing. But it has one property that makes it valuable: it is attuned to your mother's magic. Her love, her sacrifice. The fragment in your scar responds to this wand because it recognizes your mother's magic. It remembers her, not consciously, but deeply. She was the last person to wield this wand before you, and her essence lingers in the wood. Use it, Harry. Practice with it. Let it remind the fragment of the love that defeated Voldemort once before. Let it teach you what the fragment truly is, not just a piece of darkness, but a piece of something that can be changed. With all my hope. Someone who believes in you. Harry stared at the note, his mind reeling. His mother's wand. Her training wand, imbued with her magic, her love, her essence. And the fragment recognized it, responded to it, wanted it. He picked up the wand again, more carefully this time. The surge of recognition was still there, but softer now, gentler. The fragment wasn't trying to overwhelm him, it was reaching out, curious, almost plaintive. It wanted to touch this magic, this remnant of the woman who had defeated its original owner. She defeated him, Harry thought. With love. With sacrifice. With magic this wand still carries. He raised the wand and whispered the first spell that came to mind. Lumos. Light bloomed at the wand's tip, not the steady glow of his own wand, but something softer, warmer, more golden. It filled the tower room with a gentle radiance that made the shadows retreat and the cold stones feel almost cozy. And in that light, Harry saw something impossible. His mother stood before him. Not a ghost, ghosts were solid, substantial, visible to all. This was something else. A shimmer, a presence, a memory made manifest. She smiled at him, her green eyes bright with tears, and reached out a hand that passed through his cheek like warm sunlight. My brave boy, she whispered, and her voice was the wind in the leaves, the crackle of the fire, the beat of his own heart. My Harry. You've grown so beautiful. Mum. The word was a sob, a prayer, a desperate reaching across the boundaries of death. Mum, I miss you. I miss you so much. I know. Her image flickered, the wand light dimming slightly. I've always known. And I've always been with you, Harry. In every moment of joy, in every moment of pain, in every moment when you felt alone, I was there. Watching, loving, waiting for the day you'd be ready to see me. Ready. Harry's voice cracked. Ready for what? Ready to understand. She moved closer, her shimmering form almost solid in the golden light. The fragment in your scar, it's not just a piece of Voldemort. It's a piece of you now. It has grown with you, changed with you, been shaped by your experiences and your choices. And because of that, it can be reached. It can be taught. It can be turned. Turned how? With love. Her smile was radiant, heartbreaking. The same love that saved you as a baby. The same love that protects you still. The fragment responds to love, Harry, it craves it, hungers for it, needs it in ways it doesn't understand. Voldemort cannot love, cannot feel love, cannot comprehend love. But the fragment is no longer purely Voldemort. It is part of you. And you, my darling boy, are capable of loving even the most broken things. Harry looked at the wand in his hand, at the golden light spilling from its tip, at the shimmering image of his mother. He thought about the fragment, its fear, its curiosity, its strange, growing attachment to him. He thought about Voldemort, alone and loveless, unable to understand the very thing that could save or destroy him. I don't know if I can, he whispered. Love something that's part of him. Love something that wants to possess me. You already do. His mother's voice was gentle, certain. You feel it, don't you? The connection, the understanding, the strange kinship that has grown between you. That's love, Harry. Not the romantic kind, not the easy kind, but the real kind. The kind that sees the worst in someone and chooses to hope anyway. The wand light flickered, dimming. His mother's image began to fade. I have to go, she said, and there was grief in her voice. This magic can only hold me for so long. But remember, Harry, remember what I've told you. Love is not a weakness. It is the greatest strength there is. And you have more of it than anyone I've ever known. Wait, please, don't go. Always with you. Her voice was barely a whisper now, her image almost gone. Always watching, always loving, always. She vanished. The golden light died. And Harry was alone in his tower room, clutching his mother's wand, tears streaming down his face. But beneath the grief, beneath the loss, something new stirred. Something warm and bright and fiercely determined. His mother's love, yes, but also his own. A love that had grown in the years since her death, shaped by friendship and kindness and the strange, impossible bond with the fragment in his scar. He looked at the wand, then at his own reflection in the window glass. A 9-year-old boy, small for his age, with messy black hair and a lightning bolt scar and eyes that held more weight than any child should carry. But also a boy who had been loved. A boy who could love. A boy who might, with that love, change everything. I'll do it, he whispered to the darkness. I'll love the fragment. I'll teach it. I'll turn it. And when Voldemort comes for me, when he tries to use our connection to destroy me, I'll use it to destroy him instead. The fragment pulsed, warm and almost hopeful. And Harry Potter, 9 years old and carrying the weight of the world, began to plan. Chapter 12, The Heir of Slytherin. The autumn of Harry's 9th year brought more than falling leaves and cooling temperatures. It brought whispers. They started subtly, a portrait here, a house elf there, fragments of conversation overheard in corridors. At first, Harry paid them little attention. Hogwarts was always full of whispers, rumors traded like currency among students and staff alike. But these whispers were different. These whispers carried a name that made his scar prickle with uneasy recognition. Slytherin. The heir of Slytherin. Harry first heard it from Mitzi, who arrived with his breakfast one morning looking more agitated than usual. The house elf's enormous eyes were wide with fear, her ears trembling as she set the tray down with unusual carelessness, sloshing pumpkin juice across the tablecloth. What's wrong, Mitzi? Harry asked, mopping up the spill with a napkin. You look like you've seen a ghost. Oh no, Harry Potter sir, Mitzi squeaked, wringing her hands. Mitzi has not seen a ghost. Mitzi has heard things. Terrible things. Whisperings in the walls, in the floors, in the very stones of the castle. They say the heir is coming. They say the chamber has been opened. They say, she broke off with a shudder. They say bad things will happen. Very bad things. Harry frowned. The heir. The chamber. What are you talking about? But Mitzi would say no more. She fled the room with a final, terrified squeak, leaving Harry alone with his cooling breakfast and a growing sense of unease. The whispers grew louder over the following weeks. Students who remained at Hogwarts year-round, a small group that included several older years and a handful of younger ones whose families were abroad or otherwise occupied, spoke of nothing else. Harry heard them in the Great Hall during meals, in the corridors between lessons, in the common rooms he sometimes passed on his way to the library. The heir of Slytherin. The Chamber of Secrets. The monster within. And always, always, the name that made his scar burn. Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, who had built a secret chamber somewhere in the castle and filled it with a creature only his true heir could control. Harry tried to find answers in the library, but the books on Hogwarts history were frustratingly vague. They mentioned the founders, mentioned the rift between Slytherin and the others, mentioned that he had left the castle after a heated argument, but of a chamber, of a monster, of an heir, they said nothing. It was Professor Flitwick who finally explained, during one of their private lessons. The Chamber of Secrets is a legend, the tiny professor said, his voice uncharacteristically serious. A myth. Most scholars believe it never existed, or if it did, that it was sealed so thoroughly no one could ever open it. But every few decades, the rumors resurface. Someone claims to be the heir. Something terrible happens, and the cycle begins again. Has it happened before? Harry asked. In your lifetime? Flitwick was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with memory. 50 years ago, there was a string of attacks, students petrified, found in corridors with no explanation. The school was nearly closed. Hagrid, he stopped abruptly, his eyes widening as if he'd said too much. Hagrid. Harry leaned forward. What about Hagrid? Nothing. Flitwick's voice was firm. That's all in the past. What matters now is that you stay safe, Harry. The heir, if they exist, will be looking for targets. And you, he hesitated. You are not unknown. Your scar, your story, they make you visible. Make you a target. Harry touched his scar, feeling the familiar pulse of the fragment within. I'm always a target. That's nothing new. Flitwick's eyes softened. No, I suppose it isn't. But be careful, Harry. Please. There are those who would use you, hurt you, destroy you, not because of who you are, but because of what you represent. Don't make it easy for them. The first attack came on Halloween night. Harry was in his tower room, reading by the light of his mother's wand, when the screaming started. It echoed through the castle, high and terrified, the sound of someone in mortal fear. He was on his feet before he knew he'd moved, his father's cloak already half over his shoulders, his own wand gripped tight in his hand. He ran. The corridors were chaos. Students and staff alike rushed past him, some toward the screams, others away. Harry followed the crowd, his heart pounding, his scar pulsing with a warning heat that grew stronger with every step. Whatever was happening, the fragment knew about it, and whatever the fragment knew, Voldemort knew too. He found the scene in a second-floor corridor. A crowd had gathered, their faces pale in the torchlight, their whispers a terrified murmur. Harry pushed through, using his small size to slip between legs and around bodies, until he reached the front. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, hung from a torch bracket. She was petrified, frozen solid, her eyes wide and staring, her mouth open in a silent hiss. And written on the wall beneath her, in letters that glistened with something that might have been blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Asterisk. Harry stared at the words, his blood running cold. This wasn't just a rumor anymore. This was real. The heir existed. The chamber was open. And whatever monster lived within had just claimed its first victim. Argus Filch, the caretaker, appeared at that moment, his face contorted with grief and rage. He took one look at his petrified cat, at the writing on the wall, and let out a howl of anguish that made Harry's scar throb with sympathetic pain. My cat. Mrs. Norris. Who did this? Who? His wild eyes scanned the crowd, and when they fell on Harry, something ugly flickered in their depths. You, Potter. I've seen you skulking around at night, sneaking where you shouldn't be. This is your doing, isn't it? You and your freakishness. The crowd murmured, some nodding, others looking uncertain. Harry felt the weight of their suspicion like a physical thing, pressing down on him, trying to crush him. I didn't do anything, he said, but his voice was small, lost in the chaos. I just got here. I heard the screams and... Liar. Filch lunged for him, his hands reaching for Harry's throat. But before he could make contact, a voice cut through the noise like a blade. Mr. Filch. Dumbledore stood at the edge of the crowd, his presence radiating authority. He moved forward, and the crowd parted before him like water before a ship's prow. His eyes swept the scene, the cat, the writing, the terrified faces, and settled finally on Harry. Harry, come with me. The rest of you, return to your common rooms. Prefects, escort your houses. Professor McGonagall, please see to Mrs. Norris. I will handle this. The crowd dispersed, reluctant but obedient. Filch lingered, his eyes still blazing with accusation, until McGonagall gently took his arm and led him away. Then Harry was alone with Dumbledore, standing beneath the bloody message, the petrified cat, and the weight of everything that had just changed. "The chamber," Harry whispered. "It's real." "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "It appears so. But who opened it? Who's the heir?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the writing. When he spoke, his voice was quiet, troubled. "I don't know. But I intend to find out. Come, Harry. There's much to discuss, and very little time." They walked through the empty corridors, Dumbledore's staff tapping a slow rhythm on the stone. Harry matched his pace, his mind churning with questions he didn't know how to ask. "The last time the chamber was opened," Dumbledore said finally, 50 years ago, a student died. A girl, found in a bathroom on the first floor. They never discovered the truth of what happened, only that Hagrid was somehow involved, and that he was expelled as a result. Hagrid. Harry's heart lurched. But Hagrid would never. "I know." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Hagrid was innocent. The real culprit was never caught. But the evidence, such as it was, pointed to him, and the Board of Governors demanded action. "I did what I could. I arranged for him to stay on as gamekeeper, to have a home, a purpose. But I've always wondered if I could have done more. If I should have fought harder." They reached a door Harry had never seen before, tall and ornate, carved with serpents that seemed to move in the torchlight. Dumbledore paused before it, his expression unreadable. "What's through there?" Harry asked. "A place I hoped never to visit again." Dumbledore raised his wand and whispered a string of words Harry didn't recognize. The serpents on the door writhed, then stilled, and the door swung open with a groan of ancient hinges. Beyond lay a chamber, vast and circular, its walls lined with stone serpents whose eyes glowed with an eerie green light. At the center, a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed, its face cruel and proud, its stone eyes seeming to follow them as they entered. "The Chamber of Secrets," Harry breathed. "No." Dumbledore shook his head. "This is merely an antechamber. A place where the heir might come to commune with the Founder's spirit, to prepare for the opening of the true chamber. The real chamber lies deeper, hidden by magic even I cannot penetrate without the heir's power." "Then why are we here?" Dumbledore turned to face him, and in his eyes, Harry saw something he'd never seen before. Fear. Not for himself. Dumbledore had never feared for himself, but for Harry. For what Harry might become. "Because I need to ask you something, Harry. Something important. And I need you to answer honestly, no matter how difficult the truth may be." Harry swallowed hard. "Okay. The fragment in your scar, has it spoken to you about the chamber? Has it shown you anything, told you anything, given you any indication that it knows what's happening?" Harry thought about the fragment, its pulsing awareness, its strange reactions to recent events. It had been more active since the whispers started, more present, more curious. But had it spoken? Had it revealed anything? "No," he said finally. "It's been aware, more aware than usual. But it hasn't communicated anything specific. It feels watchful, waiting." Dumbledore nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something he'd suspected. "The heir of Slytherin is not just a title, Harry. It is a bloodline, a connection to the founder himself. Passed down through generations. And the most famous heir in recent history, the one who came closest to opening the chamber, to unleashing its monster, was Tom Riddle." The name meant nothing to Harry, but the way Dumbledore said it, heavy with history, with regret, with knowledge too terrible to speak aloud, made his scar pulse with sudden, sharp awareness. Tom Riddle, Dumbledore continued, was a brilliant student. Handsome, charming, gifted beyond measure. He was also a monster. A sociopath. A murderer. He created the first Horcrux while still at school, using the death of that girl, the one who died 50 years ago, to tear his soul and hide the pieces. Understanding dawned like cold water down Harry's spine. Tom Riddle. That's Voldemort. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. Lord Voldemort was once Tom Marvolo Riddle, heir of Slytherin, the one who opened the chamber and unleashed its monster. He was caught, of course, not for the chamber, but for the Horcrux. He blamed Hagrid, and Hagrid took the fall. But Tom Riddle was the true heir. And if the chamber is open again, if the monster is loose once more, then someone is following in his footsteps. Harry's mind raced. Voldemort's heir. Someone carrying on his work, continuing his legacy. But Voldemort had no children, no family, no one to inherit his mission. Unless, the fragment, he whispered. It's part of him. Could it be controlling someone? Using them to open the chamber? Dumbledore's eyes widened. For a long moment, he simply stared at Harry, and in that stare, Harry saw a dozen possibilities being weighed, a dozen theories being tested. It's possible, Dumbledore said slowly. The fragment is a piece of Voldemort's soul. It carries his memories, his desires, his ambitions. If it could find a willing host, someone vulnerable, someone angry, someone hungry for power, it might be able to influence them. Guide them. Use them to achieve what Voldemort himself cannot. But the fragment is in me. It's not anywhere else. How could it? The fragment in your scar is not the only piece. Dumbledore's voice was grim. Voldemort made multiple Horcruxes. We don't know how many, or where they're hidden. But if one of them has been found, if someone has bonded with it, opened themselves to its influence. He trailed off, but Harry understood. Another Horcrux. Another piece of Voldemort's soul, somewhere in the castle, influencing someone, driving them to open the chamber and unleash the monster. We have to find it, Harry said. We have to find the Horcrux and destroy it before whoever's controlled by it can hurt anyone else. Dumbledore looked at him, and in his eyes, Harry saw a complex mix of emotions, pride, fear, sorrow, hope. You're right. But finding a Horcrux is no simple task. They're hidden, protected, often disguised as ordinary objects. And the one who carries it may not even know what they hold. Then we need to find them first. The person. The one who's being controlled. And how do you propose we do that? Harry thought about the fragment in his scar, its awareness, its connection to other pieces of Voldemort's soul. If one Horcrux could sense another, if the fragment could feel its kin somewhere in the castle. I can find them, he said. The fragment, it can feel other pieces. I know it can. When we're close enough, I'll know. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. But you won't do this alone. You'll have help, from me, from the professors, from anyone we can trust. And you'll be careful. The Horcrux, and the person it controls, will be dangerous. More dangerous than anything you've faced before. Harry nodded, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. The chamber was open. The monster was loose. And somewhere in the castle, a piece of Voldemort's soul was driving someone to carry on his work. But Harry had a piece too. And his piece was on his side. Let's go, he said. Let's find them. The search took 3 days. Harry roamed the castle at night, wrapped in his father's cloak, following the faint pulses of his scar. The fragment guided him through corridors he'd never seen, past doors that shouldn't exist, into spaces that felt wrong, tainted by a darkness that made his skin crawl. On the 3rd night, the pulses grew stronger. More urgent. The fragment was agitated, reaching toward something, calling to something. Harry followed the pull to the 2nd floor, to a bathroom that had been out of order for as long as anyone could remember. Myrtle's bathroom. He slipped inside, his cloak wrapped tight, his wand ready. The room was dark, lit only by moonlight filtering through grimy windows. Stalls lined one wall, sinks another, and in the corner, a massive pipe jutted from the floor, a pipe large enough for a person to slide down. The pulses were overwhelming now, so strong they made his head spin. The fragment was screaming, reaching, desperate. And from the pipe, something answered. Harry approached slowly, his heart hammering. The pipe descended into darkness, into depths he couldn't see. But he could feel what waited below, a presence, vast and ancient and hungry. The monster. The creature Slytherin had left to guard his chamber. And beneath that presence, something else. Something smaller, weaker, but no less dark. A Horcrux. Calling to its kin. Calling to him. He was about to descend when a voice stopped him cold. Don't. Harry whirled. A girl stood in the bathroom doorway, a girl he'd never seen before, with mousy brown hair and eyes that held too much knowledge, too much pain. She was young, maybe his age, maybe a year older. And in her hand, she clutched a diary. That thing, she said, her voice trembling. It wants you to go down there. It wants the monster to get you. Don't listen to it. Harry stared at her, at the diary, at the darkness in her eyes that wasn't entirely her own. Who are you? My name is Hermione. Hermione Granger. She stepped forward, and as she moved, Harry saw the diary more clearly, plain black leather, unmarked except for a date on the cover. 50 years old. And I've been carrying this for weeks. It talks to me. It tells me things. It says it's my friend. But it's not. It's using me. Making me do things I don't want to do. The Horcrux. She had the Horcrux. It's okay, Harry said softly, moving toward her with his hands raised. I know what that is. I know what it's doing to you. You're not alone. You can fight it. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. I tried so hard. But it's so loud in my head. It won't stop whispering. It says I'm special. It says I can be powerful. It says if I open the chamber, if I let the monster out, I'll be important. People will finally see me. The monster will kill people, Harry said. It already petrified Mrs. Norris. Next time, it might not stop at petrification. I know. Her voice broke. I know. But I can't make it stop. It's too strong. Harry reached her, stopped an arm's length away. He could feel the Horcrux now, a cold, pulsing presence that radiated malevolence. It recognized him, recognized the fragment in his scar. And it was furious. Traitor, it hissed, and the voice was Voldemort's, younger, less powerful, but unmistakably his. You carry our master's soul, and you side with this girl. This mudblood, this filth, Harry's scar blazed, but he didn't flinch. I'm not your master's soul. I'm Harry Potter. And I'm done letting pieces of Voldemort control people. He reached out and took the diary from Hermione's unresisting hands. The moment he touched it, the world exploded. He was in a memory, a place that wasn't a place, a time that wasn't a time. A young man stood before him, handsome and smiling, with dark hair and eyes that held no warmth at all. Tom Riddle. Voldemort, before he was Voldemort. So you're the famous Harry Potter, Tom said, his voice silky with false charm. I've heard so much about you. The boy who lived. The boy who carries a piece of my future self in his scar. The boy who thinks he can fight me. Harry stood his ground, though everything in him wanted to run. I'm not going to let you hurt anyone else. Not Hermione, not anyone. Hermione. Tom laughed. That pathetic creature. She was useful, I'll admit, lonely, insecure, desperate for validation. Easy to manipulate. But she served her purpose. The chamber is open. The monster waits. And soon, the school will be in chaos. The perfect distraction for what's to come. What's to come? Tom's smile widened, and for the first time, Harry saw the monster beneath the handsome face. My return, of course. The diary is only the beginning. There are others, other pieces, other Horcruxes, scattered across the world. And when they're reunited, when the ritual is complete, I will rise again. Stronger than ever. And you, Harry Potter, you will be mine. He reached out, and Harry felt his grip on reality slipping. The memory was pulling him in, trying to trap him, to hold him forever in this moment with the young Voldemort. But Harry had something Tom didn't have. Something the diary couldn't understand. Love. He thought of his mother, dying to save him. He thought of Hagrid, wrapping him in a hug that felt like home. He thought of Dumbledore, believing in him even when he didn't believe in himself. He thought of Hermione, fighting against the diary's influence, trying to be brave despite her fear. And he thought of the fragment in his scar, that strange, impossible ally that had grown with him, changed with him, learned to care for him in its own twisted way. Help me, he thought at it. Please. The fragment answered. Warmth flooded through him, not the warmth of love, exactly, but something adjacent to it. Loyalty. Kinship. A desperate need to protect the vessel that had become, against all odds, something like a friend. The diary screamed. Tom Riddle's image flickered, distorted, began to dissolve. The memory crumbled around them, and Harry felt himself falling. He landed hard on the bathroom floor, gasping, the diary smoking in his hands. Hermione knelt beside him, her eyes wide with terror and hope. Is it? Harry looked at the diary. The cover was blackened, curled, the pages within reduced to ash. A fang, a massive, curved fang, dripping with something dark, lay beside it. He looked up. A basilisk loomed above them, its enormous body coiled in the pipe, its yellow eyes fixed on Harry with murderous intent. But it was dying. The fang, Harry had driven it into the diary, and in doing so, had struck the monster too. The basilisk's blood, venomous and deadly, had destroyed the Horcrux, and was now destroying the creature that carried it. "Run," Harry gasped, grabbing Hermione's hand. "Run." They ran. Behind them, the basilisk's death throes shook the castle. The chamber collapsed, sealing itself forever. And as they burst into the corridor, gasping and terrified, they found Dumbledore waiting, his eyes gleaming with something that might have been pride. "Well done," he said quietly. "Both of you. Well done." Harry looked at Hermione, at the diaries remained still smoking in his hand, at the corridor stretching before them, and he knew, with absolute certainty, that this was only the beginning. The war had just begun. Chapter 13, The Weight of Blood. The aftermath of the chamber was quieter than Harry expected. No grand celebrations. No public announcements. The basilisk's death and the Horcrux's destruction remained known only to a handful of people: Dumbledore, the professors, Harry, and Hermione. To the rest of the castle, the attacks simply stopped. Mrs. Norris was revived by a complex potion brewed by Snape, though she remained twitchier than before. The writing on the wall was scrubbed clean, and the whispers about the heir of Slytherin faded into the background hum of ordinary gossip. But Harry couldn't forget. He dreamed of the basilisk's yellow eyes, of Tom Riddle's handsome, cruel face, of the diary crumbling to ash in his hands. He woke gasping, his scar throbbing with residual pain, the fragment within him pulsing with emotions that weren't entirely his own. Triumph, yes, but also grief. The diary had been part of Voldemort, part of the fragment's original self, and its destruction had left a wound that went deeper than Harry could understand. "You're mourning," he realized one night, lying in the darkness of his tower room. "You're mourning the diary." The fragment didn't respond in words, but Harry felt its acknowledgement. A sadness so profound it was almost physical, a loneliness that echoed through the connection between them. "It was part of you. Part of him. And now it's gone." The fragment pulsed, not with pain, but with something that felt almost like gratitude. For understanding. For acknowledging its grief without judgment. Harry thought about what his mother had said, what the wolf had taught him, what he'd learned from months of study and struggle. The fragment was changing, growing, becoming something more than just a piece of Voldemort's soul. And if it could mourn, if it could feel loss, then it could also feel love. Maybe, someday. It was a strange hope to carry, hope for the redemption of a piece of darkness lodged in his scar. But Harry had learned that hope came in many forms, and he would take whatever he could get. Hermione became a regular presence in his life after the chamber. She was a year older than Harry, bright and curious and hungry for knowledge in a way that reminded him of himself. Her parents were dentists, muggles, like the Dursleys, but kind and supportive in ways the Dursleys had never been. She'd known about her magic for years, had been preparing for Hogwarts since her first accidental spell at age 6. But when her Hogwarts letter finally arrived, her parents had been overjoyed, not terrified. "Sometimes I feel guilty," she admitted one afternoon, sitting with Harry in his tower room. They'd become friends in the way that shared trauma often creates, quickly, deeply, without pretense. "For having parents who love me, when you," she stopped, flushing. "Sorry. That was insensitive." Harry shook his head. "It's okay. I'm glad you have them. Really. Everyone should have parents like that." Hermione studied him with the intense focus she brought to everything. "You really mean that, don't you? You're not just saying it to be polite." "I mean it." Harry looked out the window at the grounds below, golden in the autumn light. "The Dursleys never loved me. But I've found love here, from Hagrid, from Dumbledore, from you. It's not the same as having parents, but it's something. It's enough." "Is it?" Hermione's voice was soft, probing. "Is it really enough?" Harry thought about his mother's face in his dreams, his father's laugh echoing across the years. He thought about the hole in his chest that never quite filled, the longing that surfaced at unexpected moments, when he saw a family laughing together in Hogsmeade, when he passed a mother holding her child's hand, when he remembered that he would never, ever have that. "No," he admitted. "It's not enough. But it's what I have, and I'm learning to be grateful for it." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand, a simple gesture, but one that meant more than any words. "You have me," she said. "Whatever happens, whatever comes, you have me. I don't have a prophecy or ancient magic or a piece of a Dark Lord's soul. But I have a brain, and I have loyalty, and I have a stubborn refusal to let my friends face things alone. So if you ever need someone, really need someone, I'm here." Harry squeezed her hand, blinking back tears. "Thank you. That means more than you know." They sat like that as the sun set, two children bound by trauma and friendship and the strange, fierce love that grows in the darkest places. And when Hermione finally left for dinner, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Real, solid, unshakable hope. The fragment stirred that night as he was falling asleep. Not with warning, not with pain, but with something that felt almost like curiosity. It had been watching Hermione, observing their friendship, and Harry sensed that it was puzzled. Confused by the ease with which they connected, the trust that had formed so quickly, the love that grew without effort or expectation. "You don't understand," Harry thought at it. "You've never had a friend." The fragment pulsed, and Harry felt a complex tangle of emotions, longing, envy, sadness, confusion. It wanted to understand. It wanted to feel what Harry felt when he was with Hermione, with Hagrid, with Dumbledore. But it didn't know how. It had been born from darkness, raised in isolation, shaped by a creature that had never known love. "Maybe you can learn," Harry thought. "Maybe I can teach you." The fragment considered this. Then, slowly, hesitantly, it reached toward him, not with malice, not with hunger, but with something that felt almost like trust. Harry opened himself to it. For a long moment, they simply existed together, boy and fragment, light and dark, two beings bound by fate and magic and the impossible hope of connection. Harry felt the fragment's loneliness, its fear, its desperate need for something it couldn't name. And the fragment felt Harry's grief, his longing, his fierce determination to love despite everything. Something shifted between them, something fundamental. When Harry finally slept, he dreamed not of basilisks or dark lords, but of a garden, sunny and warm, filled with flowers he didn't recognize. And in the garden, a figure waited. Not his mother this time, not his father, but someone else. Someone with no face, no form, no identity, just a presence that radiated warmth and hope and the possibility of change. "We can be more," the presence seemed to say. "Together, we can be more than either of us alone." Harry woke with tears on his face and a smile on his lips. The winter of his 9th year brought news that shattered the fragile peace. Harry was in the library with Hermione, working through a particularly difficult transfiguration theory, when Dumbledore appeared. The headmaster's face was grave, his eyes shadowed with a grief that made Harry's stomach clench with dread. "Harry," he said quietly. "I need you to come with me. Both of you." They followed him through the castle, past corridors that seemed darker than usual, past portraits that whispered and pointed. He led them to his office, where Fawkes sat silent on his perch, his feathers dull with something that looked like mourning. "What's happened?" Harry asked, though he already knew, could feel it in the fragment's sudden, sharp alarm. Dumbledore sat heavily behind his desk, looking every one of his many years. "There's been an attack. Not here, in the wider wizarding world. A family, well known in certain circles, has been murdered. The Ministry believes it was Death Eaters, picking up where they left off a decade ago." Harry's blood ran cold. "Who? Which family?" "The McKinnons." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "Marlene McKinnon and her family. They were targeted specifically, brutally. The Ministry is calling it the first act of a new war." Hermione gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Harry sat frozen, the fragment in his scar pulsing with emotions that weren't entirely his own. Triumph. Excitement. Anticipation. The fragment recognized this, recognized the signature of Death Eater violence, the pattern of Voldemort's followers reasserting themselves. "He's calling them," Harry whispered. "Voldemort. Even without a body, he's calling his followers, gathering them, preparing them. The attacks are just the beginning." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "That is my fear. The McKinnons were not random targets. Marlene's brother was an Auror, a thorn in the Death Eater's side for years. This was personal, and political. A message that no one is safe, that the old allegiances are reforming, that the war is starting again. What do we do?" Hermione's voice was small but determined. "How do we fight back?" "We prepare." Dumbledore rose, moving to the window. "We train. We gather our allies and strengthen our defenses." And we wait, for Voldemort to show his hand, to reveal his plans, to give us a target we can strike. How long? Harry asked. How long do we wait? Dumbledore turned to face him, and in his eyes, Harry saw the answer before he spoke it. Until you're ready. Until the prophecy can be fulfilled. Until the moment when either you or Voldemort must die. The words hung in the air, heavy and final. Harry thought about the weight they carried, the weight of destiny, of choice, of a future that might end in his death. He thought about his mother, who had died to give him this chance. He thought about the fragment in his scar, changing and growing, becoming something that might yet be an ally. And he thought about Hermione, sitting beside him, her hand reaching for his in silent support. I'll be ready, he said. Whatever it takes. I'll be ready. The months that followed were the most intense of Harry's life. His training intensified, not just in magic, but in combat, in strategy, in the kind of thinking that could mean the difference between life and death. Dumbledore taught him to occlude, to shield his mind from intrusion, to recognize when the fragment's emotions were bleeding into his own. McGonagall taught him to transfigure objects into weapons, to reshape his environment to his advantage. Flitwick taught him defensive charms so complex they made his head spin. Even Snape, in his cold, efficient way, taught him to brew potions that could heal, could harm, could hide. But the most important lessons came from the fragment itself. As Harry grew, so did their connection. He learned to recognize its moods, its needs, its fears. He learned when to push and when to retreat, when to reach out and when to maintain boundaries. And slowly, painfully, he began to teach it what love meant. It wasn't easy. The fragment had spent a decade dormant, isolated, cut off from everything that made life worth living. It didn't understand friendship, didn't comprehend loyalty, couldn't grasp the selfless devotion that drove people like Hagrid and Hermione to care for him despite the danger. But it was learning, growing, changing. Sometimes, in the quiet moments, Harry felt something that might have been affection radiating from the fragment. A warmth that had nothing to do with the scar's usual heat. A presence that felt almost like companionship. We're becoming friends, he realized one night, lying in the darkness. Actual friends. The fragment pulsed, and Harry felt its agreement. And beneath that agreement, something else, a question. A hope. A desperate, unspoken plea. Can you love me, even after everything, even knowing what I am? Harry thought about it. Thought about the darkness the fragment came from, the evil it was part of, the potential for destruction it still carried. Thought about Voldemort, and the Horcruxes, and the war that was coming. Thought about his mother's love, and Hagrid's kindness, and Hermione's fierce loyalty. Yes, he whispered. I can. I do. The fragment's response was not words, but something deeper. A flooding of warmth, of gratitude, of a joy so profound it made Harry's eyes burn with tears. For the first time in its existence, the fragment felt loved. Really, truly loved. Not for what it could do, not for what it represented, but for itself. And in that moment, Harry knew that everything had changed. The war was coming. The darkness was gathering. Voldemort was preparing to rise again. But Harry Potter would not face it alone. He had friends, allies, people who loved him. And he had the fragment, that strange, impossible creature that had grown from darkness into something approaching light. Together, they would fight. Together, they would win. Or they would die trying. Less than end of thinking greater than Chapter 14, The Gathering Storm. The summer of Harry's 10th year brought heat that pressed down on the castle like a physical weight. Even the dungeons, usually cool and damp, felt stifling. Students who remained for the holidays sprawled in shady corners of the grounds, seeking relief in the lake's cool waters or the shade of the forbidden forest's edge. But Harry barely noticed the heat. He was too consumed by what was coming. The fragment had been restless for weeks. Not with the usual pulsing awareness, but with something sharper, an agitation that bordered on panic. It knew something Harry didn't, sensed something approaching, something terrible. And despite their growing connection, it couldn't communicate what. Danger, was all Harry could glean from its frantic pulses. Danger coming. Soon. He tried to tell Dumbledore, but the headmaster was stretched thin, traveling constantly, meeting with allies, preparing for a war that everyone now acknowledged was inevitable. McGonagall listened gravely to Harry's concerns and promised to pass them along, but Harry could see the strain in her eyes, the weight of responsibilities she'd never expected to carry alone. He felt alone. Even with Hermione beside him, even with Hagrid's regular visits, even with the fragment's constant presence, he felt the isolation of knowing too much, carrying too much, being too much. On the night of the summer solstice, everything changed. Harry woke to screaming. Not the distant screaming of nightmares, but real screaming, close, urgent, filled with terror. He was out of bed before he was fully awake, his father's cloak already half over his shoulders, his wand gripped tight in his hand. The fragment was blazing, pulsing with alarm so intense it made his vision swim. He ran. The corridors were chaos. Students stumbled from their dormitories, faces pale with fear, asking questions no one could answer. Teachers sprinted past, their wands drawn, their expressions grim. Harry followed them, pushing through the crowd, driven by the fragment's desperate urgency. He found them in the entrance hall. The great oak doors had been blasted open, splintered wood scattered across the stone floor. Figures stood in the doorway, dark figures, robed and hooded, their faces hidden in shadow. Death Eaters. Here, in Hogwarts. In the one place that was supposed to be safe. And at their head, leading them forward, was a figure Harry knew. Lucius Malfoy. His silver blonde hair gleamed in the torchlight, his cold gray eyes sweeping the hall with contemptuous amusement. He held his wand loosely, casually, as if he had all the time in the world. Behind him, a dozen other Death Eaters spread out, forming a semicircle that cut off any escape. Well, Lucius drawled. Hogwarts. It's been too long. His eyes found Harry, and his lips curved into a cruel smile. And there he is. The boy himself. How convenient. The professors formed a protective line between Harry and the intruders. McGonagall stood at the center, her wand raised, her face a mask of fury. Flitwick and Sprout flanked her, their expressions no less determined. Even Snape had appeared, his dark eyes fixed on Lucius with an intensity Harry couldn't read. "You dare," McGonagall breathed. "You dare set foot in this castle. You will leave now, or you will face the consequences." Lucius laughed, a cold, silky sound that made Harry's skin crawl. "Consequences. From you, Minerva. Please. The Dark Lord rises. His power grows. And you," he gestured contemptuously at the line of professors. "You are nothing. Less than nothing. Obstacles to be removed." The fragment surged, and Harry felt its recognition. These were Voldemort's followers, his most loyal servants. They carried pieces of his magic, his darkness, his will. And they had come for one reason only. "Harry. This way," Snape's voice hissed in his ear, so quiet only Harry could hear. Now, a hand closed around his arm, Snape's hand, surprisingly strong, and pulled him backward, away from the line, toward a side corridor. Harry stumbled after him, his heart pounding, the fragment screaming warnings that blended with the chaos behind them. They ran through passages Harry had never seen, down staircases that appeared only as they approached, through doors that opened at Snape's touch and closed behind them with finality. The sounds of battle faded, then vanished entirely, replaced by the pounding of their footsteps and Harry's ragged breathing. Finally, they stopped. A small room, windowless, filled with dusty furniture and the smell of age. Snape released Harry's arm and stood breathing hard, his face pale, his eyes wild. "They're here for you," he said, his voice barely controlled. "The Dark Lord has ordered your capture. Alive, if possible. He needs you for the ritual." "Ritual?" Harry's voice cracked. "What ritual?" Snape's eyes met his, and in them, Harry saw something he'd never seen before. Fear. Real, genuine fear, not for himself, but for Harry. The ritual to restore his body. It requires three things: the bones of his father, unknowingly given, the flesh of his servant, willingly sacrificed, and the blood of his enemy, forcibly taken. Snape's voice dropped to barely a whisper. "Your blood, Harry. He needs your blood." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Voldemort needed him. Not just wanted him, needed him. For the ritual that would bring him back, give him a body, make him whole again. "That's why they're here," Harry whispered. "That's why they attacked." "Yes." Snape moved to the door, pressing his ear against it, listening. "Dumbledore is away. The defenses are weakened. They saw their chance and took it. If they capture you, I know." Harry's mind raced, searching for options, for escape routes, for anything that might save him. "I know what happens. Snape turned to look at him, and for a moment, his mask slipped completely. Underneath the cold, the contempt, the carefully constructed distance, there was something else. Something that looked almost like caring. "Your mother," he said quietly. "She asked me to protect you. Before she died, she asked me to watch over you. I failed her once. I will not fail her again." Harry stared at him, unable to process what he was hearing. Snape, protecting him, for his mother. But there was no time to question. Shouts echoed in the distance, closer now, searching. The Death Eaters were spreading through the castle, hunting for him. "We have to move," Snape said, his mask back in place. "There's a passage, hidden, known only to a few. It leads outside the grounds, to Hogsmeade. From there, you can get to the Ministry, to Dumbledore, to safety. What about you? What about the others? I'll hold them off. Delay them. Give you time." Snape's eyes met his, and in them, Harry saw something that looked almost like respect. "Go, Potter. Now. And don't look back." He opened the door, revealing a narrow passage that sloped downward into darkness. Harry hesitated, his heart torn between the need to run and the fear of leaving others behind. "Go." Snape snarled, and Harry went. Dash dash dash. The passage was long and dark, twisting through the earth beneath the castle. Harry ran blindly, one hand on the wall to guide him, the other clutching his wand. The fragment pulsed with every step, urging him forward, warning him of dangers behind. He didn't know how long he ran. Minutes. Hours. Time had no meaning in the darkness. But eventually, the passage began to slope upward, and a faint light appeared ahead, moonlight, filtering through a grate. He emerged into a cemetery. Headstones stretched in every direction, gray and weathered, their inscriptions worn smooth by centuries of rain and wind. A church loomed nearby, its steeple dark against the star-scattered sky. And in the distance, lights flickered, the lights of Hogsmeade, his destination, his hope of safety. But between him and those lights, figures waited. Death Eaters. 3 of them, their wands raised, their hoods thrown back to reveal faces twisted with anticipation. They had known he would come this way. They had been waiting. Well, one of them said, a woman with a beautiful, cruel face and hair so blonde it was almost white. The little hero, all alone. How sad. Harry raised his wand, his heart pounding, the fragment screaming warnings that he couldn't act on. He was 110-year-old against 3 trained Death Eaters. He had no chance. But he had to try. "Stupefy!" he shouted, and a jet of red light shot from his wand. One of the Death Eaters dodged easily, laughing. "Pathetic. You think those child's spells can hurt us?" Another raised his wand, and Harry knew he was about to die. Then something impossible happened. The fragment surged, not with warning, not with pain, but with power. Raw, dark power that flooded through Harry's scar and into his body, his wand, his very soul. Words erupted from his mouth, words he didn't know, in a language he'd never heard, and a jet of green light exploded from his wand, so bright it blinded him. When he could see again, one of the Death Eaters lay on the ground, dead. The others stared, their faces masks of shock and terror. They hadn't expected this. They hadn't expected the boy to fight back with the Dark Lord's own magic. "Kill him," the woman shrieked. "Kill him now." But Harry was already moving, not running, but attacking. The fragment guided his wand, his body, his magic, turning him into something he'd never been before. Spells flew from his wand, dark spells, terrible spells, spells that should have been beyond his ability, and the Death Eaters fell back, unable to counter magic they'd never seen. In seconds, it was over. 2 more Death Eaters lay on the ground, unconscious or worse. The woman had fled into the night, her screams fading into the distance. Harry stood in the cemetery, gasping, his wand smoking in his hand. The fragment pulsed with satisfaction, with triumph, with a dark joy that made Harry's stomach turn. "What did you do?" he thought at it. "What did you make me do?" Asterisk. The fragment's response was confused, almost hurt. It had protected him, saved him, used the only magic powerful enough to defeat his enemies. Why was he upset? Harry looked at the bodies, at the people he'd killed, even in self-defense, and felt sick. He hadn't wanted this, hadn't asked for this. The fragment had taken over, used him, made him into something he wasn't. But it had also saved his life. And the lives of everyone at Hogwarts. He didn't know what to feel. Didn't know what to think. All he knew was that everything had changed, and there was no going back. Dumbledore found him an hour later, sitting on a headstone, staring at nothing. The old wizard's face was gray with exhaustion and grief, but when he saw Harry alive, something in his eyes eased. He approached slowly, carefully, as if Harry were a wounded animal that might bolt. "Harry," he said gently. "Are you hurt?" Harry shook his head. "The fragment. It took over. It used magic, dark magic. I killed them. I killed people." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he sat beside Harry, his old bones creaking, and looked out at the cemetery. "The fragment did what it had to do to protect you. That is not something to be ashamed of. I didn't want it to." Harry's voice cracked. "I didn't want to become like him. And you haven't." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "You are not Voldemort, Harry. You never will be. The fragment used dark magic because that's what it knows, but you didn't choose it. You didn't embrace it. You are still yourself, still good, still worthy of love." Harry wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe that the darkness that had flooded through him, the terrible power that had erupted from his wand, didn't define him. But the memory of those green jets, those falling bodies, that dark joy from the fragment, they haunted him. "What happens now?" he asked. "The Death Eaters know where I am. They'll keep coming. They'll never stop." "No," Dumbledore agreed quietly. "They won't. Which is why we must change tactics. You cannot stay at Hogwarts any longer, it's too dangerous, too exposed. I'm sending you somewhere safe. Somewhere no one will think to look." "Where?" Dumbledore met his eyes, and in them, Harry saw a resolve that brooked no argument. "To the one place Voldemort cannot follow. To the realm between life and death, where souls go when they leave their bodies. To your mother." Harry stared at him, uncomprehending. "I'm sending you to the Vale." Chapter 15, The Vale. The word hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning Harry couldn't grasp. The Vale. He'd never heard of it, never read about it, never imagined such a thing existed. But the way Dumbledore spoke it, with reverence, with fear, with desperate hope, told him everything he needed to know about its significance. "What is it?" Harry whispered. "The Vale." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the distant lights of Hogsmeade. When he spoke, his voice was distant, as if reciting something memorized long ago. "The Vale is a boundary. A threshold. A place where the living and the dead can meet, if they have the courage to cross. It exists in the Department of Mysteries, deep within the Ministry of Magic, hidden from those who would misuse its power. Very few know of its existence. Even fewer have dared to approach it. And you want to send me there. To cross it." Harry's voice rose despite himself. "To the land of the dead. To the realm between," Dumbledore corrected gently. "Not death itself, not yet. The Vale separates our world from the next, but it is not absolute. Those with strong connections to the living can exist in the space between, neither fully here nor fully there. And your mother," his voice caught, just slightly. "Your mother has been waiting for you. Her love, her sacrifice, her very soul, they have been bound to you since the night she died. If anyone can guide you through the Vale and back, it is her." Harry's mind reeled. His mother. Waiting for him. On the other side of a boundary that separated the living from the dead. The thought was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. "But why?" he asked. "Why now? Why send me there?" Dumbledore turned to face him fully, and in his eyes, Harry saw the weight of a decision that had cost him dearly. "Because Voldemort will not stop hunting you. The attack tonight was only the beginning. He needs your blood for his resurrection ritual, and he will move heaven and earth to get it. Hogwarts is no longer safe. The Ministry is compromised. Even my protection has limits." He paused, gathering himself. "But the Vale, the realm beyond, Voldemort cannot follow you there. His soul is too fractured, too dark, too bound to the living world. He cannot cross while any piece of him remains in this realm. And you, Harry, carry a piece of him. That fragment in your scar, it anchors you to life, yes, but it also makes you invisible to him in death. He cannot sense what he cannot reach." Harry touched his scar, feeling the fragment's familiar pulse. It had been quiet since the cemetery, subdued, almost guilty. It knew what it had done, knew Harry's distress, and didn't know how to respond. "The fragment," Harry said slowly. "It goes where I go. It is part of you. Inextricably. If you cross the Vale, it crosses with you. Will it be safe there? In the realm of the dead? Dumbledore's expression flickered with something Harry couldn't read. I don't know. No one knows. The Veil's secrets are deeper than any living wizard has plumbed. But I believe, I hope, that the realm beyond may offer what this world cannot. Clarity. Understanding. The chance to see yourself as you truly are, without the distortions of fear and darkness. Harry thought about his mother. About seeing her, really seeing her, not in dreams or visions but in truth. About asking her the questions that had burned in his heart for 10 years. About finally knowing what it felt like to be held by someone who loved him unconditionally. When do we go? He asked. Dumbledore rose, offering Harry his hand. Now, the Death Eaters will regroup, call for reinforcements. We have a small window before they return in force. We must use it. Harry took his hand, and together they walked toward the lights of Hogsmeade, and beyond them, to the Ministry, to the Veil, to a destiny Harry could never have imagined. The Ministry of Magic at night was a different creature entirely. The atrium, usually bustling with witches and wizards going about their business, was empty and silent. The golden statues stood sentinel in the darkness, their eyes seeming to follow Harry as he crossed the polished floor. The fireplaces that normally roared with arriving travelers were cold and dark. Even the fountain of the magical brethren was still, its water frozen mid-flow. Dumbledore led him to a bank of lifts at the far end of the atrium. They creaked upward, then descended, carrying them deep into the Ministry's hidden depths. Level after level passed, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Finally, the lift stopped at a level marked only with a single word, Mysteries. The corridor beyond was circular, lined with identical doors, each bearing a different symbol. Dumbledore didn't hesitate. He walked to the door marked with an archway, simple, unadorned, but somehow ancient, and pushed it open. The room beyond was vast and dimly lit. Benches rose in tiers around a central pit, like an amphitheater designed for observation rather than performance. And at the bottom of the pit, suspended in an archway of crumbling stone, hung the Veil. It was beautiful and terrible in equal measure. A tattered curtain of something that wasn't quite fabric, wasn't quite light, wasn't quite anything Harry could name. It moved constantly, rippling in a breeze that didn't exist, whispering with voices that weren't quite words. Beyond it, darkness waited, not empty darkness, but full darkness, heavy with presence, with possibility, with the weight of everything that had ever lived and died. The Veil, Harry breathed. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. Since before Hogwarts was founded, since before the Ministry existed, this has stood here. Some say it is older than magic itself. A remnant of the time when death had not yet been separated from life, when souls passed freely between worlds. Harry moved closer, drawn by something he couldn't name. The whispers grew louder as he approached, not words, exactly, but impressions. Feelings. Memories. He heard his mother's voice, his father's laugh, the cries of people he'd never known but somehow recognized. The fragment, he said. It knows this place. It's afraid. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The fragment is a piece of Voldemort's soul. Souls fear the Veil, fear what lies beyond. But you are not just the fragment. You are yourself, whole and complete. The Veil will respond to you differently. How do I cross? You walk forward. You step through. And you trust that what waits on the other side will guide you home. Harry stared at the Veil, at the darkness beyond, at the whispers that grew louder with every heartbeat. Fear clawed at his chest, fear of the unknown, fear of death, fear of never coming back. But beneath the fear, something else stirred. Longing. Hope. The desperate need to see his mother one last time. He looked back at Dumbledore. The old wizard's eyes were bright with tears. Tell Hermione I'll be back, Harry said. Tell Hagrid not to worry. Tell everyone, I'll be back. Dumbledore nodded, unable to speak. Harry turned to face the Veil. He took a deep breath. And he walked forward. The moment he crossed, everything changed. The world didn't end, it transformed. The darkness wasn't empty, but full of light so bright it was invisible, full of presences so numerous they couldn't be counted, full of love so overwhelming it brought him to his knees. He was in a garden. Not a real garden, nothing so mundane, but the idea of a garden, the essence of a garden, everything a garden could ever hope to be. Flowers bloomed in colors that had no names. Trees reached toward a sky that held both sun and moon and stars. And everywhere, everywhere, were people. Not ghosts, ghosts were pale imitations, echoes of life. These were people in their fullness, their completeness, their truth. They moved through the garden with purpose and peace, some alone, some in groups, all radiating the same impossible light. And among them, waiting for him, was his mother. She was more beautiful than any dream could capture. Her red hair flowed past her shoulders like a river of fire. Her green eyes, his eyes, held galaxies of love and sorrow and joy. She wore simple robes of white, and when she smiled, the garden seemed to brighten. Harry, she breathed. My Harry. She crossed the distance between them in seconds, her arms wrapping around him, pulling him close. And for the first time in his life, Harry felt his mother's embrace, felt her warmth, her strength, her absolute, unconditional love. He sobbed into her shoulder, years of grief and longing pouring out of him in waves. She held him through it all, stroking his hair, murmuring words of comfort, loving him with every fiber of her being. I've waited so long, she whispered. So long to hold you, to tell you how proud I am, how much I love you. And now you're here, Mum. The word was broken, inadequate, everything and nothing. Mum, I miss you. I miss you every day. I know. She pulled back, cupping his face in her hands. I know, my love. And I've been with you, every moment, every struggle, every triumph. I was there when you faced the basilisk. I was there when you stood against the Death Eaters. I was there in every choice you made, every time you chose love over fear. But I killed them. The words tumbled out, desperate, ashamed. The Death Eaters. The fragment took over and I killed them. I used dark magic. I became like him. His mother's expression didn't change, didn't harden, didn't judge. She simply smiled, sad and knowing. You defended yourself. You protected others. The magic you used was dark, yes, but the intention behind it was light. That matters, Harry. More than you know. But the fragment is part of you now. It has grown with you, changed with you, learned from you. It is no longer purely Voldemort's, it is yours. And you, my darling boy, are teaching it to love. Harry stared at her, uncomprehending. Teaching it to love. How? By loving it. By accepting it. By refusing to hate it despite what it is and where it came from. That is the most powerful magic in existence, Harry. That is the magic that will save you, and maybe, in the end, save him too. She took his hand and led him through the garden, past people who smiled and nodded as they passed. Some looked familiar, faces from dreams, from visions, from the liminal spaces between waking and sleeping. His father's parents, perhaps. Distant relatives he'd never known. All watching him with love. Where are we going? Harry asked. To see your father. And then, to see the truth. They found his father in a grove of silver trees, their leaves chiming softly in a breeze that carried the scent of long-ago summers. James Potter was exactly as Harry had imagined, untidy black hair, glasses slightly askew, a grin that crinkled the corners of his eyes. When he saw Harry, that grin widened into something so bright it hurt to look at. Pronslet, he said, and his voice was warm as a hug. Look at you. Just look at you. Then Harry was in his father's arms, held by both parents at once, surrounded by love so complete it felt like coming home to a home he'd never known. We're so proud, James murmured into his hair. So incredibly proud. The boy you've become, the man you're becoming, you're everything we hoped for and more. But I'm not, I haven't, Harry struggled for words. I haven't done anything yet. The war's just starting. Voldemort's still out there. I might not survive. James pulled back, his eyes serious now. Surviving isn't the point, Harry. Living is. Loving is. Choosing, every single day, to be the person you want to be. That's what matters. That's what we're proud of. Lily nodded, her hand still resting on Harry's shoulder. We didn't die so you could defeat Voldemort. We died so you could live, really live. So you could have a chance at happiness, at love, at everything we wanted for you. Don't let the darkness take that from you. Harry looked at them, his parents, whole and real and loving, and felt something shift deep inside him. The weight he'd carried for so long, the burden of prophecy and destiny and expectation, it didn't disappear. But it became bearable. Because he wasn't carrying it alone. There's something you need to see, Lily said gently. Something that will be hard. But you need to understand, really understand, what you're facing. She led him to the edge of the garden, where the light began to fade and shadows gathered. In the distance, Harry could see something, a figure, hunched and alone, surrounded by darkness so thick it seemed to swallow the light. "Who is that?" he whispered. "Look closer." Harry looked. And as his eyes adjusted, he saw, not a stranger, but someone he knew. Someone he carried with him every day. The fragment. It had a form here, in this place between worlds. A small, hunched creature, wrapped in shadows, its face hidden. It huddled at the edge of the light, desperately alone, desperately afraid. And as Harry watched, it looked up, and he saw its eyes. They were Voldemort's eyes. Red, cruel, hungry. But beneath the hunger, beneath the cruelty, something else flickered. Something that looked almost like hope. "It's waiting," Lily said softly. "Waiting for you. What does it want? To be seen, to be known, to be loved, not despite what it is, but because of it. The same thing we all want." Harry looked at his mother, at his father, at the light-filled garden behind him. Then he looked at the fragment, alone, afraid, desperate, and made a choice. He walked toward it. The darkness closed around him as he approached, cold and heavy and full of whispers. The fragment's eyes tracked his movement, wary, uncertain. It didn't trust him, couldn't trust him, but it didn't attack either. "Hey," Harry said softly, stopping a few feet away. "I'm here." The fragment made a sound, not words, but something close. A questioning whimper, full of longing and fear. "Yeah, I came back. I'm not leaving you." Slowly, carefully, Harry reached out his hand. The fragment stared at it, trembling, wanting and fearing in equal measure. Then, so slowly it was almost imperceptible, it reached back. Their hands didn't touch, not exactly. But something passed between them. Understanding. Acceptance. The beginning of something that had no name. "You're part of me," Harry said. "And I'm part of you. We're in this together, whether we like it or not." The fragment's eyes changed. The red dimmed, just slightly, and something else flickered in their depths. Something that might, in time, become trust. Then the garden began to fade. The light dimmed. His parents' voices called to him, fading, fading. "Come back to us, Harry. Live, love, and remember, we're always with you. Always." The world dissolved into light and shadow and the terrible, wonderful pull of the veil. Harry opened his eyes to find himself lying on cold stone, staring up at a ceiling he didn't recognize. The Department of Mysteries. The room with the veil. He was back. Dumbledore knelt beside him, his face gray with exhaustion but his eyes bright with relief. "Harry, you're back. You're safe." Harry sat up slowly, his body aching as if he'd run a marathon. The fragment pulsed in his scar, different now, somehow. Warmer, more present, more connected. "I saw them," he whispered. "My parents. They're okay. They're waiting." Dumbledore's eyes glistened. "Yes, I believe they are." Harry looked toward the veil. It hung in its archway, still and silent now, the whispers faded to nothing. But he knew with absolute certainty, that it wasn't an ending. It was a doorway. And one day, when his time came, he would walk through it again. But not yet. He had a war to fight. A dark lord to defeat. A life to live. And he had the fragment, his strange, impossible companion, to carry with him every step of the way. "Let's go home," he said. Dumbledore helped him to his feet, and together they walked out of the room, out of the department, out of the ministry, into a world that was dark and dangerous and full of hope. The war was coming, but Harry Potter was ready. Chapter 16, The Return. The days after the veil passed in a haze of exhaustion and wonder. Harry slept for nearly 2 days straight, his body recovering from the strain of crossing between worlds. When he finally woke, it was to find Hermione sitting in a chair by his bed, her face buried in a book, her bushy hair falling across her cheeks in the familiar way that meant she'd been there for hours. "You're awake," she said, looking up with a smile that didn't quite hide the dark circles under her eyes. "About time. I was starting to think you'd sleep through Christmas." "What day is it?" "December 3rd. You've been out for 48 hours. She set her book aside and moved to sit on the edge of his bed. "Dumbledore told me what happened. About the veil, about your parents, about," she hesitated, glancing at his scar. "About everything." Harry touched his forehead automatically. The fragment pulsed, not with pain, but with something that felt almost like breathing. It recognized Hermione, remembered her kindness, her bravery in the chamber. And it was glad she was here. It's different now, he said slowly. The fragment. Something changed when I crossed the veil. It's more present, more aware, but not in a bad way. It's like, he struggled for words. Like it's learning to be its own thing. Separate from him. Hermione studied him with the intense focus she brought to everything. And you're okay with that? With it being part of you? Harry thought about it. Thought about the fragment's loneliness, its fear, its desperate need for connection. Thought about the moment in the garden when it had reached for him, trembling, hoping. Thought about his mother's words, "You're teaching it to love." Asterisk. Yeah, he said. I am. It's not his anymore. It's mine. And I'm going to help it become something better. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly, accepting what most people would have found impossible to believe. Then I'll help too. Whatever it needs, whatever you need, I'm here. Harry smiled. A real smile, the kind that reached his eyes and warmed his chest. I know. Thank you. They sat together as the winter light faded outside, two children bound by friendship and the strange, fierce love that grows in the darkest places. And for the first time in a long time, Harry felt something he'd almost forgotten. Peace. The peace didn't last, of course. It never did. 3 days after Harry woke, Dumbledore called him to his office. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him, lines of exhaustion carved deep into his face, his eyes dimmed with a weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. But when Harry entered, he managed a smile. Harry, thank you for coming. Please, sit down. Harry took the familiar chair across from Dumbledore's desk. Fawkes sat on his perch, his feathers dull, his eyes watchful. The silver instruments hummed their eternal songs, but even they seemed subdued. I have news, Dumbledore said quietly. News that changes everything. Harry's stomach clenched. Voldemort. Yes. The Death Eater's attack on Hogwarts, the attempt to capture you, they were not isolated incidents. They were part of a larger pattern. Voldemort is moving more openly now, gathering his forces, consolidating his power. And he has found allies in places we least expected. Who? Dumbledore's eyes were grim. Creatures you've only read about. Giants, werewolves, dementors. He is building an army, Harry. An army larger and more terrible than anything the wizarding world has faced in centuries. Harry thought about Hagrid, about the gentle giant who had been his first real friend. He thought about Remus Lupin, a name he'd heard in whispers, a werewolf who had been his father's friend, now living in exile because of what he was. The thought of such creatures being twisted into weapons for Voldemort made his blood run cold. What do we do? He asked. How do we fight an army? We build one of our own. Dumbledore rose and moved to the window, looking out at the darkened grounds. I have been in contact with old allies, witches and wizards who fought in the First War, who have been waiting for this moment. The Order of the Phoenix will rise again. The Order. Harry had heard the name before, in fragments of conversation, in whispered references. His parents had been members. Had fought and died for its cause. I want to join, he said. I want to fight. Dumbledore turned to face him, and in his eyes, Harry saw a complex mix of emotions, pride, fear, sorrow, hope. I know you do. And you will, when the time is right. But you are still a child, Harry. A remarkable child, yes, but a child nonetheless. The Order's work is dangerous, more dangerous than anything you've faced. I will not send you into that danger until you are ready. When will that be? When you have mastered what the veil taught you. When you can control the fragment rather than merely coexist with it. When you understand, truly understand, the power you carry. Dumbledore moved closer, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. Your mother's love protects you. The fragment connects you to Voldemort in ways no one fully understands. These are not just blessings, they are weapons. But weapons must be trained, honed, mastered. That is your task now. Harry wanted to argue, to insist that he was ready, that he could help. But he knew Dumbledore was right. The cemetery had shown him that, the fragment taking over, using dark magic, killing without his consent. He wasn't in control. Not yet. I understand, he said quietly. I'll train. I'll learn. I'll be ready when you need me. Dumbledore smiled, a tired smile, but a genuine one. "I know you will, Harry. I know you will. The training that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced before. It wasn't about spells or potions or transfiguration, not primarily. It was about the mind. About control. About the strange, impossible connection between him and the fragment. Dumbledore taught him occlumency, the art of closing his mind to intrusion, of building walls between his thoughts and any who might try to enter. Harry practiced for hours each day, learning to empty his mind, to shield his emotions, to create a fortress within himself that even Voldemort could not breach. But the fragment was already inside those walls. It had always been inside. And so Harry had to learn something different, not to block it out, but to work with it. To communicate. To build trust. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. The fragment didn't think in words. It thought in feelings, in impulses, in flashes of memory that weren't Harry's own. He had to learn to interpret these signals, to understand what the fragment wanted, needed, feared. And he had to teach it to do the same for him. Slowly, painfully, they began to understand each other. "You're scared," Harry would think, feeling the fragment's anxiety spike during a particularly intense occlumency session. Scared of being locked out. Of being alone. The fragment would pulse, agreement, fear, a desperate need for reassurance. "I'm not going to lock you out. You're part of me. You'll always be part of me. But I need to protect us both. Do you understand?" A long pause. Then, slowly, a pulse of something that felt like acceptance, like trust. It wasn't easy. There were setbacks, moments when the fragment's fear would overwhelm it, when it would lash out with dark impulses that made Harry's scar burn and his vision swim. But with each setback came learning. With each conflict came understanding. And gradually, almost imperceptibly, they became a team. Spring arrived, bringing with it news that shattered the fragile peace. Harry was in his tower room, practicing occlumency, when Hermione burst through the door without knocking. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with terror. "Harry, you need to come, something's happened." He was on his feet instantly, his wand in his hand, the fragment surging with alarm. What's happened?" "It's Hagrid. He's been attacked." The words didn't make sense at first. Hagrid. Attacked. Hagrid was the strongest person Harry knew, the kindest, the most gentle. Who would attack him? Harry ran. They found Hagrid in his hut, slumped against a wall, his massive frame covered in wounds. Blood seeped through his clothes, stained the floor, painted the walls in patterns that made Harry's stomach turn. Fang lay beside him, whimpering, licking at his master's motionless hand. "No," Harry whispered. "No, no, no." He dropped to his knees beside Hagrid, reaching for his hand, his face, any sign of life. The giant's skin was cold, too cold, and his chest didn't move. Hagrid, please." A groan. Weak, barely audible, but there. Hagrid's eyes fluttered open, unfocused, searching. "Harry." His voice was a rasp, barely a whisper. "That you? I'm here. Don't move, I'll get help." "No time." Hagrid's massive hand closed around Harry's, weak but insistent. "Listen to me. They came, Death Eaters, looking for you. I tried to stop them, tried to. You did stop them. You saved me." Hagrid's eyes focused, just for a moment, on Harry's face. A smile flickered across his battered features. "Your parents would be proud. So proud. The boy you've become. Don't talk like that. You're going to be fine. Help is coming." But even as he said it, Harry knew it wasn't true. The wounds were too deep, the blood loss too severe. Hagrid was dying to protect him, just as his parents had died to protect him. "Tell them." Hagrid's voice was fading. "Tell them I tried. Tell them I loved them. Loved you. Always." His eyes closed. His hand went limp. And Harry Potter, 10 years old, held the hand of the first person who had ever shown him kindness, and felt that person slip away. The fragment surged. Not with fear, not with warning, but with rage. Pure, burning, uncontrollable rage. It flooded through Harry like fire, consuming everything in its path: grief, reason, mercy. And with it came power. Dark power. The kind of power that had killed Death Eaters in the cemetery. "No," Harry thought desperately. "No, not again." But the fragment wouldn't listen. It was too angry, too hurt, too overwhelmed by the loss of someone it had come to love in its own strange way. It wanted vengeance. It wanted blood. It wanted to destroy everything that had ever threatened them. Harry felt his body begin to move, not by his will, but by the fragments. Felt his wand rise, felt dark magic gather at its tip, felt the terrible words forming in his throat. Hermione's hand closed around his. Harry. Her voice was calm, steady, grounding. Harry, look at me. He couldn't. The fragment wouldn't let him. Harry, please. I know you're in there. I know you're fighting, but you're not alone. I'm here. I'll always be here. Come back to me. The words cut through the rage like light through shadow. The fragment faltered, confused by this intrusion, this love that demanded nothing but offered everything. And in that moment of hesitation, Harry found himself again. He lowered his wand, turned to Hermione, and wept. They held each other as the sun set over the forbidden forest, as the life drained from the kindest creature Harry had ever known, as the world shifted on its axis and became something darker, harder, more terrible. Hagrid was gone, and nothing would ever be the same. The funeral was held 3 days later, at the edge of the forbidden forest where Hagrid had lived and loved and protected the creatures most people feared. Half the castle attended, students and professors, centaurs from the forest, creatures Harry had never seen before. Even the giants sent a representative, a massive figure who stood at the back of the crowd and wept openly. Dumbledore spoke, his voice carrying across the gathering with a power that needed no amplification. He spoke of Hagrid's loyalty, his kindness, his unwavering belief in the goodness of others. He spoke of the first time he'd brought Hagrid to Hogwarts, a frightened boy with nowhere else to go. He spoke of the man Hagrid had become, a protector, a friend, a heart so large it had room for everyone. And then he spoke of the war. Hagrid died protecting what he loved. That is a death to be honored, a sacrifice to be remembered. But let us not honor it with empty words alone. Let us honor it with action. With resolve. With the unwavering determination to finish what he started, to defeat the darkness that took him from us. He looked out at the crowd, and his eyes found Harry. We are at war. Not a cold war, not a hidden war, a war that touches us all, that takes from us the best and brightest, that will not end until we end it. The Order of the Phoenix rises again. And we will fight, with everything we have, everything we are, until the darkness is defeated and peace returns to our world. The crowd dispersed slowly, quietly, each person lost in their own grief. Harry stayed, standing before the grave, staring at the simple stone that marked where Hagrid lay. I'm sorry, he thought. I'm so sorry. You died for me, just like they did, The fragment pulsed, not with rage this time, but with grief. It mourned too. Hagrid had been kind to it, had accepted it without question, had treated Harry and the fragment as one. It would never forget that kindness. We'll make it right, Harry thought. We'll stop them. We'll stop him. For Hagrid. For my parents. For everyone they've taken. The fragment pulsed, agreement, determination, a shared purpose that bound them more tightly than ever. Together, they turned from the grave and walked back to the castle. The war was here, and they would fight. That night, Harry dreamed of Hagrid. Not the death scene, not the wounds, not the blood. Hagrid as he'd been, laughing, cooking rock cakes, introducing Harry to creatures that most people ran from. Hagrid in his element, in his home, in his heart. In the dream, they sat together outside his hut, watching the stars wheel overhead. Fangs snored at their feet. The forest whispered its ancient secrets. And Hagrid was alive. Don't you go blaming yourself, Hagrid said, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. This wasn't your fault. It was theirs, the ones who chose darkness, who chose hate. You didn't make that choice. You never have. But if I hadn't been here, if I'd left, then they'd have found someone else. That's what darkness does, Harry. It finds victims. It don't matter who, it don't matter where, it just needs someone to hurt. The only way to stop it is to fight. And that's what you're doing. Harry looked at him, at this impossible dream figure, and felt tears sliding down his cheeks. I miss you. I miss you so much. I know, lad, I know. Hagrid's massive hand rested on his shoulder, warm and solid and real. But I'm not really gone. I'm in here, he tapped Harry's chest, over his heart. And in here, he tapped Harry's scar, gently, where the fragment pulsed. I'll always be with you. Both of you. The fragment stirred, and Harry felt its grief, its love, its desperate need to hold on to this moment. Take care of him, Hagrid said, looking directly at the fragment. He's special, that one. The best of both his parents. And you, he smiled, a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. You're special too. Don't let anyone tell you different. The dream began to fade. Hagrid's form grew translucent, his voice distant. Remember, love. Always love. It's the only thing that matters in the end. Then he was gone, and Harry woke to an empty room and a world without Hagrid in it. But the warmth remained. The love remained. And Harry carried it with him as he faced the days ahead. The war was here. The losses were mounting. But Harry Potter would not stop fighting. Not ever. Chapter 17, The Order. The month after Hagrid's funeral passed in a blur of grief and preparation. Harry threw himself into his training with a ferocity that surprised even Dumbledore. He rose before dawn and practiced until his wand arm ached. He studied until his eyes burned and the words blurred on the page. He pushed himself harder than he'd ever thought possible, driven by the memory of Hagrid's smile, of his parents' sacrifice, of everyone who had died so he could live. The fragment matched his intensity. It had changed since Hagrid's death, grown quieter, more focused, more determined. The rage that had nearly consumed Harry in the hut had transformed into something else. Something colder, more controlled, but no less powerful. We will avenge him, it pulsed sometimes, when Harry's grief threatened to overwhelm him. We will make them pay. And Harry would agree, not from a place of vengeance, but from a place of justice. The Death Eaters who had killed Hagrid would be brought to account. Voldemort, who had ordered the attack, would be defeated. That was not vengeance. That was simply the way things had to be. On the first day of summer, the Order of the Phoenix gathered at Hogwarts. Harry had never seen so many witches and wizards in one place. They filled the Great Hall, their voices a constant murmur of conversation, their faces a mix of hope and fear and grim determination. Some he recognized from photographs in old books: Mad-Eye Moody, with his magical eye spinning in every direction; Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and dignified, his deep voice carrying above the crowd. Others were strangers, their names whispered by those who knew: the Longbottoms, the Bones family, the Tonkses. And at the center of it all, Dumbledore. He stood at the head of the hall, his presence radiating authority. When he raised his hands, the crowd fell silent immediately. Friends. Allies. Brothers and sisters in the fight against darkness. His voice carried effortlessly, filling every corner of the vast space. We gather today not in celebration, but in resolve. The enemy we face is the most dangerous this world has ever known. He has returned. He is gathering strength. And he will not stop until he has destroyed everything we hold dear. A murmur ran through the crowd: fear, anger, determination. But we are not helpless. We are not alone. We have fought him before, and we will fight him again. The Order of the Phoenix rises, not to replace the Ministry, not to challenge its authority, but to do what the Ministry cannot. To fight the darkness where it hides. To protect the innocent where they are vulnerable. To stand against the tide of evil and say, no further. He paused, letting his words sink in. We have lost many in this fight. Good people, brave people, people who gave everything so that others might live. We honor them not with empty words, but with action. We will finish what they started. We will defeat Voldemort and his followers, whatever the cost. The crowd erupted, not in cheers, but in something more powerful. In commitment. In unity. In the shared determination of people who had seen darkness and refused to surrender to it. Harry stood at the back of the hall, watching, feeling the fragment pulse with emotions he couldn't quite name. It recognized some of these people, not as individuals, but as types. Enemies of its original self. Threats to be neutralized. They're not enemies, Harry thought at it firmly. They're allies. They're fighting on our side. The fragment considered this. It had learned, over the months, to trust Harry's judgment even when it didn't understand. Slowly, reluctantly, it relaxed. Good, Harry thought. Now watch. Learn. These are the people who will help us win. The meeting lasted for hours. Harry listened as reports were given, sightings of Death Eaters, attacks on Muggle communities, movements of dark creatures across the countryside. He heard names he'd never known, places he'd never visited, horrors he could barely imagine. And through it all, he felt the weight of it pressing down on him, the knowledge that he was part of this now, that his choices would affect not just himself but everyone in this room. Near the end of the meeting, Dumbledore called him forward. "Before we adjourn, there is someone you should meet. Someone who has been waiting a long time to see you." He gestured, and a figure rose from the crowd, a man Harry's age, with tired eyes and graying hair and a face that held too many memories. "Harry, this is Remus Lupin. He was one of your father's best friends. And he has something to give you." Remus approached slowly, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. When he stopped, he was close enough to touch, but he didn't. He simply looked, and in his look was a lifetime of grief and love and hope. "You look so much like him," Remus said quietly. "The hair, the glasses, the way you stand. But your eyes, those are lilies. I'd know them anywhere." Harry didn't know what to say. Another person who had known his parents. Another piece of the puzzle that was his past. "I'm sorry," Remus continued. "For not being there. For not protecting you. After they died, I couldn't face it. Couldn't face you. I was a coward, and I'm sorry." "You're here now," Harry said. "That's what matters." Remus's eyes glistened. He reached into his robes and withdrew a photograph, old, creased, but carefully preserved. He held it out to Harry. "Your parents' wedding. I took it. Thought you might like to have it." Harry took the photograph with trembling hands. It moved, like all wizarding photographs, his mother and father, young and radiant, laughing as they cut a cake. Behind them, people he didn't recognize cheered and clapped. And in the corner, waving at the camera, was a younger Remus, his face unmarked by grief, his smile genuine and bright. "They look so happy," Harry whispered. They were. Those were the best days, before the war, before the fear, before everything fell apart. Remus paused, gathering himself. "Your father used to talk about you, you know. Before you were born. He'd sit for hours, planning what he'd teach you, where he'd take you, how he'd raise you to be better than he was. He was terrified of being a bad father, of making mistakes, of letting you down. And I'd tell him," Remus's voice cracked. "I'd tell him he'd be the best father in the world. Because he had the biggest heart of anyone I'd ever known." Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, refusing to cry in front of all these people. He managed. He would have been amazing. Remus nodded, unable to speak. Then, slowly, he opened his arms, an offer, not a demand. Harry stepped into them without hesitation. They held each other as the room watched, two people bound by love and loss and the strange, fierce hope that comes from finding family in unexpected places. After the meeting, Remus walked with Harry through the empty corridors. "I want to tell you about the war," Remus said quietly. "The First War. What it was really like." Harry nodded, listening. "It wasn't battles and heroics, not mostly. It was fear. Constant, grinding fear. You never knew who you could trust, neighbors, friends, even family. The Imperious Curse made everyone a potential enemy. People disappeared in the night, and you never knew if they'd been killed or converted or just gone." He paused at a window, looking out at the darkened grounds. "Your parents were in hiding for months before they died. They knew Voldemort was after them, knew they couldn't stay in one place too long. But they had you, and they couldn't keep running forever. So they trusted the Fidelius Charm, a spell that hides a secret so completely that even the Dark Lord couldn't find them. They made Peter Pettigrew their secret keeper." Peter Pettigrew. Harry had never heard the name. Remus's face darkened. "Another friend. Another person we trusted. He betrayed them. Told Voldemort where they were hiding. And then," he stopped, his jaw tight. "And then he framed Sirius for the crime and disappeared. Sirius Black. The name from Creature's story. The man who had taken the Horcrux, who is now in Azkaban." "He's innocent," Harry said. "Sirius Black. He didn't betray my parents. Pettigrew did." Remus stared at him. "How do you know that?" Harry told him, about Creature, about the Horcrux, about everything. Remus listened in silence, his face growing paler with each revelation. "Sirius in Azkaban," he whispered when Harry finished. "All these years. And we let him rot there while the real traitor escaped. We can get him out. The Order, they can break into Azkaban, can't they?" Remus shook his head slowly. "Azkaban is impenetrable. The Dementors guard it, and they answer only to the Ministry, or to Voldemort." Breaking in would be suicide. But, he paused, thinking, there might be another way. If Pettigrew is alive, if we can find him, we can prove Sirius's innocence. Clear his name. Then we find him. However long it takes, wherever he is, we find him. Remus looked at Harry, and in his eyes was something new. Respect. Belief. The recognition that this child, this impossible child, was more than just the sum of his parts. We'll find him, Remus agreed. Together. The search for Peter Pettigrew consumed the rest of the summer. Remus threw himself into the task with the dedication of a man seeking redemption. He combed through old records, interviewed former associates, tracked every lead no matter how small. Harry helped when he could, though his training continued unabated, occlumency with Dumbledore, combat magic with Moody, strategy with Shacklebolt. The fragment watched it all, learning, growing, changing. It had developed a particular interest in Sirius Black, perhaps because of Creature's connection, perhaps because of something deeper. It sensed that Sirius was important, that his freedom would change things in ways neither of them could predict. We have to save him, Harry thought at it. He's innocent. He's family. The fragment pulsed, agreement, but also something else. A warning. Sirius had taken the Horcrux. Had hidden it somewhere. And until they found it, until they destroyed it, Voldemort's soul would remain a threat. We'll find it, Harry thought. We'll find everything. And we'll destroy it all. The fragment considered this. Then, slowly, it pulsed with something that felt like trust. On the last day of summer, Remus found him in the library. We have a lead, he said without preamble. Pettigrew was seen in Albania 6 months ago. Near the forest where Voldemort was hiding after his fall. Harry's heart quickened. Is he still there? We don't know. But it's the best lead we've had. I'm going to investigate. Alone. That's dangerous. Remus smiled, a thin, tired smile. I've been alone a long time, Harry. Danger and I are old friends. I'm coming with you. No. The word was firm, absolute. You're too important. If something happened to you. If something happens to you, we lose our best chance at finding Pettigrew. And Sirius stays in Azkaban forever. Harry met Remus's eyes. I'm not letting that happen. I'm coming. They stared at each other, two stubborn wills colliding. Finally, Remus sighed. Dumbledore will never allow it. Then we don't tell Dumbledore. Remus's eyes widened. You're suggesting we go behind the headmaster's back. I'm suggesting we do what's necessary. Dumbledore has a lot to worry about. This is one less thing. Harry paused. Besides, I have the fragment. It can sense dark magic, sense Voldemort's presence. If Pettigrew is near where Voldemort was hiding, the fragment might be able to find him. Remus considered this. He knew about the fragment. Harry had told him everything during their long conversations. And he knew, perhaps better than anyone, what it meant to carry a burden no one else could understand. 3 days, he said finally. We go, we search, we come back. 3 days maximum. If we don't find anything by then, we return and regroup. Agreed. They shook hands, a pact sealed in the quiet of the library, under the watchful eyes of portraits that would keep their secret. The hunt for Peter Pettigrew had begun. 2 days later, under cover of darkness, Harry and Remus slipped out of Hogwarts. Harry wore his father's cloak, rendering him invisible. Remus moved with the practiced silence of someone who had spent years avoiding detection. They crossed the grounds, passed through the gates, and apparated into the night. Albania was cold and dark, the forest looming before them like a wall of shadow. Harry felt the fragment stir as they approached, recognition, anticipation, fear. This was where Voldemort had hidden, where he had existed as less than a ghost, where he had waited for the chance to return. He's not here anymore, Harry said quietly. But he was. The fragment can feel it. Remus nodded, his wand out, his eyes scanning the darkness. Can it feel Pettigrew? Harry closed his eyes, reaching out to the fragment. It was agitated, overwhelmed by the residue of its original self's presence. But beneath the agitation, something else stirred. A thread, thin but distinct, leading deeper into the forest. This way, he said, pointing. They walked for hours, through trees that seemed to watch them, past clearings that held echoes of dark rituals, across streams that ran black with something that wasn't water. The fragment guided them, its thread growing stronger with every step. Finally, they found it. A cave, hidden behind a waterfall of ice-cold water. Inside, a fire burned, not with ordinary flame, but with green fire, the kind Harry had seen in his nightmares. And beside the fire, hunched and trembling, was a small man with watery eyes and a rat-like face. Peter Pettigrew. Remus moved to attack, but Harry held him back. The fragment was pulsing urgently, warning him of something. Danger. Not from Pettigrew, from something else. Then he saw it. In the corner of the cave, half hidden in shadow, a bundle of rags that moved. Breathed. Watched. Voldemort. Not the full Voldemort, not yet. A creature, small and terrible, with red eyes and a face that was barely human. It lay in the rags, too weak to move, but its eyes, those terrible red eyes, were fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his scar burn. Little Prince, asterisk, a voice hissed in his mind. You've come to me at last. Asterisk. The fragment screamed, not with fear, with recognition. With the desperate, overwhelming need to rejoin its original self, to become whole again. Harry fought it, through every occlumency wall he had against the fragment's pull. But the fragment was stronger here, closer to its source, and Harry felt himself slipping, felt his body moving toward the creature in the corner. Remus's hand closed around his arm, dragging him back. No, Remus shouted. Harry, fight it, fight. But Harry couldn't fight. The fragment was too strong, too desperate, too hungry. He felt his wand rising, felt dark magic gathering, felt himself becoming something he didn't want to be. Then Pettigrew moved. He lunged at the creature in the corner, shielding it with his body. Master, I'll protect you. I'll always protect you. The distraction was enough. The fragment's hold wavered, and Harry wrenched himself free. He stumbled backward, gasping, his scar blazing with pain. Go! Remus shouted, dragging him toward the cave entrance. Go now! They ran, through the waterfall, through the forest, through the night. Behind them, Harry heard Pettigrew's screams, the creature's hisses, the sounds of pursuit beginning. They apparated just as the first Death Eaters appeared. Dash dash dash. They landed hard in Hogsmeade, collapsing in the street, gasping for breath. Harry's scar was still burning, the fragment still pulsing with confused, conflicting emotions. It had almost betrayed him. Almost given into its original self. I'm sorry, asterisk, it pulsed, and Harry felt its shame, its fear, its desperate need for reassurance. I'm sorry. I couldn't, it was too strong. It's okay, Harry gasped. It's okay. You fought it. You came back. The fragment pulsed with gratitude, with relief, with a love so fierce it took Harry's breath away. They lay in the street as dawn broke over the village, two friends bound by magic and choice and the strange, impossible bond that had grown between them. Remus sat nearby, keeping watch, his face pale with shock and fear. Voldemort is there, he said quietly. Weak, but alive. And Pettigrew is with him. They'll move now, they'll have to. We've forced their hand. Harry nodded, too exhausted to speak. The war was accelerating. The pieces were moving into place. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort was planning his next move. But Harry had something Voldemort didn't have. Something the Dark Lord could never understand. Love, friendship, trust, and a fragment of his own soul that had chosen Harry over its original self. The war wasn't over. It was barely beginning, but Harry Potter was ready. Whatever came next, he would face it. Chapter 18, The Trial of Sirius Black. The weeks following the Albania mission were some of the most tense Harry had ever experienced. Dumbledore's reaction to their unauthorized expedition had been complex. There was anger, certainly, a cold, controlled fury that made even Remus flinch. There was fear of what might have happened, of how close they'd come to disaster. And there was something else, something Harry hadn't expected. Respect. You took an enormous risk, Dumbledore said, standing before them in his office, Fawkes watching silently from his perch. A risk that could have cost you everything, your freedom, your life, your soul. And yet, he paused, his eyes moving from Harry to Remus and back. And yet, you brought back information we could not have obtained any other way. Voldemort's location, his condition, his connection to Pettigrew, all of it invaluable. He sighed, the anger draining from his face, leaving only weariness behind. I cannot condone what you did. The danger was too great, the stakes too high. But I can understand why you did it. And I can use what you've learned. He moved to the window, looking out at the grounds. Voldemort is weak, weaker than we thought. The decade without a body has taken its toll. He cannot move, cannot fight, cannot do much of anything without help. That help is Pettigrew, a coward, but a useful one. Together, they are searching for a way to restore Voldemort's body. The ritual we discussed, the bones of the father, the flesh of the servant, the blood of the enemy, that is their goal. And your blood, Harry, is what they need most. Harry touched his scar, feeling the fragment's pulse, steady now, calm, focused. It had recovered from its near betrayal, strengthened by Harry's forgiveness and its own determination to be better. Then we need to move first, Harry said. Before they can complete the ritual. We need to find Pettigrew, stop him, capture him, whatever it takes. Dumbledore turned to face him, and in his eyes was a pride that made Harry's chest warm despite everything. Yes, but not alone. Not this time. The Order will mobilize. We will find Pettigrew. And when we do, we will not only stop Voldemort's resurrection, we will prove Sirius Black's innocence. The name hung in the air between them, heavy with possibility. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. The man who had been imprisoned for over a decade for a crime he didn't commit. The man who held a Horcrux, and who might, if freed, become the family Harry had never had. How do we prove it? Harry asked. Even if we catch Pettigrew, how do we convince the Ministry he's alive? They think he's dead. They gave Sirius life in Azkaban based on that belief. Dumbledore smiled, a thin, sharp smile that held no warmth but plenty of satisfaction. We don't convince the Ministry. We convince the one person who matters more than the Ministry. We convince the Dementors. The plan was audacious. It was also, Harry thought, completely insane. The Dementors of Azkaban were loyal to no one but themselves. They fed on human emotion, on hope and happiness and the will to live. They had guarded the prison for centuries, impartial and implacable. But they were also creatures of instinct, driven by needs that had nothing to do with justice or law. If we can show them that Sirius is innocent, Dumbledore explained, that his imprisonment was a mistake, they will lose interest in him. A prisoner who feels no guilt, no despair, no self-hatred, such a prisoner offers them nothing. They will release him simply because keeping him costs more than it's worth. But how do we show them he's innocent? They don't care about evidence or testimony. No, but they care about emotion. And Sirius, despite everything, still loves. Loves your father, your mother, you. That love is a light in the darkness, a light the Dementors cannot touch, cannot feed on, cannot understand. If we can amplify that love, make it visible, undeniable, the Dementors will recoil. They will have no choice but to let him go. Harry thought about his mother's love, the magic that had protected him from Voldemort. He thought about the fragment, learning to love despite its origins. He thought about Hagrid, whose love had been so pure it transcended death. Love, he said softly. It always comes back to love. Dumbledore nodded. Always. It is the oldest magic, the deepest magic, the only magic that truly matters. And you, Harry, have more of it than anyone I've ever known. The mission to Azkaban was set for the night of the full moon, a night when the Dementors would be at their most active, their most distracted. A small team would approach the island by boat, invisible under Harry's cloak and additional concealment charms. Remus would lead, his connection to Sirius giving him the emotional anchor they needed. Harry would come because his love for his godfather, a man he'd never met, was the purest, strongest love any of them could offer. And the fragment would come because it was part of Harry now, and because its strange, evolving love might be the wild card they needed. They set out at midnight. The boat was small, barely large enough for the four of them, Harry, Remus, Mad-Eye Moody, and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Moody's magical eye scanned the darkness constantly, watching for threats. Kingsley's deep voice murmured protective enchantments that wrapped around them like a second cloak. Remus sat in silence, his face pale, his eyes fixed on the distant lights of the prison. Harry felt the fragment stir as they approached. It sensed the Dementors, felt their hunger, their cold, their endless, aching emptiness. And it was afraid. They'll try to take from us, it pulsed. Our happiness, our hope, our love. They'll try to eat it all. Then we won't let them, Harry thought back. We'll hold on to what matters. Together. The fragment pulsed, agreement, determination, trust. The island loomed before them, a dark mass against the star-scattered sky. The prison rose from its center, a fortress of black stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. And all around it, Dementors swarmed, hundreds of them, thousands, their hooded forms drifting through the air like scraps of shadow. Now, Moody whispered. They slipped from the boat, invisible under the cloak, and began the long walk toward the prison gates. Dash dash dash. The cold hit them first. Not physical cold, something deeper, something that reached into the soul and squeezed. Harry felt his happiest memories flicker, dimming under the Dementor's influence. His mother's face, Hagrid's laugh, Hermione's steady presence, all of them fading, fading. The fragment surged. It didn't know how to fight Dementors, it had never faced them before. But it knew how to fight darkness. It was darkness, after all, and darkness understood darkness in ways light never could. It wrapped around Harry's memories, protecting them, preserving them, holding them close. I've got you, asterisk it pulsed. I won't let them take anything. Asterisk. The cold receded, just slightly. Harry could breathe again. They moved through the prison corridors, past cells that held creatures barely recognizable as human. Moans echoed from every direction, sounds of despair so profound they seemed to stain the air. The Dementors drifted past, oblivious to the invisible intruders, their attention fixed on the misery they fed upon. Finally, they reached the deepest level. The maximum security cells, where the worst prisoners were kept. Where Sirius Black had spent over a decade. The cell was small, barely larger than Harry's cupboard under the stairs. A stone slab for a bed. A bucket for waste. And in the corner, hunched against the wall, a man who looked more skeleton than human. Sirius Black. Harry's first thought was that he looked like a corpse. His skin was gray, stretched tight over bones that should have been covered with muscle. His hair was long and matted, hanging in greasy ropes around a face that held no expression at all. His eyes, when he finally opened them, were hollow, empty, devoid of anything resembling life. But when those eyes found Harry, something flickered. You, Sirius breathed, his voice a rasp from years of disuse. You're real. Harry pulled off the cloak, revealing himself. I'm real. I'm Harry, your godson. Sirius stared. For a long, terrible moment, Harry thought the Dementors had taken too much, that the man before him was beyond reach. Then, slowly, impossibly, Sirius smiled. James, he whispered. You look just like James. The fragment pulsed, not with warning, but with recognition. It felt Sirius's love, buried deep but still alive, still burning. And it reached toward that love, not to feed, but to amplify. Light exploded from Harry's scar. Not dark light, pure light, golden and warm, filling the cell with radiance that made the Dementors shriek in recoil. Sirius gasped as the light touched him, as it thawed the ice that had frozen his soul, as it reminded him of everything he'd lost and everything he still had to live for. How? He breathed. How is this possible? Love, Harry said simply. My mother's love, and mine. And, he touched his scar. And something else. Something that's become part of me. The fragment pulsed, and Sirius's eyes widened as he felt it, felt the strange, impossible presence in his godson's scar. A piece of him, Sirius whispered. You carry a piece of him. Yes, but it's not his anymore. It's mine, and it wants to help you. For a long moment, Sirius simply stared. Then, slowly, he began to laugh, a broken, rusty sound, but a laugh nonetheless. Only you, Harry. Only you could take the Dark Lord's soul and make it your friend. The light faded, but the warmth remained. The Dementors had retreated, driven back by something they couldn't understand. The cell door, rusted and magically sealed, creaked open of its own accord. Time to go, Moody's voice said from the shadows. They'll regroup soon. We need to be gone before they do. Sirius rose, slowly, painfully, leaning on Harry for support. Together, they walked out of the cell, out of the prison, out of the nightmare that had consumed over a decade of his life. Behind them, the Dementors howled with frustration and hunger. But they didn't follow. They couldn't. The light that had filled that cell still lingered, a warmth that their cold could never touch. Dash dash dash. The boat ride back was silent. Sirius sat in the bow, wrapped in Harry's cloak, staring at the sea. His face held an expression Harry couldn't read, too many emotions, too many years, too much to process. Remus sat beside him, close but not touching, his own face wet with silent tears. Harry sat in the stern, the fragment pulsing gently, contentedly. It had done something important tonight. Something good. And it felt proud. We saved him, Harry thought. We actually saved him. The fragment pulsed, agreement, joy, a love so fierce it made Harry's chest ache. We're a good team. Yeah, Harry thought, smiling. We really are. They landed at dawn, on a beach far from any settlement. The Order had arranged transport, a portkey that would take them to a safe house, a place where Sirius could recover, could heal, could begin to live again. Before they took it, Sirius pulled Harry aside. I need to tell you something, he said quietly. Something important. About the night your parents died. Harry's heart clenched. What about it? Sirius's eyes were haunted, not by dementors, but by memories. I was the one who suggested Pettigrew as secret keeper. I thought it would throw Voldemort off, make him think I was hiding them, when really it was Peter. I thought I was being clever. I thought I was protecting them. His voice cracked. I was wrong, so wrong, and they died because of it. Harry looked at him, at this broken man, carrying guilt that should never have been his. And he thought about the fragment, about how easy it would be to let anger take over. To blame Sirius for choices made with the best intentions. But that wasn't who Harry was. That wasn't who his parents would want him to be. You didn't kill them, he said firmly. Pettigrew did. Voldemort did. You made a mistake, a terrible mistake, but you didn't choose evil. You never have. Sirius stared at him, tears streaming down his face. How can you be so forgiving? After everything. Harry touched his scar. Because I've learned that hate destroys the one who feels it more than the one it's aimed at. Because I have people who love me, who taught me that love is stronger than anything. Because, he paused, searching for words. Because my mother's love is in me. And it won't let me hate. Sirius pulled him into an embrace, tight, desperate, full of years of longing and grief and hope. Harry held on, feeling the fragment pulse with warmth, feeling something shift and settle in his own heart. Family. He had family now. Real family. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. The safe house was a cottage in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by protective enchantments that would keep even Voldemort at bay. Sirius settled in slowly, his body and mind healing at their own pace. Harry visited whenever he could, bringing books and food and the simple comfort of presence. They talked for hours, about James and Lily, about the war, about the fragment and what it meant. Sirius listened without judgment, his eyes sometimes widening, sometimes filling with tears, but always, always full of love. You're remarkable, he said one evening, as they sat by the fire. Your parents would be so proud. Harry smiled, a real smile, the kind that reached his eyes. I hope so. I know so. Sirius reached out and ruffled his hair, an unconscious gesture, so like what Harry imagined his father would do that it made his chest ache. And I'm proud too. Proud to be your godfather. Proud to have you in my life. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the flames dance. The fragment pulsed gently, contentedly, basking in the warmth of family. For the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at home. The war was still coming. Voldemort was still out there, plotting, planning, gathering strength. But for this moment, this one, precious moment, Harry allowed himself to simply be. A boy with his godfather. A family, finally found. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Chapter 19, The Lost Horcrux. Spring arrived at the safe house like a reluctant guest, tentative and gray. Rain fell in sheets for days on end, turning the grounds into a quagmire and keeping everyone indoors. Harry didn't mind. The cottage had become something like home, warm, safe, filled with the quiet presence of Sirius and the occasional visits from Order members bringing news. But the fragment was restless. It had been since the night they freed Sirius, growing more agitated with each passing day. Harry felt its unease like a constant pressure behind his scar, not pain, but something close. A warning, a premonition. Something was wrong, and the fragment knew it. What is it? Harry asked during one of their silent conversations. What's bothering you? The fragment's response was fragmented, images, emotions, impressions that Harry had to piece together like a puzzle. A cave. A locket. A presence, dark and hungry, waiting in the depths. And Sirius standing at the entrance, holding the locket, laughing as if it were nothing. The Horcrux, Harry realized. The one Sirius took from Creature. It's still out there. The fragment pulsed, agreement, fear, urgency. The Horcrux was dangerous, more dangerous than the diary had been. It had been waiting for over a decade, gathering strength, feeding on whatever dark energy it could find. And, if Voldemort found it, if he reclaimed it, we have to destroy it, Harry thought. Before he can use it. The fragment pulsed, desperation, hope, a plea for action. Harry found Sirius in the kitchen, staring out at the rain with an expression that held too many memories. He looked better than he had in those first weeks, healthier, more present, but the shadows never quite left his eyes. Sirius, we need to talk. Sirius turned, his eyebrow rising at Harry's tone. That sounds serious. What's wrong? The Horcrux. The one you took from Creature. Where is it? Sirius's face went pale. For a long moment, he simply stared, memories flickering behind his eyes. Then he sank into a chair, his hands gripping the edge of the table. I hid it, he said quietly. After I found it at Grimmauld Place. I knew it was dark, dangerous, I could feel it, even then. But I didn't know what it was. Didn't know it was a piece of him. Where did you hide it? Sirius's eyes met his, and in them, Harry saw fear. Real fear, not for himself, but for what the answer might mean. There's a cave, he said slowly. On the coast. I used to go there as a boy, when I wanted to escape my family. It's hidden, protected by old magic, the kind that doesn't show up on maps or yield to ordinary spells. I thought it would be safe there. When did you hide it? The night before they came for me. The night Pettigrew framed me, blew up that street, killed all those muggles. I knew I was going to be arrested, could feel it coming. So I took the locket and I hid it. And then, he spread his hands, helpless. Then Azkaban. 12 years. And by the time I got out, I'd forgotten. The Dementors, they take everything. Even memories. Harry sat across from him, the fragment pulsing urgently. We have to go there. Now. Before Voldemort finds it. He doesn't know about it. He can't. He can feel his Horcruxes. Not exactly, not precisely, but he knows when they're threatened, when they're moved, when they're destroyed. The diary, when we destroyed it, he felt it. Knew something had happened. If he's been searching for his other pieces, if he's been reaching out. Sirius's face hardened. Then he might have found it already. We have to check. We have to make sure. Sirius was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded, rising from his chair. Then we go. Tonight. Before the rain stops, it'll cover our tracks. The cave was everything Harry had imagined and worse. It lay at the base of a cliff, hidden behind a curtain of water that fell from the rocks above. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, but it opened into a chamber that took Harry's breath away. The walls were covered with ancient carvings, symbols he didn't recognize, scenes he couldn't interpret. A pool of dark water filled the center of the chamber, its surface so still it looked like polished obsidian. And on a ledge above the pool, resting on a cushion of velvet, was a locket. Even from a distance, Harry felt its presence. Cold, hungry, malevolent, a darkness so profound it made the fragment in his scar recoil. That's it, Sirius whispered. That's the thing I hid. They approached slowly, carefully, their wands out. The locket seemed to watch them as they moved, its surface gleaming with an inner light that was anything but holy. It knows we're here, the fragment pulsed. It's waiting. Harry stopped at the edge of the pool. The water was deep, deeper than it had any right to be, and in its depths, something moved. Shapes, shadows, things that reached up with pale hands and empty eyes. In fury, Sirius breathed. The cave is protected, just like the one Creature described. Harry's mind raced. The diary had been protected by a basilisk. This Horcrux was protected by Inferi, dead bodies bewitched to kill any who disturbed them. And somewhere in this chamber, there would be a way to destroy the locket. There had to be. The fang, he said. Basilisk venom. It destroyed the diary. It should destroy this too. We don't have a basilisk fang. No, but we have something else. Harry touched his scar. The fragment is part of Voldemort's soul. If I get close enough to the Horcrux, if I touch it, Absolutely not. Sirius's voice was steel. I didn't spend 12 years in Azkaban dreaming of you just to watch you destroy yourself. It won't destroy me. The fragment is stronger now. It can resist. You don't know that. You can't know that. Harry met his eyes. I know that if we don't destroy this Horcrux, Voldemort will find it. And when he does, he'll be one step closer to full power. One step closer to winning. I can't let that happen. I won't. They stared at each other, two stubborn wills colliding. Finally, Sirius looked away. Then we do it together. If anything goes wrong, if the fragment starts to turn, I pull you out. No arguments. Harry nodded. No arguments. The water was colder than anything Harry had ever felt. It didn't just chill the skin, it reached into the soul, numbing everything it touched. The Inferi swarmed as he swam, their cold hands grasping, pulling, trying to drag him under. But the fragment protected him, its dark nature confusing the creatures, making them hesitate just long enough for Harry to escape their grip. He reached the ledge and pulled himself up, gasping, shaking. The locket lay inches away, its surface gleaming with malicious satisfaction. Come closer, it seemed to whisper. Touch me. Claim me. Become what you were always meant to be. The fragment screamed, not with fear, but with recognition. This was its kin, its sibling, its fellow fragment of a shattered soul. It wanted to reach out, to connect, to become whole again. No, Harry thought desperately. Fight it. You're stronger than this. The fragment fought. Harry felt its struggle, its desperate resistance against the pull of its own nature. And slowly, painfully, it began to win. Harry's hand closed around the locket. The world exploded. He was in a place that wasn't a place, a void of darkness and whispers and cold. The locket hung before him, enormous now, its surface a mirror that showed him things he didn't want to see. His own face, twisted with rage, dark magic pouring from his wand. His mother, screaming, dying, her green eyes accusing. Hagrid, falling, bleeding out because Harry hadn't been strong enough to save him. This is what you are, the locket whispered. This is what you've always been. Darkness pretending to be light. A monster wearing a child's face. No. Harry's voice was firm, steady. That's not me. That's what you want me to see. Is it? Look closer. Look at the fragment in your scar. It is part of him, part of the darkest wizard in history. And you love it. You've made it your friend, your ally, your companion. What does that say about you? Harry hesitated. The words found purchase, digging into doubts he'd tried to bury. You carry his soul. You use his magic. You are becoming him, whether you want or not. No. Stronger now. The fragment is part of me, but it's not me. I choose who I am. I choose love, every single day. That's what makes me different from him. Love. The locket laughed, a sound like breaking glass. What do you know of love? Your parents abandoned you. Your relatives despised you. Everyone you care about dies. Love is weakness. Love is pain. Love is the reason you suffer. My mother died for love. She chose to die so I could live. That's not weakness, that's the strongest thing anyone can do. And what did it get her? Death. Oblivion. Nothing. It got her me. Harry's voice cracked, but didn't break. It got her a son who loves her, who remembers her, who carries her in his heart every single day. That's not nothing. That's everything. The locket screamed, a sound of pure, undiluted rage. Its surface cracked, dark light pouring through the fissures. You fool. You pathetic, deluded fool. Love will destroy you. Love will be your undoing. Love will. It will save me. It already has. Harry squeezed. The locket shattered. He woke on the cave floor, gasping, the fragments of the Horcrux scattered around him. Sirius knelt beside him, his face pale with fear, his wand still raised. Harry, can you hear me? Yeah. Harry's voice was hoarse. Yeah, I'm here. I'm okay. The fragment pulsed, weakly, but steadily. It had survived the destruction of its kin, had held firm against the temptation to join with it. And in that survival, something had changed. Grown. Strengthened. We did it, it pulsed, and Harry felt its exhausted triumph. We destroyed it. Together, Harry thought back. We did it together. Sirius helped him to his feet. The Inferi had retreated, the pool still and silent. The darkness that had filled the cave was gone, replaced by ordinary shadows and the distant sound of the sea. "Let's go home," Sirius said. Harry nodded, and together they walked out of the cave, into the rain, into the night, into a future that was still uncertain but suddenly, impossibly, full of hope. The destruction of the locket changed things. Not immediately, the war continued, the attacks continued, the fear continued. But something had shifted. Voldemort had felt the loss, had known that another piece of his soul had been destroyed. And in that knowledge, there was weakness. Desperation. Fear. "He's panicking," Dumbledore said during their next meeting at the safe house. "2 Horcruxes destroyed, the diary and the locket. He knows now that we're hunting them, that we have the means to destroy them. He'll move faster, take more risks, make mistakes." "Good," Sirius said grimly. "Let him make mistakes. We'll be ready." Harry listened, the fragment pulsing quietly. It had been different since the cave, calmer, more focused, more at peace. The destruction of its kin had been painful, but it had also been freeing. It was no longer one of many. It was unique, special, Harry's. "We need to find the others," Harry thought. "All of them. Before he does." The fragment pulsed, agreement, determination. It could feel the other Horcruxes now, dimly, distantly. They called to it, and it resisted. But the calls were useful, they pointed the way. "There's one in a place of great magic," it pulsed. "A place of learning and power. And there's another, I can't see it clearly. It's hidden, protected, waiting." Hogwarts, Harry thought. One of the Horcruxes was at Hogwarts. The place that had become his home, his refuge, his sanctuary. And Voldemort's soul was hiding there, waiting to be found. "We have to go back," he said aloud. "To Hogwarts. There's a Horcrux there." Dumbledore's eyes widened. "Are you certain? The fragment can feel it." "Not clearly, but definitely. It's somewhere in the castle, hidden where no one would think to look." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "Then we return to Hogwarts. And we find it before Voldemort does." The castle welcomed him like an old friend. Harry walked through the familiar corridors, past the moving staircases and talking portraits, and felt something in his chest loosen. This was home. This was where he belonged. The fragment pulsed with recognition. It too had grown to love this place, its magic, its secrets. They searched. For days, following the fragment's vague sense of direction. Through classrooms and common rooms, through corridors and closets, through places Harry had never seen and might never find again. And finally, in a small, forgotten bathroom on the first floor, they found it. A tiara. Old and tarnished, sitting on a bust in a corner, covered in dust. It looked like nothing, a piece of junk, discarded and forgotten. But Harry felt its presence the moment he entered the room. Cold, hungry, waiting. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, Dumbledore breathed. Lost for centuries. And he found it. Made it into a Horcrux. Harry approached slowly, the fragment pulsing with warning. This Horcrux was different from the others, older, more powerful, more deeply imbued with dark magic. Destroying it would not be easy. "How do we kill it?" he asked. "Basilisk venom," Dumbledore said. "It worked before. It will work again. But we don't have any. The basilisk is dead." Dumbledore smiled, a thin, sharp smile. "But its fangs remain. In the Chamber of Secrets, where you left them." Harry stared at him. The chamber. Of course. The basilisk's remains were still there, waiting to be used. "I'll go," he said. "I know the way." "I'll come with you," Sirius said. "No." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "The chamber responds to Parseltongue, to the language of serpents. Only Harry can open it. Only Harry can navigate its depths." Sirius looked ready to argue, but Harry touched his arm. "It's okay. I've done this before. I know what I'm doing." He didn't, not really. But the fragment pulsed with confidence, with determination, with the fierce desire to see this through. Together, they could do anything. Together, they would destroy this Horcrux, and then the next, and then the next, until Voldemort had nothing left but his own shattered, mortal self. The war was far from over. But for the first time, Harry could see the path ahead. And he was ready to walk it. Chapter 20, The Diadem's Doom. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was exactly as Harry remembered, a dingy girl's bathroom on the first floor, its stalls neglected, its mirrors cracked, its sink streaked with rust. Moaning Myrtle hovered near one of the taps, her translucent form flickering with what might have been excitement or anxiety. "You're back," she said, her voice echoing off the tile. "I wondered if you would be. After the basilisk, after everything, I thought maybe you'd had enough of this place." Harry shook his head. "I haven't had enough. Not yet. I need to go down there again." Myrtle's eyes widened. "Why? The basilisk's dead. There's nothing down there but bones and darkness. There's something I need. Something that can help destroy, something else." He didn't explain further. Couldn't. Myrtle was a ghost, bound to this place, but she was also a witness, and witnesses could talk, could be overheard, could carry information to ears that shouldn't have it. Myrtle studied him for a long moment, her ghostly face unreadable. Then she shrugged, a gesture that sent ripples through her form. "Suit yourself. The pipe's still open, but don't expect me to come looking if you don't come back." Harry opened the tap marked with a tiny serpent, whispered the Parseltongue words that opened the passage, and watched as the sink slid aside to reveal the dark mouth of the pipe. Without hesitation, he jumped. The slide was faster than he remembered, or perhaps he was just smaller, lighter, more accustomed to falling. He landed hard on the damp floor of the chamber, his ankles jarring, his wand hand steady. The darkness pressed in around him, thick and heavy, but he didn't light his wand. Not yet. Not until he knew what waited. The fragment pulsed, recognition, memory, a strange mix of emotions that Harry couldn't quite parse. It remembered this place, remembered the basilisk, the battle, the moment when Harry had driven the sword through the diary. It had been different then, dormant, unaware, little more than a splinter of darkness. Now it was awake, aware, part of something larger. "We were here before, it pulsed. Before I knew you. Before I understood. Harry moved forward slowly, his eyes adjusting to the gloom. The chamber stretched before him, vast and ancient, its serpentine columns rising into darkness. The skeleton of the basilisk lay where it had fallen, a mountain of bone that gleamed faintly in the darkness. And scattered around it, half buried in debris, were its fangs, enormous, curved, still dripping with venom even after all this time. The venom, the fragment pulsed. "It can destroy us. Destroy me." Harry stopped. He hadn't thought of that, hadn't considered what the venom might do to the fragment if it touched his scar. The diary had been destroyed by a basilisk fang, its pages burning, its magic dissolving. If the same venom touched the fragment. It won't, he thought firmly. "I'll be careful. I won't let it near you." The fragment pulsed, gratitude, trust, a love so fierce it made Harry's chest ache. They were in this together, for better or worse. And Harry would die before he let anything harm this strange, impossible creature that had become his closest companion. He approached the skeleton carefully, picking his way through rubble and bone. The fangs were everywhere, some still attached to the jaw, others scattered where they'd fallen when the basilisk collapsed. He chose one that looked manageable, wrapping his hand in his sleeve before picking it up. The venom sizzled against the fabric, but didn't burn through. One fang. That was all he needed. But as he turned to leave, the fragment pulsed with sudden urgency. "Wait. There's something else." Harry paused. "What?" "Something hidden. Something dark. In the mouth of the basilisk." Harry looked at the massive skull, its jaws gaping in permanent death. Something gleamed in the darkness of its throat, a flash of metal, of gold, of something that shouldn't be there. He approached carefully, the fang held ready. The skull loomed above him, its empty eye sockets seeming to watch. And there, wedged between two vertebrae, was a cup. It was beautiful, there was no other word for it. Gold, encrusted with gems, engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to move when Harry looked at them. A badger, carved in miniature, adorned the handle. And the whole thing radiated a darkness so profound it made the fragment in his scar recoil. "Another Horcrux, Harry breathed. "Here. In the chamber. The fragment pulsed, confirmation, horror, a desperate need to destroy this thing before it could do more harm. Voldemort had hidden a Horcrux in the very place where Harry had destroyed another. Had he known? Had he planned it? Or had it been sheer, terrible coincidence? It didn't matter. What mattered was that it was here, now, within reach. And Harry had the means to destroy it. He raised the fang, ready to strike. Number. The fragment's pulse was urgent, desperate. Not here. Not now. The venom, if it splashes, if it touches us. Harry hesitated. The fragment was right. Destroying a Horcrux was unpredictable. The diary had exploded, sent dark magic in every direction. If the cup did the same, if the venom splashed back. We need to take it somewhere safe, asterisk he thought. Somewhere we can destroy it without risk. Asterisk. But where? Asterisk. Harry thought. The chamber was dangerous, but it was also isolated. No one came here. No one would find them. If they could create a barrier, a protection. The fang, asterisk he thought. We use the fang to destroy it, but we do it from a distance. With a spell. With something that can contain the blast. Asterisk. The fragment considered this. Then, slowly, it pulsed with agreement. Harry looked around the chamber, searching for something, anything, that might help. His eyes fell on the basilisk skeleton, on the massive ribs that arched overhead like the frame of a ship. If he could position the cup between two ribs, create a kind of cage. It was risky. Everything about this was risky. But it was the best plan he had. He moved quickly, placing the cup on the stone floor between two massive ribs. Then he backed away, the fang held ready, his mind racing through every containment spell he knew. Ready. He thought at the fragment. Ready. Asterisk. He raised the fang, aimed carefully, and threw. Dash dash dash. The fang struck the cup dead center. For a moment, nothing happened. The cup sat there, the fang embedded in its side, looking almost comical, a golden chalice with a giant tooth sticking out of it. Then it screamed. Not a sound, something deeper, something that resonated in Harry's bones and made the fragment writhe with agony. Dark light exploded from the cup, black and red and terrible, slamming against the basilisk ribs that contained it. The bones glowed, ancient magic flaring to life, holding the darkness at bay. Harry pressed himself against the chamber wall, his hands over his ears, his eyes squeezed shut. The fragment screamed with him, its pain and fear and desperate hope all tangled together in a knot that threatened to undo them both. And then, suddenly, it was over. Silence. Thick and heavy and absolute. Harry opened his eyes. The cup was gone. In its place, a pile of blackened metal, twisted and melted, lay on the stone floor. The fang had dissolved, its venom spent. The basilisk ribs were cracked, some of them shattered, but they had held. The Horcrux was destroyed. Harry slid down the wall, his legs giving way beneath him. The fragment pulsed weakly, exhausted but triumphant. They had done it. They had destroyed another piece of Voldemort's soul. 2 down, asterisk Harry thought. How many more? Asterisk. The fragment didn't know, couldn't know, but it pulsed with determination, with the fierce resolve to see this through to the end. We'll find them, asterisk it seemed to say. All of them. Together. Asterisk. Harry nodded, too tired to speak. He sat in the darkness of the chamber, surrounded by the bones of a dead monster and the remnants of a destroyed Horcrux, and allowed himself a moment of rest. The war wasn't over. It might never be over. But for this moment, this single, precious moment, he had won. Dash dash dash. He climbed out of the chamber hours later, exhausted and filthy, but alive. Sirius was waiting in the bathroom, his face gray with worry, his wand clutched in a white-knuckled grip. Harry. Merlin's beard. I was about to go down there myself. What happened? Are you hurt? Harry shook his head. I'm okay. Better than okay. He held up his hand, showing the melted remains of the cup. There was another Horcrux. In the chamber. I destroyed it. Sirius stared at the twisted metal, his eyes wide. Another one. How many did he make? I don't know. But we're going to find out. Harry leaned against the sink, suddenly dizzy. We're going to find them all. Sirius caught him as his knees buckled, wrapping an arm around his waist, supporting his weight. Later. Right now, you're going to rest. Eat. Sleep. The Horcruxes can wait one night. Harry wanted to argue, but he didn't have the strength. He let Sirius guide him out of the bathroom, through the corridors, back to the tower room that had become his home. Mitzi appeared with food, real food, hot and wonderful, and Harry ate until he couldn't hold any more. Then he slept. And for the first time in weeks, he didn't dream. Dash dash dash. The discovery of the cup changed everything. Dumbledore called a meeting of the Order's inner circle, Sirius, Remus, Moody, Kingsley, McGonagall, and a few others Harry didn't know. They gathered in the headmaster's office, their faces grave, as Harry told them about the chamber, about the cup, about the growing number of Horcruxes they needed to find. 7, Dumbledore said quietly when Harry finished. I believe he intended to make 7. 7 pieces of soul. McGonagall's voice was sharp with horror. That's unimaginable. Voldemort has always been drawn to the number 7. It is the most magically powerful number. He would have seen 7 Horcruxes as the ultimate achievement, the key to true immortality. But we've destroyed 3, Sirius said. The diary, the locket, the cup. That leaves 4. Assuming he only made 7. He may have made more. Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. The diary was created during his school years. The cup and the locket came later. There may be others we don't know about, others hidden in places we can't imagine. Harry listened, the fragment pulsing quietly. It had been more active since the chamber, more present, more engaged. Destroying the cup had weakened it. Every Horcrux destroyed weakened the original soul, but it had also strengthened its resolve. It wanted this over. Wanted Voldemort defeated. Wanted to be free of the shadow that had created it. We'll find them, Harry thought. All of them. The fragment pulsed. Agreement, determination, love. The search consumed the next year. Harry turned 11, then 12, his birthdays marked by quiet celebrations and the constant, grinding work of hunting Horcruxes. The fragment guided him when it could, its connection to the other pieces growing stronger as more were destroyed. Together, they traced the remnants of Voldemort's soul across Britain and beyond, to an old house on a hill, where a ring lay hidden in the ruins, to a cavern by the sea, where a locket, another locket, a decoy waited in a basin of poison, to Gringotts itself, where a goblin rebellion nearly cost them everything. Each destruction took something from the fragment. Each time, it grew weaker, smaller, more fragile. But each time, it also grew stronger, in resolve, in determination, in the fierce love that bound it to Harry. I'm scared, it pulsed one night, after they'd destroyed the ring. Scared of what happens when we finish. Scared of disappearing. Harry held his scar, feeling its warmth. You won't disappear. You're part of me now. You'll always be part of me. But when he's gone, when all the pieces are destroyed, what will I be? Harry didn't have an answer. He didn't know what would happen to the fragment when Voldemort finally fell. Would it dissolve, freed from its connection to its original self? Would it remain, a permanent part of Harry's soul? Or would something else happen, something none of them could predict? We'll face it together, he thought. Whatever comes, we face it together. The fragment pulsed, gratitude, trust, a love so deep it made Harry's eyes burn. Together. Always together. The final piece, the one the fragment had sensed at Hogwarts for so long, revealed itself on Harry's 13th birthday. He was in the tower room, staring out at the grounds, when the fragment suddenly surged. Not with warning, with recognition. With the desperate, overwhelming awareness that its final kin was near. Where? Harry thought urgently. Where is it? The fragment guided him through the castle, through corridors he'd never seen, past portraits that whispered and pointed. It led him to the 7th floor, to a blank stretch of wall, and pulsed with certainty. Here, behind this wall, a room that appears when it's needed. The room of requirement. Harry had been here before, years ago, when he'd met Creature. But he'd never thought to look for a Horcrux here. Never imagined that Voldemort would hide something so precious in a place so accessible. He paced before the wall 3 times, thinking of what he needed. I need the place where things are hidden. I need the place where Voldemort hid his soul. A door appeared, ornate, carved with serpents, pulsing with dark magic. Harry pushed it open and stepped inside. The room beyond was vast, filled with objects beyond counting. But at its center, on a pedestal of black stone, sat a snake. Not a real snake, a statue, carved from something that gleamed like obsidian. And wrapped around the statue, coiled like a serpent itself, was a wand. The Elder Wand, the Death Stick, the most powerful wand in existence. And within it, pulsing with dark awareness, was a piece of Voldemort's soul. He made the wand a Horcrux, Harry breathed. The most powerful wand in the world, and he filled it with his soul. The fragment pulsed, horror, understanding, a desperate need to destroy this abomination before it could do more harm. But as Harry approached, the wand moved. It rose from its coil, floating in the air, its tip pointing directly at Harry's heart. And from it, a voice emerged, Voldemort's voice, cold and terrible and full of triumphant malice. "So, little prince, we meet at last. I've been waiting for this moment. Waiting for you to find me, to come to me, to deliver yourself into my hands." Asterisk. Harry raised his wand, the fragment blazing with desperate power. "I'm not delivering anything. I'm here to destroy you. Destroy me." The wand laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "You cannot destroy me, boy. I am beyond destruction. I am eternal. I am. You're a piece of a broken soul, clinging to existence because you're too afraid to die." Harry's voice was steady, calm, certain. "I've destroyed 5 of your pieces already. 6, counting the one in my scar. You're not eternal. You're not invincible. You're just afraid." The wand trembled. For a moment, something flickered in its dark surface, doubt, perhaps, or fear. "You know nothing of fear," it hissed. "You've never faced true darkness. Never stared into the abyss and seen it stare back." I've stared into plenty of abysses. Harry moved closer, the fragment pulsing with every step. "And I've learned something important. The abyss is only as dark as you let it be. If you carry light inside you, the darkness can't touch you." "Light." The wand's voice was scornful. "What light? The love of a dead woman. The friendship of children. That's not light, that's weakness." It's the only strength that matters." Harry raised his wand, the fragment blazing now, golden light pouring from his scar. "And it's about to destroy you." He struck. The wands met, the Elder Wand and Harry's Holy Wand, and the world exploded into light and shadow and the terrible, wonderful power of love conquering fear. When Harry opened his eyes, he was lying on the floor of the Room of Requirement. The Elder Wand lay beside him, cracked and dark, its magic spent. The snake statue had crumbled to dust. And the fragment was gone. Harry touched his scar. It was still there, the raised line of lightning, the familiar mark. But the warmth was missing. The presence, the constant, comforting pulse of the creature that had become his closest companion. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no." He searched desperately, reaching out with his mind, calling for the fragment. But there was nothing. Only silence. Only emptiness. The final Horcrux was destroyed. Voldemort's soul was whole again, or as whole as it could be, with 6 pieces destroyed and only the original remaining. And in that wholeness, the fragment had been reabsorbed. Pulled back to its source. Lost forever. Harry lay on the floor of the Room of Requirement and wept. He didn't know how long he stayed there. Hours, maybe. The room didn't judge, didn't rush, didn't do anything but hold him in its quiet darkness. Eventually, footsteps approached. Sirius's voice, tight with fear. "Harry. Harry, where are you?" He couldn't answer. Couldn't speak. Couldn't do anything but lie there, empty and broken. Sirius found him. Gathered him in his arms. Held him as he sobbed. "It's gone," Harry managed. "The fragment. It's gone." Sirius didn't ask what he meant. He just held on, letting Harry cry, letting him grieve. They stayed like that as the night deepened, as the castle settled around them, as the world continued to turn despite the hole in Harry's heart. The fragment was gone. The Horcruxes were destroyed. Voldemort was mortal again. But Harry had never felt more alone. Chapter 21, The Hollow Days. The days after the fragment's disappearance passed in a gray haze. Harry moved through them mechanically, eating when food appeared, sleeping when exhaustion claimed him, speaking when spoken to. But inside, he was hollow. Empty. A shell where a person used to be. The castle noticed. The portraits whispered as he passed, their painted faces creased with concern. The house elves left extra treats by his bed, hoping to tempt his appetite. Even Peeves was subdued, floating silently past instead of his usual chaotic harassment. But nothing helped. Nothing filled the void where the fragment had been. Sirius stayed close, watching him with worried eyes. He didn't push, didn't demand, didn't try to fix anything. He simply existed beside Harry, a steady presence in the emptiness. Sometimes they sat together in silence, watching the fire. Sometimes Sirius talked. About James, about Lily, about the old days when they were young and the war hadn't yet touched them. Harry listened, letting the stories wash over him, finding small comfort in the knowledge that his parents had been happy, had loved, had lived fully before they died. But the fragment's absence was a constant ache. A phantom limb that he kept reaching for, only to find nothing there. I should have told it, he thought sometimes, in the dark hours before dawn. Told it how much it meant to me. How much I loved it. He hadn't. He'd assumed there would be time. Assumed they'd face the final battle together, side by side, the way they'd faced everything else. He'd been wrong. Hermione visited on the third day. She burst into his tower room without knocking, her bushy hair wild, her eyes bright with determination. Without a word, she crossed to where he sat by the window and wrapped her arms around him. I know, she said quietly. Sirius told me. I'm so sorry, Harry. He didn't respond. Couldn't. The words were locked somewhere deep inside, behind a door he didn't have the strength to open. Hermione held on, not letting go. It's okay. You don't have to talk. You don't have to do anything. I'm just going to sit here with you, and that's enough. She pulled up a chair and sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. Then she pulled out a book, some massive tome on magical theory, and began to read aloud. It was absurd. It was perfect. It was exactly what he needed. She read for hours, her voice steady and calm, filling the silence with words that required nothing from him. Ancient theories about transfiguration, complex analyses of charm mechanics, dry histories of magical governance. She read it all without pause, without expectation, without any demand that he respond. And slowly, imperceptibly, something in Harry began to thaw. On the fifth day, Remus came. He didn't read, didn't talk, didn't do anything but sit across from Harry and meet his eyes with a gaze that held too much understanding. I know what you're feeling, he said quietly. Loss, emptiness, the sense that a part of you has been ripped away and you'll never be whole again. Harry looked at him, really looked, for the first time in days. Remus's face was lined with old griefs, old losses, old wounds that had never fully healed. How do you bear it? Harry's voice was rough from disuse. How do you go on when something you love is gone? Remus was silent for a long moment. Then he said, you just do. There's no secret, no magic, no easy answer. You wake up, and you breathe, and you put one foot in front of the other. And eventually, the pain becomes something you carry instead of something that carries you. That's not very comforting. No. Remus smiled, a sad, gentle smile. It's not. But it's true. And sometimes truth is more comforting than comfort. Harry thought about that. Thought about the fragment, about all the moments they'd shared, about the strange, impossible love that had grown between them. The pain of losing it was unbearable, but bearing the unbearable was something Harry had learned to do a long time ago. I miss it, he whispered. I miss it so much. I know. Remus reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Grief is love with nowhere to go. But love doesn't disappear just because the one you love is gone. It transforms. Becomes something else. Memory, maybe. Or purpose. Or the determination to live in a way that honors what you've lost. Harry thought about his parents. About Hagrid. About everyone he'd loved and lost. Their love hadn't disappeared, it had become part of him, shaping who he was, guiding his choices, giving him strength when he had none of his own. Maybe the fragment's love could do the same. On the seventh day, Harry left his tower. He walked through the castle without purpose, letting his feet carry him where they would. The corridors were quiet, most students were in classes, their voices a distant murmur that didn't intrude. He passed the library, the great hall, the entrance to the dungeons. He passed the place where he'd first met Hermione, the corridor where he'd found the mirror of Erised, the bathroom that led to the Chamber of Secrets. So many memories. So many moments, both terrible and wonderful. The fragment had been there for most of them, a silent companion in the darkest times. He found himself at the edge of the forbidden forest, looking into its depths. The trees stood dark and patient, waiting for him to enter. Somewhere in their shadows, the wolf waited, the ancient creature that had taught him so much about love and darkness and the spaces between. He stepped into the forest. The wolf found him within minutes. It materialized from the shadows between trees, its silver fur gleaming in the filtered sunlight. It looked older than Harry remembered, or perhaps he just hadn't noticed before. Its eyes held the same ancient wisdom, but there was weariness there too. Grief. Understanding. You came, the wolf said. I wondered if you would. I didn't know where else to go. The wolf nodded, accepting this. It sat on its haunches, bringing its face level with Harry's, and regarded him with those impossible eyes. You carry a great loss, it said. The fragment, your companion, is gone. Yes. Harry's voice cracked. It's gone, and I don't know how to be without it. The wolf was silent for a long moment. Then it spoke, its voice carrying the weight of centuries. The fragment was never meant to exist. It was an accident, a byproduct of dark magic, a piece of a shattered soul that should have dissolved into nothing. But it didn't dissolve. It found you. And in finding you, it became something new. Something unique. Something precious. I know. I loved it. I didn't realize how much until it was gone. That is often the way of love. The wolf's eyes softened. We don't appreciate what we have until we no longer have it. But that doesn't mean the love was wasted. It doesn't mean it was meaningless. It feels meaningless. It feels like I lost a part of myself. Because you did. The wolf moved closer, pressing its warmth against Harry's side. The fragment was part of you, woven into your soul by years of shared experience, shared emotion, shared love. Losing it leaves a wound. But wounds heal, Harry. Even the deepest ones. And when they heal, they leave scars. Scars that remind us of what we've survived, what we've loved, what we've lost. Harry thought about his scar, the lightning bolt that had marked him since infancy. It had started as a wound, a terrible injury inflicted by dark magic. But it had become something else. A symbol, a connection, a reminder of his mother's love. The fragment left a scar, he said slowly. Inside me. A scar where it used to be. Yes, and that scar will always be part of you. Not a wound, a memory. A reminder of the love you shared, the battles you fought, the person you became together. Harry closed his eyes, reaching inside himself, searching for the place where the fragment used to be. At first, there was only emptiness, a hollow space that ached with absence. But beneath the ache, something else stirred. A warmth, a presence. Faint, but there. I'm still here, asterisk it seemed to whisper. Asterisk in your heart, in your memories, in the love that will never die. Asterisk. Harry's eyes flew open. It's still there. I can feel it, not the way I used to, but... The fragment is gone, the wolf said gently. But its love remains. That love is part of you now, woven into your soul as deeply as any magic. You carry it with you always, whether you feel it or not. Tears streamed down Harry's face, not tears of grief, this time, but of gratitude. Of hope. Of the realization that love truly did transcend loss. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for helping me understand. The wolf inclined its head. That is what I am here for. That is what I have always been here for. It rose, turning to leave, but paused at the edge of the clearing. One more thing, Harry. The fragment's love is not the only love you carry. Your parents' love, Hagrid's love, Sirius's love, Hermione's love, all of them are part of you, shaping who you are and who you will become. You are not alone. You have never been alone. And you never will be. Then it was gone, melting into the shadows, leaving Harry alone in the clearing with the truth of its words settling into his heart. He walked out of the forest different than he'd entered. The grief was still there, it would always be there. But it had transformed, become something he could carry instead of something that crushed him. The fragment was gone, but its love remained. And that love, like all love, was eternal. Sirius was waiting at the edge of the forest, his face pale with worry. When he saw Harry, something in his expression relaxed, not completely, but enough. You were gone a long time, he said quietly. I was starting to worry. I'm okay. Harry meant it. I'm really okay. Sirius studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Together, they walked back to the castle, side by side, two people bound by love and loss and the stubborn determination to keep going. That night, Harry dreamed of the fragment. Not of its presence, not the way it used to be. But of a memory, clear and bright, of a moment when they'd sat together in his tower room, watching the sun set over the mountains. The fragment had pulsed with contentment, with peace, with the simple joy of being alive and together. In the dream, Harry reached out and touched his scar, not with his hand, but with his heart. And for just a moment, he felt the fragment's warmth. Felt its love. felt its eternal presence in the depths of his soul. I'll always be with you, asterisk it seemed to say. Asterisk in every choice, in every moment, in every beat of your heart. I'll always be with you. Asterisk. Harry woke with tears on his face and a smile on his lips. The fragment was gone, but its love remained. And that was enough. The weeks that followed were still difficult. There were moments when the emptiness threatened to overwhelm him, when he reached for the fragment's presence and found only silence. But those moments grew fewer, and the moments of peace grew more frequent. He threw himself back into his training, driven by a new purpose. The Horcruxes were destroyed, but Voldemort remained. The final battle was coming, and Harry needed to be ready, not just in magic, but in heart and mind and soul. Sirius trained with him, pushing him harder than any professor. Remus taught him strategy, the art of thinking several moves ahead. Hermione researched everything she could find about Voldemort's history, his weaknesses, his patterns. Together, they prepared for the confrontation that would decide everything. And through it all, Harry carried the fragment's love in his heart. A warmth that never quite faded. A presence that never quite left. A reminder that even in the darkest times, he was not alone. The war was coming. The final battle loomed. But Harry Potter was ready. And somewhere, in the spaces between worlds, a piece of his soul smiled. Chapter 22, The Gathering. The summer of Harry's 14th year brought a heat that seemed to press down on the very bones of the earth. The safe house had changed over the months, grown from a simple cottage into something closer to a fortress. Protective enchantments layered upon protective enchantments, wards that would alert them to any approaching threat, escape routes hidden in every room. The Order had transformed it into a headquarters, a place where plans were made and battles prepared for. Harry spent most of his time in the training yard, a cleared space behind the cottage where he could practice without worrying about collateral damage. His magic had grown powerful, more powerful than any 14-year-old had a right to be. The years of training, of struggle, of facing darkness had forged him into something formidable. But it was the love he carried that made him truly strong. The fragment's absence had left a mark, a scar on his soul that matched the one on his forehead. But that scar held warmth now, a constant reminder of what he'd lost and what he'd gained. He could feel it in quiet moments, a presence at the edge of awareness. Not the fragment itself, but its echo. Its love. Its eternal connection. You're with me, asterisk he thought sometimes, touching his scar. You'll always be with me. Asterisk. And the warmth would pulse, just slightly, as if in answer. The meeting that changed everything came on a night when the moon hung low and full over the cottage. Harry was in the yard, practicing a difficult shielding charm, when Sirius appeared in the doorway. His face was grave, his eyes shadowed with something that looked like fear. Harry, come inside. Dumbledore's here. Harry's heart quickened. Dumbledore didn't visit often, his time was consumed by the war, by strategy, by the endless work of coordinating resistance. When he came, it meant something important. They gathered in the main room, Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, Moody, Kingsley, and a few others Harry didn't know. The atmosphere was tense, expectant. Whatever news Dumbledore brought, it wasn't good. Thank you all for coming, Dumbledore began, his voice quiet but carrying. I have news that changes everything. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Voldemort is ready. The ritual is complete. He has regained his body and his full power. The room erupted, shocked exclamations, fearful questions, desperate denials. Dumbledore raised his hand, and silence fell. It happened 3 days ago, in a graveyard in Little Hangleton. Pettigrew performed the ritual, the bones of the father, the flesh of the servant, the blood of the enemy. Voldemort rose again, whole and terrible. Harry's blood ran cold. The blood of the enemy. Whose blood had they used? Who had been taken, sacrificed, used for that dark purpose? His target, Dumbledore continued, his eyes finding Harry, was you. But you were protected, the safe house's wards held, and his servants could not find you. So he chose another. A decoy. A boy your age, with similar features, who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Harry's stomach lurched. Who did they take? His name is Cedric Diggory. He is alive, barely. The Death Eaters used him for the ritual, took his blood, left him for dead. He was found by Aurors 2 days later, barely clinging to life. He's at St.Mungo's now, recovering. But the damage, physical and magical, is extensive. Harry didn't know Cedric Diggory. Had never met him, never seen him. But the thought that someone had suffered in his place, had been tortured and used because of him, it was almost unbearable. This changes things, Sirius said quietly. Voldemort has a body. He has power. He'll move openly now, no more hiding in shadows. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. The war enters a new phase. One where the enemy is visible, tangible, and more dangerous than ever. He turned to Harry, and in his eyes was a sorrow that made Harry's chest ache. I'm sorry, Harry. I had hoped to give you more time, more years to grow, to train, to prepare. But time has run out. Voldemort will come for you now, openly and directly. And when he does, you must be ready to face him. Harry nodded, his jaw tight. I've been ready for years. I know. But being ready in your heart is different from being ready in truth. The prophecy, either must die at the hand of the other, that moment approaches. You must be prepared not just to fight, but to kill. Or to die. The words hung in the air, stark and terrible. Harry had known this day would come, had known it since he was 6 years old, since the scar first began to burn. But knowing and facing were different things. I understand, he said. I'll do what I have to do. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. I know you will, Harry. I know you will. The weeks that followed were the most intense of Harry's life. Training consumed every waking moment. Combat magic, defensive spells, offensive strategies, he pushed himself beyond exhaustion, beyond pain, beyond anything he'd thought possible. Sirius was with him constantly, pushing, encouraging, demanding more. Remus taught him to think like a strategist, to anticipate his enemy's moves. Moody taught him to fight dirty, to use every advantage, to survive at any cost. But the most important lessons came from within. The warmth in his scar, the fragment's echo, grew stronger as the final confrontation approached. It wasn't communication, not really. But it was presence, comfort, the knowledge that he was not alone, would never be alone, no matter what happened. You're with me, he thought each night before sleep. You'll be with me when I face him. And the warmth would pulse, steady and sure, like a heartbeat in his soul. On the night before the final battle, Harry dreamed of his mother. She stood in a garden, the same garden from the Vale, full of impossible flowers and light that came from everywhere and nowhere. She was beautiful, radiant, her green eyes shining with love. Tomorrow, she said quietly. Tomorrow you face him. I know. Harry's voice was steady. I'm ready. She smiled, a sad, proud smile. You are more ready than you know. But I need to tell you something, Harry. Something important. He waited, listening. The fragment, the piece of his soul that lived in your scar, it changed you. Not in the way he intended, but in ways he could never understand. It taught you to love darkness, to see the light in shadow, to find connection in the most unlikely places. That is a gift, Harry. A gift that will serve you tomorrow. How? How will it help me defeat him? Because he cannot understand it. He cannot comprehend love, real love, selfless love, the kind that gives without expecting return. And you, my darling boy, are full of that love. For your friends, your family, even for the piece of him that became your companion. That love will protect you when nothing else can. Harry thought about the fragment, about all they'd shared, about the warmth that still lingered in his scar. He thought about Sirius, Hermione, Remus, everyone who had loved him, supported him, believed in him. I'm not afraid, he said, and meant it. I was, for a long time. But not anymore. I know. His mother stepped closer, cupping his face in her hands. You have grown so brave, so strong, so full of light. Your father and I, we couldn't be prouder. She kissed his forehead, right where the scar used to burn. Remember, Harry, love is the one power he cannot defeat. Hold on to it, trust it, let it guide you through the darkness. The dream began to fade, her image growing translucent. I love you, Mum. I love you too, Harry. Always. He woke to the gray light of dawn and the knowledge that everything was about to change. Sirius was already up, sitting by the fire, his face drawn with worry. When Harry entered, he looked up and managed a smile. Couldn't sleep either. No. Harry sat across from him, watching the flames dance. I dreamed of my mother. Sirius's expression softened. What did she say? That love is the only power Voldemort can't defeat. That I need to hold on to it, trust it, let it guide me. Sirius nodded slowly. She was right. Your mother always was, about everything that mattered. They sat in silence for a while, the fire crackling between them. Then Sirius spoke again. I should have been there for you. All those years. I should have fought harder, found a way to be part of your life. I'm sorry I wasn't. Harry shook his head. You're here now. That's what matters. But tomorrow, we fight. Together. And we win. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I'm not going to let him take anyone else from me. Not you, not Hermione, not anyone. I'm going to end this. Sirius stared at him for a long moment, then pulled him into a rough embrace. You're so like your father, he whispered. Stubborn, brave, full of love he couldn't always express. He'd be so proud of you. Harry held on, letting the warmth of family fill the spaces that grief had carved. They would face tomorrow together. Whatever came, they would face it together. The Order gathered at dawn. They came from everywhere, from hiding places and safe houses, from distant countries and secret locations. Witches and wizards who had fought in the First War, who had lost loved ones, who had been waiting for this moment. They filled the clearing behind the cottage, their faces grim, their wands ready. Dumbledore stood at their head, his presence radiating calm and authority. When he spoke, his voice carried to every corner of the gathering. Today, we face the greatest evil our world has ever known. Today, we fight not for glory or victory, but for survival, for the right to live in a world free from fear, free from tyranny, free from darkness. He paused, letting his words sink in. Voldemort is powerful, more powerful than any wizard in centuries. He has an army of Death Eaters, of dark creatures, of corrupted souls. But he does not have what we have. He does not have love. He does not have loyalty. He does not have the unwavering determination of free people who refuse to bow. A murmur ran through the crowd, agreement, determination, the fierce resolve of those who had nothing left to lose. Today, we take the fight to him. Today, we end this war. Today, we win. The crowd erupted, not in cheers, but in something more powerful. In commitment. In unity. In the shared understanding that this was the moment they had been waiting for. Harry stood among them, feeling the warmth in his scar pulse with steady assurance. The fragment was with him, not as a presence, but as a memory. A love that transcended death and darkness. Sirius stood at his right, Remus at his left. Hermione was nearby, her face pale but determined. They were his family, the family he had chosen, the family that had chosen him. And together, they would face the darkness. Together, they would win. The portkey activated at noon. A stretch of abandoned land, once a village, now nothing but ruins. The graveyard where Voldemort had risen. The place where the final battle would begin. They landed in silence, spreading out, taking positions. The Death Eaters were already there, dozens of them, hooded and masked, their wands raised. And at their center, standing before the tallest headstone, was Voldemort. He was exactly as Harry had imagined, tall and pale, with red eyes and a face that was almost snake-like. He held his wand loosely, casually, as if this were nothing more than an inconvenience. But when he saw Harry, something flickered in those terrible eyes. Recognition. Hunger. Triumph. Harry Potter, he hissed, his voice carrying across the graveyard. We meet at last. Face to face. Soul to soul. Harry stepped forward, the warmth in his scar blazing now, a light that no darkness could touch. Tom, he said, and the name was a weapon. It's time to end this. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You dare speak that name. You dare. I dare a lot of things. I dared to love the piece of your soul that lived in my scar. I dared to teach it to love me back. I dared to destroy every Horcrux you ever made, leaving you mortal, vulnerable, killable. The Death Eaters stirred, uncertain. Voldemort's face contorted with rage. You lie. You cannot have. Can't I? Harry held up his hand, and from his scar, light erupted, golden light, warm and bright and full of love. It washed over the graveyard, touching Death Eaters, touching headstones, touching Voldemort himself. And Voldemort screamed. The light burned him, not physically, but deeper. It touched the emptiness where his soul should have been, the void where love should have lived, and it showed him everything he could never have. Kill him. He shrieked. Kill them all. The battle began. Dash dash dash. It was chaos, beautiful, terrible chaos. Spells flew in every direction, lighting the graveyard with flashes of color. Death Eaters fell, Order members fell, the ground shook with the force of magic unleashed. Harry moved through it all like a dancer, his wand an extension of his will, the fragments light guiding his every move. He found Voldemort at the center of the storm, his red eyes blazing with fury and fear. Your light cannot save you, boy. Your love cannot protect you. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived, and you are nothing. I'm everything you're not. Harry raised his wand, the golden light gathering around him like a cloak. I'm loved. I'm capable of love. I have people who would die for me, and I would die for them. That's power you'll never understand. Voldemort laughed, a terrible, empty sound. Love. You think love matters. Love is weakness. Love is death. Love is what killed your precious mother. No. Harry's voice was steady, calm, certain. Love is what saved me. Love is what will destroy you. He struck. The spells met, the killing curse and whatever Harry was wielding, some magic born of love and loss and the eternal warmth in his scar. They clashed in the center of the graveyard, light against dark, love against hate, everything against nothing. And love won. Voldemort's curse shattered. His wand flew from his hand. His body, the body he had fought so hard to regain, began to crumble, to dissolve, to become nothing. No, he whispered, his red eyes wide with disbelief. No, this cannot be. I am immortal, I am. You're nothing. Harry walked toward him, the golden light blazing. You were always nothing. A boy who was afraid to die, who did terrible things to avoid death, who never understood that death is not the enemy. Love is life. Love is eternity. Love is everything you threw away. Voldemort's form flickered, dissolved, faded into the light. And then he was gone. Dash dash dash. Silence fell over the graveyard. The Death Eaters who remained alive looked around in confusion, their master vanished, their cause lost. One by one, they dropped their wands. One by one, they surrendered. Harry stood at the center of it all, the golden light fading, the warmth in his scar settling into a gentle, eternal pulse. It was over. Finally, truly over. Sirius reached him first, pulling him into an embrace that lifted him off his feet. Hermione followed, then Remus, then a dozen others, all laughing, crying, celebrating. But Harry stood apart, even in the midst of them. He touched his scar, feeling the warmth that would never fade. We did it, he thought. Together. And somewhere, in the spaces between worlds, a piece of his soul smiled. The war was over. Voldemort was gone. And Harry Potter, surrounded by the people he loved, was finally, completely, entirely free. Chapter 23, The Aftermath. The days after the battle passed in a haze of exhaustion and disbelief. Harry slept for nearly 3 days straight, his body finally surrendering to the years of strain it had endured. When he woke, it was to find Sirius asleep in a chair by his bed, his face slack with exhaustion, his hand still loosely gripping his wand. Hermione was curled on a small cot in the corner, a book open on her chest, her bushy hair spread across the pillow like a lion's mane. The warmth in his scar pulsed gently, a constant, comforting presence that he'd grown to rely on. It wasn't the fragment, not really. But it was its echo, its love, its eternal connection. He lay still for a long time, watching the morning light creep across the ceiling, letting the reality of it all sink in. Voldemort was dead, really dead, this time, his soul dissolved into nothing, his body turned to ash. The Horcruxes were destroyed, the war was over, he was free. The word felt strange in his mind, too large, too foreign, too impossible. He'd been carrying the weight of prophecy since he was 6 years old, had known since childhood that his life would end in either victory or death. Victory had come, but the weight didn't simply disappear. It lingered, a ghost of what had been, a reminder of everything he'd lost along the way. Hagrid, the fragment, the countless others who had given their lives so that this moment could exist. You're not alone, the warmth seemed to whisper. You'll never be alone, He closed his eyes and let himself feel it, the love, the grief, the hope, the fear. All of it, tangled together, making him who he was. When he opened his eyes again, Sirius was awake, watching him with a soft expression that held too many emotions to name. Hey, Sirius said quietly. Welcome back. Hey. Harry's voice was rough from disuse. How long? 3 days. The healers said you needed it, said your body was running on empty, had been for years. They made us let you sleep. A pause. It was hard, watching you lie there, not knowing if you'd wake up. Harry reached out and took his godfather's hand. I'm awake. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Sirius's eyes glistened. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. They sat like that as the morning brightened, as Hermione stirred and woke, as the world slowly began to turn again. The weeks that followed were a blur of activity. The ministry needed to be rebuilt, literally, in some cases. Voldemort's followers had done significant damage during the war, and the task of repairing both the physical and institutional structures was immense. Trials were held for captured Death Eaters. Memorials were built for the fallen. The wizarding world slowly, painfully, began to heal. Harry was at the center of much of it, though he tried to stay on the edges. He gave testimony at trials, spoke at memorials, accepted awards and honors he didn't want. The attention was suffocating. Everywhere he went, people stared, whispered, pointed. The boy who lived, now the boy who conquered. A living legend, whether he wanted to be or not. But he had his anchors. Sirius, who understood the weight of unwanted fame. Hermione, who treated him like a friend, not a symbol. Remus, who had known his parents and could talk about them without the reverent awe that made Harry uncomfortable. And the warmth. Always the warmth, a constant reminder that he was loved, that he was not alone, that the fragment's gift would never fade. On a gray afternoon in November, Harry found himself at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He hadn't planned to come here. His feet had simply carried him, following an impulse he couldn't name. The trees stood dark and patient, waiting for him to enter. Somewhere in their depths, the wolf waited. He walked into the forest without hesitation. The wolf found him within minutes, materializing from the shadows as if it had always been there. It looked older than before, much older, its silver fur dulled, its eyes dimmed with the weight of centuries. You came, it said. I wondered if you would. I didn't know where else to go. Harry sat on a fallen log, gesturing for the wolf to join him. Everything's changed. The war's over. He's gone. And I don't know what to do with myself. The wolf settled beside him, its warmth a comfort against the autumn chill. That is the nature of great battles. They consume everything, purpose, identity, meaning. When they end, those who fought them are left hollow, searching for something to fill the space. Harry nodded slowly. That's exactly how I feel. Hollow. Like there should be more, but there isn't. There will be. In time. You will find new purposes, new battles, new reasons to get up in the morning. But first, you must grieve. Grieve what you've lost. Grieve who you had to become to survive. Grieve the childhood that was taken from you. Harry thought about that, about all the years he'd spent training, fighting, preparing for a war that had consumed his entire life. He'd never had a normal childhood. Never had the chance to be just a boy, without prophecy or destiny or a piece of a Dark Lord's soul in his head. I don't know how, he admitted. I don't know how to be normal. The wolf's eyes softened. Then learn. That is your new battle, learning to live. Not just survive, but live. Love. Laugh. Let yourself be happy. It sounds harder than fighting Voldemort. It is. The wolf's voice was gentle. Fighting is simple. Living is complex. But it is also richer, deeper, more rewarding. You have earned the right to try, Harry. Don't waste it. They sat together as the sun set, painting the forest in shades of gold and amber. Harry let the wolf's words settle into him, let himself consider the possibility of a future that wasn't defined by war. When he finally left the forest, something had shifted. The hollow feeling remained, but it was smaller now. Less overwhelming. And in its place, something new stirred. Hope. Not the desperate hope of survival, but the quiet hope of living. Christmas came, and with it, an invitation Harry hadn't expected. Sirius handed him the letter one morning, his expression carefully neutral. It was from the Diggorys, Cedric's parents, thanking him for his testimony at the trial of the Death Eater who had tortured their son, and inviting him to visit if he ever wanted to. They don't blame you, Sirius said quietly. They wanted you to know that. Cedric's recovering, slowly, but recovering. And they credit you with giving them the strength to keep going. Harry stared at the letter, his eyes burning. He'd never met Cedric Diggory, never spoken to him, never known he existed until the night he'd been taken. But that boy had suffered in his place, had been tortured and used because Voldemort couldn't reach Harry. The guilt of that was a weight he carried every day. "Should I go?" he asked. Sirius considered the question seriously. "That's not for me to decide. But I think it might help. Both of you." Harry thought about it for a long time. Then he wrote back, accepting the invitation. The Diggorys lived in a small village in Devon, in a house that overflowed with warmth and love and the quiet grief of a family forever changed. Cedric was in the garden when Harry arrived, sitting in a wheelchair, a blanket over his legs. He looked pale and thin, but his eyes were bright, and when he saw Harry, he smiled. "Harry Potter," he said. "I've heard a lot about you." Harry didn't know what to say. He stood awkwardly, feeling like an intruder in a place where he didn't belong. Cedric's smile softened. "It's okay. I know why you're here. Guilt, right? Feeling like what happened to me was your fault." Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. "It wasn't." Cedric's voice was firm. "The Death Eaters took me because they were monsters, not because of anything you did. My parents and I have talked about this a lot. The only people responsible for what happened are the ones who did it. But if you hadn't been Harry Potter, they would have found someone else. That's what they do. That's what he did." Cedric met his eyes. "Don't carry guilt that isn't yours to carry. It's heavy enough without that." They talked for hours, sitting in the garden as the winter light faded. Cedric told him about his life before, Quidditch, school, friends. Harry told him about the war, about the fragment, about everything he'd never been able to share with anyone else. By the time he left, something had shifted. The guilt was still there, but it was smaller now. Manageable. And in its place, something new had grown. Friendship. Spring arrived, and with it, a new kind of normal. Harry moved into Sirius's house, not Grimmauld Place, which held too many dark memories, but a new place, a small cottage by the sea that they were slowly making into a home. Hermione visited often, her presence a constant comfort. Remus came when he could, his quiet wisdom a balm for Harry's restless soul. And the warmth remained. Always the warmth, a gentle pulse in his scar that reminded him he was loved, that he was not alone, that the fragment's gift would never fade. Some days were hard. Some days the grief threatened to overwhelm him, the memories of all he'd lost rising like waves to crash against his fragile peace. But those days grew fewer, and the days of simple contentment grew more frequent. He was learning to live. Learning to be happy. Learning to let himself feel joy without guilt. It was the hardest battle he'd ever fought. But he was winning. On the first anniversary of Voldemort's defeat, Harry returned to Hogwarts. The castle stood as it always had, ancient and magnificent, full of secrets and magic and the echoes of 1,000 years of history. But it felt different now. Lighter. Freer. The darkness that had haunted it for so long was gone. Dumbledore met him at the gates, looking older but somehow more peaceful. His eyes still twinkled, but there was a serenity in them that hadn't been there before. "Harry. It's good to see you. It's good to be seen." Harry smiled. "The castle looks happy." "It is. The war's end has lifted a weight from everyone, but from Hogwarts most of all. This place has always been a beacon of hope. It's good to see it shining again." They walked through the grounds together, past the lake where Harry had first seen the giant squid, past the forest where the wolf still waited, past the Quidditch pitch where students were practicing, their laughter carrying on the spring breeze. "I wanted to thank you," Harry said quietly. "For everything. For believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. For giving me a home when I had none. For..." Dumbledore raised a hand, stopping him. "You owe me no thanks, Harry. I did what anyone would have done, what anyone should have done. The credit for your survival, your strength, your victory, that belongs to you. And to those who loved you." They stopped at the edge of the lake, watching the water ripple in the afternoon light. "Your mother's love protected you. Your father's courage inspired you. The fragment's love transformed you. And your own love, for your friends, your family, even your enemy, that is what defeated Voldemort in the end. Never forget that." Harry touched his scar, feeling the warmth pulse in answer. "I won't. I'll never forget." They stood in silence as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose and deep, peaceful blue. And for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at peace. The war was over. The future stretched before him, uncertain but full of possibility. And he was ready, ready to live, ready to love, ready to embrace everything that came next. The warmth in his scar pulsed one last time, a gentle farewell, a promise of forever. And Harry smiled. That night, he dreamed of the garden. His parents were there, young and beautiful and full of love. Hagrid stood beside them, his massive frame somehow fitting into the impossible space. And behind them, half hidden in the light, was a figure he couldn't quite see, a presence that felt like home. "Welcome, Harry," his mother said. "We've been waiting." "You did it," his father added, his grin as bright as ever. "You actually did it. Couldn't have done it without you." Harry's voice was thick with emotion. "Any of you." Hagrid stepped forward, wrapping him in an embrace that felt exactly like the ones Harry remembered, warm, safe, full of love. "Proud of ye, Harry. So proud." The figure behind them moved closer, and Harry's breath caught. It was the fragment, not as it had been, but as it might have become. Whole, peaceful, radiant with the love they had shared. "I never left," it seemed to say. "I'm part of you now. Forever." Harry reached out, and their hands met, not physically, but in a way that was deeper than touch. Love flowed between them, eternal and unbreakable. "I love you," he whispered. "I'll always love you. And I you. Always." The dream began to fade, but the love remained. It would always remain. Harry woke to the dawn light streaming through his window, to the sound of birds singing, to the warmth in his scar pulsing gently, steadily, eternally. The war was over. The future was now. And Harry Potter, surrounded by love, was finally, completely, entirely home. Less than end of thinking greater than ### Chapter 24, The Normal Years. The first year of peace was the hardest. Harry threw himself into the mundane with a fervor that surprised everyone. He enrolled in Hogwarts, properly this time, as a first-year student at the age of 15. The other students stared, whispered, pointed. The boy who lived, the hero of the war, sitting in their classes, eating at their table, living among them like an ordinary person. He wasn't ordinary, and he knew it. But he was determined to try. Classes were strange after years of intense training. Transfiguration with McGonagall felt almost silly after the things he'd done, the battles he'd fought, the Horcruxes he'd destroyed. But he applied himself anyway, finding unexpected joy in the simple act of learning. Potions with Snape was awkward, the professor couldn't quite meet his eyes, and Harry couldn't quite forget the role Snape had played in protecting him. But they managed a fragile peace, built on mutual respect and the shared memory of Lily. The other students were the hardest part. They treated him like a celebrity, or a curiosity, or a threat. Some wanted autographs. Some wanted to hear stories of the war. Some crossed the street when they saw him coming, as if his heroism might be contagious in a bad way. Hermione was his anchor. She'd started Hogwarts at the normal age, was now a 5th year, and she made time for him despite her heavy course load. They studied together in the library, ate together in the Great Hall, walked together through the grounds. Her friendship was a constant, a reminder that he was more than just the sum of his deeds. Sirius visited on weekends, bringing treats from Hogsmeade and news from the outside world. Remus came when he could, his quiet presence a comfort. Even the Weasleys, a family Harry had met during the war, whose youngest son Ron was Hermione's age, welcomed him into their chaotic, loving fold. Slowly, painfully, Harry began to build a life. The second year was easier. He'd settled into a rhythm now, classes, homework, meals with friends. The whispers had faded, replaced by a kind of casual acceptance. He was just Harry now, not the boy who lived. Just a student, like everyone else. He made friends. Real friends, not just people who wanted to be near the hero. Neville Longbottom, whose parents had been tortured into madness by Death Eaters, and who understood loss in a way few others could. Luna Lovegood, whose strange beliefs and gentle nature made her an outcast, but whose kindness was unmatched. And Ron Weasley, who treated Harry like a normal person from the start, and whose friendship became one of the most precious things in Harry's life. They studied together, laughed together, got into trouble together. They stayed up late talking about nothing, played Exploding Snap in the common room, snuck into the kitchen for midnight snacks. They were ordinary things, simple things, things Harry had never had before. And through it all, the warmth in his scar pulsed gently, a constant reminder that he was loved. The third year brought challenges Harry hadn't expected. He was 17, now, an adult in the wizarding world. The freedom was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. He could leave Hogwarts whenever he wanted, could apparate, could vote in wizarding elections. The possibilities stretched before him, endless and overwhelming. But with freedom came questions. What did he want to do with his life? Who did he want to be? The war had defined him for so long that without it, he felt adrift. Sirius sat him down one evening, during a visit to Hogsmeade. "You're thinking too hard," Sirius said, pushing a butterbeer toward him. "I can see it in your eyes. That look you get when you're trying to solve a problem that doesn't have a solution." "I don't know what to do with myself." Harry stared at the bottle, not drinking. "I've spent my whole life preparing for one thing. And now that it's done, I don't know who I am." Sirius nodded slowly. "I know that feeling. After Azkaban, after I got out, I didn't know what to do either. The world had moved on without me, and I didn't fit anywhere." "How did you figure it out?" "I didn't. Not really. I just started living. One day at a time. And eventually, I found things that mattered. You, for one. Remus. The Order. It wasn't a grand plan, it was just life." Harry considered this. "So you're saying I should stop trying to figure it all out and just live?" "I'm saying that's what everyone else does. Why should you be different?" It wasn't a satisfying answer. But it was, Harry realized, the only answer there was. The fourth year brought love. Not the love he'd known before, familial love, friendly love, the love of comrades in arms. Something new. Something terrifying. Something wonderful. Her name was Ginny Weasley. She was Ron's younger sister, a fiery redhead with a fierce competitive streak and a laugh that made Harry's heart skip. He'd known her for years, had watched her grow from a shy girl into a confident young woman. But somewhere along the way, his feelings had changed. It happened gradually, then all at once. A moment in the common room, late at night, when everyone else had gone to bed. They were the only ones awake, talking about nothing, laughing at everything. And suddenly Harry realized he didn't want the night to end. Didn't want to say goodnight. Didn't want to be anywhere but here, with her. He kissed her. It was clumsy, awkward, perfect. She kissed him back, and the world tilted on its axis. Afterward, they sat in silence, holding hands, watching the fire burn low. The warmth in Harry's scar pulsed, not with the fragment's presence, but with something new. Approval. Joy. The sense that this, too, was part of the life he'd earned. "I've wanted to do that for a long time," Ginny whispered. "Me too." Harry's voice was rough. "I just didn't know it until now." They talked until dawn, sharing stories, dreams, fears. And when they finally parted, Harry knew that something fundamental had shifted. He was in love. Really, truly, completely in love. And for the first time, he understood what his parents must have felt. What they'd had. What they'd lost. What he would fight to keep. The fifth year was the hardest yet. Not because of Voldemort, he was gone, truly gone. Not because of the war, that was behind them. But because of the ordinary struggles of growing up. Exams. Future plans. The looming question of what came after Hogwarts. Harry and Ginny navigated it together, their relationship a steady anchor in the chaos. They argued, made up, learned each other's rhythms and quirks. They talked about the future, about careers, about family, about all the things Harry had never allowed himself to imagine. "I want to be an Auror," Harry said one night, lying on the grass by the lake, watching the stars. "I know it's crazy, I've had enough fighting to last a lifetime. But I can't imagine doing anything else. Protecting people. Making sure no one else goes through what I did." Ginny nodded, her head on his chest. "You'd be good at it. You've got the skills, the instincts, the experience. And you care. That's the most important thing. What about you? What do you want?" She was quiet for a moment. "Quidditch. Professional Quidditch. I know it's a long shot, but do it." Harry's voice was firm. "If anyone can make it, you can. And I'll be there, every step of the way." Cheering louder than anyone. She smiled, and the sight of it made his heart swell. They had plans now. Dreams. A future to look forward to. It was terrifying. It was wonderful. It was everything. The 6th year brought tragedy. Not death, thankfully, not that. But loss nonetheless. Remus was diagnosed with a magical illness, the result of decades of strain on his already fragile body. He had months, maybe a year. The healers couldn't say for sure. Harry sat by his bedside in St.Mungo's, holding his hand, trying to be strong. "You can't go," he said, his voice breaking. "You're all I have left of them. Of my parents." Remus smiled, that gentle, sad smile that Harry had come to know so well. "You have more than you think. Sirius, Hermione, the Weasleys, Ginny. You've built a family, Harry. A real family. I'm just one part of it. But you're an important part. I know." Remus squeezed his hand. "And I'll always be with you. In your memories. In your heart. In the love we've shared. That doesn't end just because I'm not physically here." Harry cried. He hadn't cried in years, had trained himself not to, during the war. But now, with Remus fading, he let himself feel it. Let himself grieve. Remus held him, frail arms wrapped around shaking shoulders, and whispered words of comfort that Harry would carry forever. "You're the best of them, Harry. The best of James, the best of Lily, the best of everyone who loved you. Don't ever forget that. Remus died 3 months later, on a gray November morning. The funeral was small, just family and close friends, the way Remus had wanted. Harry spoke, his voice steady despite the grief. He talked about Remus's kindness, his wisdom, his quiet strength. He talked about the lessons Remus had taught him, about love, about loss, about living with pain. And he talked about the future, the one Remus wouldn't see, the one Harry would live for both of them. Afterward, standing by the grave as the first snow began to fall, Harry felt the warmth in his scar pulse gently. Not the fragment, he'd made peace with that loss long ago. But something else. A connection. A reminder that love transcended even death. He wasn't alone. He would never be alone. And Remus, like all the others, would live on in his heart. The 7th year was a new beginning. Harry graduated from Hogwarts, officially, properly, with grades that surprised everyone including himself. He'd worked hard, applied himself, earned every mark. And when McGonagall handed him his diploma, she smiled, a real smile, not the stern expression she usually wore. "Well done, Potter. Your parents would be proud." He hugged her, surprising them both. She hugged back, just for a moment, then composed herself and moved on to the next student. Ginny found him afterward, throwing her arms around him, laughing and crying at once. "We did it," she said. "We actually did it. We did." Harry held her close, breathing in the scent of her hair, feeling the warmth of her body. "And now we start the rest of our lives." They had plans. Ginny had been recruited by the Holyhead Harpies, one of the top Quidditch teams in Britain. Harry had been offered a position in Auror training, starting in the fall. They had a flat in London, small but cozy, with a view of the river and enough space for both of them. It wasn't the life Harry had imagined as a child. It was better, so much better. That night, as they lay together in their new home, listening to the sounds of the city outside, Harry touched his scar. The warmth pulsed gently, a familiar comfort. "Thank you, he thought. For everything. For loving me. For staying with me. For helping me become who I am." The warmth pulsed one last time, a farewell, a promise, an eternal affirmation. And then it was gone. Not the love, that would never fade. But the physical sensation, the constant presence, the reminder of what had been. It was time. Time to let go. Time to live fully, without looking back. Harry closed his eyes, held Ginny close, and slept. The past was behind him. The future stretched ahead, bright and full of possibility. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was ready to embrace it. Chapter 25, The Auror's Path. The first day of Auror training dawned cold and gray, with a bitter wind whipping off the Thames and rain threatening from low-hanging clouds. Harry stood outside the Ministry of Magic, watching the mundane bustle of London traffic, and felt a nervousness he hadn't experienced in years. This was different from fighting Voldemort. Different from hunting Horcruxes. This was normal, terrifyingly, wonderfully normal. A job. A career. A path forward that didn't involve prophecy or destiny or the weight of the world on his shoulders. Ginny had kissed him goodbye that morning, her lips warm against his, her hand lingering on his cheek. You'll be brilliant, she'd said. They're lucky to have you. He wanted to believe her. He tried to believe her. But standing here, watching ordinary people hurry past with their ordinary concerns, he felt like a fraud. The boy who lived, playing at being normal. The warmth in his scar had faded over the years, not disappeared, but settled into something deeper, more internal. A memory of love rather than a constant presence. But in moments like this, he could still feel it, a gentle pulse reminding him that he wasn't alone. You can do this, asterisk it seemed to say. You've faced worse, asterisk. He took a deep breath and walked into the ministry. The Auror training program was brutal. Harry had expected as much, had heard stories from Moody, from Kingsley, from everyone who'd been through it. But knowing and experiencing were different things. The physical demands alone were punishing. Hours of combat practice, endurance tests, scenarios designed to push trainees to their absolute limits. And then there was the mental training. Occlumency, yes, Harry had mastered that years ago. But also investigation techniques, forensic magic, the painstaking work of building cases that would hold up in court. It was tedious, exhausting, and absolutely necessary. His fellow trainees were a mixed lot. Some were fresh out of Hogwarts, bright-eyed and eager, with no idea what they were getting into. Others were older, transferring from other departments, bringing years of experience. A few, like Harry, had fought in the war and carried scars that weren't visible to the naked eye. They eyed him warily at first. The famous Harry Potter, the hero of the war, dropped into their midst like a celebrity. But as weeks passed and they saw him struggle and sweat and fail like everyone else, the wariness faded. He was just another trainee. Just another person trying to make it through. The one who became his closest friend was a witch named Susan Bones. She was a few years older than Harry, with a calm demeanor and sharp eyes that missed nothing. Her aunt had been killed by Death Eaters during the war, and she understood loss in a way that made conversation easy. You're not what I expected, she admitted one evening, after a particularly brutal training session. They were sitting in the ministry cafeteria, nursing cups of tea and various aches and pains. What did you expect? I don't know. Someone more heroic, I suppose. Larger than life. She smiled, taking the sting from her words. You're just a person. A person who happens to have done incredible things, but still just a person. Harry laughed. That's the best compliment I've had in years. They talked for hours that night, about the war, about loss, about the strange challenge of building a life after everything. Susan understood in a way few others could. She'd lost people too. She carried her own scars. When he finally got home, well past midnight, Ginny was waiting up. She didn't ask where he'd been, just wrapped her arms around him and held on. I'm glad you're making friends, she whispered. Real friends, who see you, not the legend. Me too. He kissed her forehead. Me too. The second year of training brought new challenges. They were introduced to undercover work now, the art of becoming someone else, of lying convincingly, of living a double life without losing yourself. Harry struggled with it more than he'd expected. After years of being hunted, of having his identity a matter of life and death, the idea of deliberately pretending to be someone else felt wrong. Susan helped him through it, as she helped with so many things. Think of it as a role, she advised. You're not lying about who you are, you're just trying on different versions of yourself. Finding the one that fits the situation. It was good advice. It helped. But it also raised uncomfortable questions about identity, about the self, about who Harry really was beneath all the layers of expectation and history. He talked to Ginny about it one night, lying in bed, watching the moonlight play across the ceiling. Sometimes I don't know who I am, he admitted. Without the war, without the prophecy, without all of it, who am I? Ginny was quiet for a moment. Then she propped herself up on one elbow, looking down at him with those bright brown eyes. You're Harry. That's who you've always been. Not the boy who lived, not the hero of the war, just Harry. The boy who's kind to house elves. The boy who cries at sad movies but pretends he doesn't. The boy who makes terrible puns and laughs at them anyway. The boy I love. Harry stared at her, something cracking open in his chest. That's who you are, she continued. All the rest, the fame, the heroism, the destiny, that's just stuff that happened to you. It's not you. You're so much more than that. He pulled her close, holding on as if she might disappear. How did you get so wise? She laughed, the sound vibrating against his chest. I have excellent teachers. They lay together as the night deepened, and Harry felt something settle inside him. Not resolution, he doubted he'd ever be fully resolved about who he was. But peace. Acceptance. The knowledge that he was loved for himself, not for his deeds. That was enough. That was more than enough. The third year brought the first real test. A dark wizard had been operating in the north of England, evading capture for months. The Aurors had finally tracked him to a remote farmhouse, and the trainees were being sent in as backup, not to lead, but to observe, to learn, to be ready if things went wrong. Harry's heart pounded as they approached the farmhouse. The fragment's warmth pulsed in his scar, not as strong as it used to be, but present, a reminder of all the battles he'd survived. Susan walked beside him, her face calm, her wand ready. The operation went smoothly at first. The Aurors surrounded the farmhouse, called for surrender, waited. But dark wizards rarely surrender, and this one was no exception. He burst from the back door, spells flying, and suddenly the night exploded into chaos. Harry moved on instinct, years of training, years of battle, years of survival flooding back in an instant. He deflected curses, returned fire, protected the trainees who were less experienced. Susan did the same, her calm demeanor never wavering, her spells precise and effective. Within minutes, it was over. The dark wizard lay stunned, his wand confiscated, his reign of terror ended. The Aurors were already moving in, securing the scene, checking for injuries. Harry stood in the aftermath, breathing hard, his wand still raised. The warmth in his scar pulsed gently, approval, maybe, or just the familiar comfort of having survived. You okay? Susan asked, appearing at his side. Yeah. He lowered his wand, letting out a long breath. Yeah, I'm okay. She smiled, a rare, genuine smile that transformed her usually serious face. That was impressive. The way you moved, the way you protected everyone, you're going to make a hell of an Auror. Harry laughed, the tension draining from his shoulders. We both are. That was incredible, what you did. The way you handled that dark wizard. Team effort. She clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, let's go debrief before they send a search party. They walked back toward the farmhouse together, side by side, comrades in arms. And Harry realized, with a start, that this was what he'd been missing. Purpose. Belonging. The sense of being part of something larger than himself. The war was over, but the fight against darkness continued. And he was exactly where he belonged. The fourth and final year of training passed in a blur of exams, simulations, and the growing anticipation of graduation. Harry threw himself into every challenge with the same intensity he'd brought to fighting Voldemort. He studied, practiced, pushed himself harder than anyone else. Not because he needed to prove anything, he'd long since made peace with his past, but because he genuinely loved the work. The investigation, the strategy, the satisfaction of bringing dark wizards to justice. It fit him in a way nothing else ever had. Ginny's career was soaring. She'd made the Harpies, starting lineup in her second year, and her name was becoming known in Quidditch circles. They saw each other when they could, stealing moments between training and matches, building a life together despite the demands of their careers. It wasn't easy. There were arguments, misunderstandings, moments when the distance felt unbearable. But there was also love, deep, steady, unwavering love, and that made everything else manageable. On the night before graduation, Harry sat alone in their flat, staring out at the river. Tomorrow, he would officially become an Auror. Tomorrow, his new life would begin. The warmth in his scar pulsed gently, not as strongly as it once had, but present. Always present. A reminder of all he'd been through, all he'd lost, all he'd gained. You're quiet tonight. Ginny appeared behind him, wrapping her arms around his chest, resting her chin on his shoulder. Nervous about tomorrow. Not nervous. Just thinking. He covered her hands with his own. About how different my life could have been. About all the people who aren't here to see this. She squeezed him tighter. They're here. In their own way. Your parents, Hagrid, Remus, they're all part of you. They'll be with you tomorrow, just like they've been with you every other day. Harry closed his eyes, letting her words sink in. She was right. They were always with him, not as ghosts, not as presences, but as memories. As love. As the foundation of everything he'd become. "I love you," he whispered. "I love you too." She kissed the back of his neck. "Now come to bed. You have a big day tomorrow." He smiled, turned, and followed her into the bedroom. Tomorrow would come soon enough. Tonight, he had everything he needed. Graduation was held in the ministry's largest hall, packed with families, friends, and dignitaries. Harry scanned the crowd as he waited to receive his badge, finding familiar faces everywhere. Sirius, beaming with pride. Hermione, waving frantically. Ron, making faces to make him laugh. The Weasleys, all of them, a sea of red hair and warm smiles. And Ginny, front row center, her eyes bright, her smile radiant. When his name was called, the hall erupted. Cheers, applause, the stomping of feet. Harry walked to the podium, accepted his badge, and for a moment, just a moment, let himself feel it. The pride, the joy, the overwhelming sense of having earned something through his own effort, not through prophecy or destiny. He was an Auror. He had made it on his own. Afterward, in the chaos of celebration, Sirius found him. They hugged, long and tight, the way they always did when words weren't enough. "Your parents would be so proud," Sirius said, his voice rough. "So incredibly proud." "I know." Harry pulled back, meeting his godfather's eyes. "I feel them. Every day. In everything I do." Sirius nodded, not trusting himself to speak. They stood together in the midst of the crowd, two people bound by love and loss and the fierce joy of survival. Then Ginny was there, pulling him into a kiss that made the crowd cheer even louder. When they finally broke apart, both laughing, both crying, Harry knew that this was it. This was the life he'd fought for. This was the future he'd earned. The past was behind him. The future stretched ahead, bright and full of possibility. And Harry Potter, Auror, hero, survivor, was ready for every moment of it. Chapter 26, The Wedding. The invitation arrived on a Tuesday, carried by an owl Harry didn't recognize. He was in the middle of a case, a nasty business involving dark artifacts smuggled through Diagon Alley, when the bird tapped insistently at his office window. He let it in, accepted the heavy parchment envelope, and read the elegant script with growing surprise. Mr. Harry Potter and guest are cordially invited to celebrate the marriage of William Arthur Weasley and Fleur Isabel Delacour. Bill Weasley. Getting married. Harry had met him a few times, charming, easygoing, with a wicked grin and a dragon tamer's courage. Fleur Delacour he knew only by reputation, part Vila, stunningly beautiful, and possessed of a haughty demeanor that rubbed some people the wrong way. But Ron's letters had been full of nothing else for months. His brother was getting married. To a French witch, who was part Vila. It was apparently a source of endless fascination and mild horror for the entire Weasley family. Harry set the invitation down, smiling. A wedding. A real, normal, happy occasion. After everything, the war, the training, the years of darkness, this felt almost surreal. Ginny found him that evening, still staring at the invitation. "You got yours too." She sat beside him on the sofa, peering at the parchment. "Mum's been planning this for months. It's going to be enormous. Half the wizarding world is invited." Half the wizarding world. Harry's smile widened. Sounds terrifying. Probably. But it'll also be wonderful. Weddings are like that, terrifying and wonderful at the same time. She leaned her head on his shoulder. "You'll come with me, right? As my date." "As your date." He turned to look at her. "Ginny, we've been together for years. We live together. I think I've graduated from date status." She laughed, that bright sound that never failed to make his heart skip. "Fine. As my partner. My other half. The love of my life. Is that better?" "Much." He kissed her forehead. "Of course I'll come. I wouldn't miss it." The burrow had been transformed. Harry had seen the Weasley home in many states, cozy chaos, holiday decorated, wartime fortress. But he'd never seen it like this. Tents dotted the orchard, their enchanted interiors far larger than their exteriors suggested. Fairy lights twinkled in every tree, their golden glow warm against the summer evening. Flowers spilled from every surface, roses, lilies, blossoms Harry couldn't name, their scent heavy on the air. And people. So many people. Weasleys in every shade of red hair, arriving from every corner of Britain. Order members, ministry officials, friends Harry hadn't seen in years. The wedding of a Weasley was clearly an event no one wanted to miss. Ginny grabbed his hand as they approached, her excitement palpable. Mum's been cooking for weeks. The dresses, oh, you'll see it tomorrow. It's beautiful. Fleur looks like something out of a fairy tale. I'm sure she does. Harry squeezed her hand. Are you nervous? About the wedding, I mean. A little. It's a lot of people. A lot of expectations. She glanced at him, a strange expression flickering across her face. But mostly I'm just happy. Happy to be here. Happy to be with you. They joined the chaos, swallowed by the Weasley whirlwind. Mrs. Weasley enveloped Harry in a hug that threatened to crack his ribs. Mr. Weasley pumped his hand enthusiastically, asking about his work. Ron appeared, pulling him into a brotherly embrace that spoke of years of friendship. And through it all, Harry felt the warmth in his scar pulse gently. Not the fragment that had faded long ago, but something else, a sense of belonging, of family, of being exactly where he was meant to be. The wedding itself was a blur of beauty and emotion. Fleur walked down the aisle on her father's arm, more stunning than any photograph could capture. Her dress was silver white, shimmering with enchantments that made it seem to float. Her hair cascaded past her shoulders, catching the light like spun gold. But it was Bill's face that Harry remembered most. The way his eyes lit up when he saw her. The tears he didn't bother to hide. The smile that seemed to encompass the entire world. That's what it looks like, Harry thought. That's what love looks like, when it's real. He glanced at Ginny, sitting beside him, her hand in his. She was crying, happy tears, the kind that came from seeing something beautiful. He squeezed her hand, and she squeezed back. The ceremony was brief but moving, the ancient vows binding two lives into one. When it was over, when Bill kissed his bride and the crowd erupted in cheers, Harry felt something shift inside him. A longing, a hope. A vision of a future he'd never quite allowed himself to imagine. Later, at the reception, with music playing and champagne flowing and laughter filling the air, he found himself watching Ginny dance with her brothers. She was radiant, her hair flying, her smile bright, her whole being suffused with joy. I want that, he realized. I want that with her. I want forever. The thought should have terrified him. After everything, the loss, the grief, the uncertainty, the idea of committing to forever seemed almost reckless. But it didn't feel reckless. It felt right. It felt like coming home. The evening wore on, and Harry found himself sitting alone at a table, watching the celebration swirl around him. The warmth in his scar pulsed gently, a familiar comfort, a reminder of all the love that had brought him here. Mind if I join you? He looked up to find Sirius, looking unusually dapper in dress robes, a glass of champagne in his hand. Please. Harry gestured to the empty chair beside him. I was just thinking. Sirius sat, following Harry's gaze to the dance floor, where Ginny was now dancing with her father. She's something special, that one. She is. Harry's voice was soft. I don't know what I did to deserve her. You didn't do anything to deserve her. That's not how love works. Sirius took a sip of champagne. Love isn't about deserving. It's about choosing. Every day, choosing to be together, to work through the hard stuff, to build something that lasts. Harry nodded slowly. I want that. With her. I want to build something that lasts. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he said, then do it. Ask her. Make it official. Harry's heart stuttered. Ask her. Now. At someone else's wedding. Why not? Weddings are about love. About commitment. About taking chances. Sirius's eyes were bright, knowing. I'm not saying you have to do it tonight. But don't wait forever, Harry. Life is short. Love is precious. Grab it while you can. They sat in silence, watching the dancers spin. Harry thought about his parents, about the love they'd shared, about the years they'd been denied. He thought about Hagrid, about Remus, about everyone who had loved and lost. He thought about Ginny, about the life they'd built. About the future he wanted. When the music finally ended and Ginny returned to his side, flushed and happy, he pulled her close and whispered in her ear. I love you. More than anything. She smiled, that smile that never failed to make his heart soar. I love you too. Now dance with me. He did. They danced as the night deepened, as the stars came out, as the celebration continued around them. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a plan began to form. The ring was simple, a thin band of gold with a single emerald, the same green as Ginny's eyes. Harry had found it in an old shop in Diagon Alley, tucked away in a corner, waiting for the right person to notice it. He'd bought it 3 days after the wedding, carrying it in his pocket ever since. Waiting for the right moment. The right words. The right everything. The moment came on a cool autumn evening, 3 months later. They were walking along the river near their flat, the same path they'd walked 100 times before. The sun was setting, painting the water in shades of gold and rose. The air smelled of leaves and coming winter. Harry stopped suddenly, his heart pounding. Ginny turned, concern flickering across her face. "Harry, what's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong." He took her hands, facing her fully. "Everything's right. That's the problem." She frowned, confused. "I don't understand." He took a deep breath. "I've been thinking, since the wedding, since forever, about us. About what we have. About what I want." Her eyes widened, something dawning in them. "I want forever, Ginny. I want mornings and evenings and everything in between. I want arguments and making up. I want quiet nights and crazy adventures. I want all of it, with you." He reached into his pocket, pulled out the ring. Her breath caught. "Ginevra Molly Weasley, will you marry me?" For a terrible, wonderful moment, she simply stared. Then her face crumpled, happiness, tears, joy all mixed together, and she threw herself into his arms. "Yes," she sobbed against his chest. "Yes, yes, yes." He held her as the sun set, as the stars came out, as the world continued to turn. The ring slid onto her finger, perfect and right. And the warmth in his scar pulsed one last time, a blessing, a farewell, an eternal affirmation of love. "You did it," it seemed to say. "You found your way home." Harry closed his eyes, held his future wife close, and let himself be happy. Finally, completely, entirely happy. Less than, end of thinking, greater than .. Chapter 27, The Vows. The months between the engagement and the wedding passed in a whirlwind of planning and preparation. Mrs. Weasley, of course, took charge. She had opinions on everything: the venue, the flowers, the guest list, the cake. Harry quickly learned that the wisest course was simply to agree with whatever she said. Ginny, who had grown up navigating her mother's formidable will, managed the negotiations with grace and occasional strategic retreats. "I love her," Harry said one evening, collapsing onto the sofa after a particularly intense planning session. "But your mother is terrifying." Ginny laughed, curling up beside him. "You should see her when she's really angry. This is her happy planning mode." Happy planning mode involves a 47-point checklist and color-coded spreadsheets. Exactly. Terrifying, but efficient. She kissed his cheek. "Don't worry. The wedding will be beautiful, and Mum will be so busy making sure everything's perfect that she won't have time to stress you out." Harry hoped she was right. But he'd learned long ago that hope and reality rarely aligned where Mrs. Weasley was concerned. The venue they finally settled on was the Burrows Orchard, the same place where Bill and Fleur had married, transformed by magic and love into something even more magical. Mrs. Weasley had outdone herself. Fairy lights in every tree, flowers cascading from enchanted arches, a carpet of petals that shifted colors with the breeze. Harry stood at the altar, his heart pounding, waiting for his bride. Ron stood beside him as best man, looking unusually serious in his dress robes. "Nervous?" he asked quietly. "Terrified." Harry's voice was steady, though. "But the good kind of terrified. The kind that means this matters." Ron nodded. "That's how it should be. If you weren't nervous, you wouldn't understand what you're doing." Harry thought about that. Thought about all the battles he'd faced, all the dangers he'd survived. None of them had made him feel like this, vulnerable and strong at the same time, scared and certain, completely out of control and utterly at peace. This was different. This was love, in its purest form. The music began. Ginny appeared at the end of the aisle, and Harry forgot how to breathe. She walked on her father's arm, her dress a vision of white and silver that seemed to float around her. Her hair was down, cascading past her shoulders in waves of red. Her eyes, those brilliant brown eyes, were fixed on him, and in them he saw everything. Love, joy, the certainty that this was right. The warmth in his scar pulsed gently, not the fragment, not anymore, but something deeper. The accumulated love of everyone who had brought him here. His parents, watching from wherever they were. Hagrid, whose kindness had saved him. Remus, whose wisdom had guided him. Sirius, standing in the front row, tears streaming down his face. All of them, here, in this moment. All of them, part of this. Ginny reached him, and her father placed her hand in his. They turned to face the officiant, and the ceremony began. The vows they'd written themselves. Harry had agonized over his for weeks, trying to find words that could capture everything he felt. In the end, he'd kept it simple. True. From the heart. Ginny, he began, his voice steady despite the emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Before I met you, I didn't know what love was. I'd been loved, my parents, Hagrid, everyone who protected me, but I didn't understand it. Not really. He paused, gathering himself. Then you came along. And you showed me. Not through grand gestures or perfect moments, but through the small things. The way you'd laugh at my terrible jokes. The way you'd hold my hand when I was scared. The way you believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. Her eyes glistened. You taught me that love isn't about deserving. It's about choosing. Every day, choosing to be together, to work through the hard stuff, to build something that lasts. And I choose you, Ginny. Today, tomorrow, forever. I choose you. He slipped the ring onto her finger, the same simple band with its emerald, now joined by a matching one for him. Ginny took a shaky breath, then began her own vows. Harry, when I was a little girl, I used to dream about my wedding. About the perfect dress, the perfect flowers, the perfect prince. But I never imagined this. I never imagined you. A tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. You're not perfect. You're stubborn and reckless, and you have a habit of running into danger without thinking. But you're also the bravest person I know. The kindest. The most loving. You carry everyone in your heart, your friends, your family, even people you've never met. And you never, ever give up. She squeezed his hands. I'm not promising perfect. I'm promising real. I'm promising to argue with you and make up with you. To laugh with you and cry with you. To stand beside you through everything, the good, the bad, the ordinary. I'm promising forever, Harry. However long that is, however many days we get, I'm promising all of them to you. She slid the ring onto his finger. It fit perfectly, as if it had always belonged there. The officiant smiled, his voice carrying across the silent gathering. By the power vested in me by the Ministry of Magic, I pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride. Harry pulled Ginny close, and the kiss was everything, sweet and passionate and full of promise. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Harry barely heard them. All he could hear was the beating of their hearts, synchronized, together. Forever. The reception was everything a Weasley celebration should be, chaotic, joyful, overflowing with love. Food appeared in endless waves, conjured by house elves and supplemented by Mrs. Weasley's tireless cooking. Music played constantly, the band switching from waltzes to reels to whatever anyone requested. Children ran everywhere, weaving between adults' legs, their laughter a constant background melody. Harry danced with everyone, his wife first, of course, then Mrs. Weasley, who cried, then Hermione, who hugged him tightly and whispered how happy she was, then a succession of Weasley aunts and cousins whose names he'd never quite mastered. But the best dance was with Sirius. They moved slowly, the music soft around them, neither speaking for a long time. Finally, Sirius broke the silence. Your parents would be so proud. His voice was rough, so incredibly proud. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. I remember your father's wedding, Sirius continued. He was so nervous. Dropped the ring twice. Your mother laughed at him, and he laughed too, and they stood there laughing together while everyone watched. He shook his head, smiling. That was them. Always laughing together. That sounds like them. It was. Sirius met his eyes. And now you. Married. Starting your own family. It's everything we hoped for, back then. Everything we fought for. Harry pulled him into a hug, holding tight. Thank you. For everything. For being there when I had no one. For never giving up on me. Sirius held on just as tight. Never could. Your family. Your everything. They separated, both wiping their eyes, both smiling. Around them, the celebration continued, love and laughter and the beautiful chaos of a Weasley wedding. It was perfect. It was everything. Later, much later, Harry and Ginny slipped away from the reception. They walked through the orchard, hand in hand, the fairy lights twinkling overhead like captured stars. The music faded behind them, replaced by the soft sounds of night, crickets, wind in the leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. Today was perfect, Ginny said quietly. Thank you, for saying yes, for loving me, for everything. She stopped, turning to face him. In the dim light, her eyes were luminous. I meant what I said, Harry. Forever. However long that is. He cupped her face in his hands, marveling at the reality of her, the miracle of their love. Forever, he agreed. However long that is. They kissed, slow and sweet, the night wrapping around them like a blessing. And somewhere, in the spaces between worlds, Harry felt the warmth one last time, not in his scar, but in his heart. A presence, a love, a farewell. Be happy, asterisk it seemed to whisper. Live well, love deeply. That's all we ever wanted for you. Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes, held his wife close, and let himself be happy. The past was behind him. The future stretched ahead, and he was exactly where he belonged. Home. Finally, completely, eternally home. Less than, end of thinking, greater than .. Chapter 28, the first morning. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar curtains and the warm weight of Ginny beside him. For a moment, he simply lay there, letting the reality of it sink in. He was married. He had a wife, a home, a life that was entirely, wonderfully normal. The bedroom was still strange. They'd moved into a new flat after the wedding, wanting a fresh start somewhere that belonged to both of them. It was small but cozy, with a view of the London skyline and enough space for two people to live without tripping over each other. Ginny had decorated it with her usual flair, Quidditch memorabilia mixed with cozy touches that made it feel like home. She stirred beside him, her eyes fluttering open. When she saw him watching, she smiled, that slow, sleepy smile that never failed to make his heart skip. Morning, husband. Morning, wife. She stretched, cat-like, then curled closer to him. What time is it? Late. We should probably get up. Probably. She made no move to rise. Or we could stay here forever. That's an option too. Harry laughed, pulling her closer. Tempting. But I think the world might miss us. The world can wait. She kissed his chest, then looked up at him with those brilliant brown eyes. Today's our first full day as a married couple. I want to spend it exactly like this. He couldn't argue with that. They finally emerged around noon, rumpled and happy and desperately in need of food. The kitchen was tiny but functional, and Harry set about making breakfast while Ginny sat at the small table, watching him with an expression of fond amusement. You know I can cook, right? She said. I'm not helpless. I know. But let me do this. It's our first married breakfast. I want to make it special. Toast and eggs is special. It is when I make it. He grinned, flipping an egg with perhaps more flourish than necessary. Besides, you made dinner last night. It's my turn. She laughed, the sound filling the small space with warmth. Fine. But don't blame me if it's terrible. It wasn't terrible. It was actually pretty good, if Harry said so himself. They ate together, talking about nothing and everything, the easy comfort of years together wrapped around them like a blanket. Afterward, they cleaned up together, moving around each other in the small space with the practiced choreography of people who knew each other well. And when they were done, Ginny took his hand. Let's go for a walk. Explore the neighborhood. Be normal people doing normal things. Harry smiled. That sounds perfect. London on a Saturday afternoon was a symphony of ordinary life. They walked through streets filled with shoppers and tourists and people going about their daily business. They stopped at a cafe for coffee, sitting outside despite the chill, watching the world go by. They browsed in a bookshop, a record store, a tiny shop that sold nothing but handmade candles. Normal things. Simple things. Things Harry had never really done before. Ginny was radiant, her hand in his, her smile bright. She pointed out interesting shops, dragged him into a market to sample cheese, made him try on a ridiculous hat just to laugh at how he looked. And through it all, Harry felt something he'd rarely felt in his life. Peace. Not the peace of survival, not the peace of victory, just ordinary, everyday peace. The peace of being with someone he loved, doing nothing special, needing nothing more. This is nice, he said at one point, surprising himself with the words. Ginny glanced at him, her expression soft. Nice. Really nice. Perfect, actually. He squeezed her hand. I never thought I'd have this. Ordinary days. Simple moments. Just being happy. She stopped, turning to face him fully. You deserve this, Harry. You deserve every ordinary, perfect moment. Don't ever doubt that. He pulled her close, kissing her right there in the middle of the street, surrounded by strangers who didn't know or care who they were. It was perfect. That evening, they had dinner at a small Italian restaurant around the corner from their flat. Candles flickered on the table, casting warm light across checkered tablecloths. A bottle of wine sat between them, half empty, the conversation flowing as easily as the wine. I was thinking, Ginny said, twirling pasta on her fork, about names. Harry raised an eyebrow. Names. For children. Someday. Not now, I want to enjoy being married first. But someday. She met his eyes. Have you ever thought about it? He hadn't, not really. The future had always been too uncertain to imagine that far ahead. But now, sitting here with her, the possibility didn't seem so impossible. I don't know, he admitted. I never let myself think that far. But if we have a daughter, he paused, emotions rising. Lily. After my mother. Ginny's eyes softened. Lily. That's beautiful. And a son, she prompted. Harry thought about it. Thought about all the men who had shaped him, loved him, sacrificed for him. James. After my father. Or Sirius. Or Remus. He laughed, a little choked. We're going to need a lot of children to honor everyone. Ginny reached across the table, taking his hand. We have time. However many we have, however we name them, they'll know. They'll know the people who came before, the love that made their family possible. Harry squeezed her hand, grateful beyond words for this woman, this life, this moment. I love you, he said simply. I love you too. She smiled. Now finish your pasta. I want to go home and watch a terrible movie on the sofa. He laughed, and did as he was told. The movie was terrible, some Muggle romantic comedy with predictable jokes and an absurd plot. They watched it curled together on the sofa, Ginny's head on his chest, his arm around her shoulders. The warmth in his scar pulsed gently, not the fragment, but something deeper. The accumulated love of a lifetime. Halfway through, Ginny spoke without looking up. Are you happy, Harry? The question caught him off guard. He thought about it, really thought about it, for a long moment. Yeah, he said finally. I really am. She smiled against his chest. Good. That's all I ever wanted for you. He kissed the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her hair. What about you? Are you happy? Blissfully. She tilted her head to look at him. I have you. I have my family. I have Quidditch and friends and a future full of possibilities. What's not to be happy about? He couldn't argue with that. They watched the rest of the movie in comfortable silence, and when it ended, they stumbled to bed, arms wrapped around each other, hearts full. The first day of their married life was over. There would be many more, ordinary days, challenging days, days of joy and sorrow and everything in between. But this one, this perfect, ordinary, beautiful day, would always be special. It was the first day of forever. In the weeks that followed, they settled into a rhythm. Work, home, time together. Horror cases for Harry, Quidditch matches for Ginny. Dinners with friends, weekends with family, quiet nights alone. It was everything Harry had never dared to hope for. He thought often about the fragment, about the strange, impossible creature that had shared his soul for so long. The warmth in his scar had faded to almost nothing, a faint memory of what had been. But sometimes, in quiet moments, he felt it. A presence, a love, a reminder. You did it, it seemed to say. You found your way home. And Harry would smile, touch his scar, and carry on with his perfect, ordinary life. He had earned this. He had fought for this. And he would treasure every moment of it. One evening, as autumn began to paint the city in shades of gold and red, Harry came home to find Ginny waiting with news. I spoke to the Harpies today, she said, her expression carefully neutral. They want me to travel more next season. International matches. Long stretches away. Harry's heart sank, but he kept his face calm. That's amazing. Congratulations. She studied him for a moment. You're not happy. I'm happy for you. I am. It's just, he paused, searching for words. I'm going to miss you. That's all. She crossed to him, taking his hands. I know. Me too. Which is why I told them I'd think about it. Harry blinked. What? But this is your dream. Your career. You can't. My dream is you, Harry. Us. This life we're building. She squeezed his hands. Quidditch is important to me. I love it. But I love you more. And I'm not going to sacrifice our marriage for a few more matches. He stared at her, overwhelmed by the depth of her love. Ginny, I never asked you to. I know. That's why I'm doing it. Because you'd never ask, never demand, never make me choose. You'd just support me, whatever I decided. She smiled. That's who you are, Harry. That's why I love you. He pulled her close, holding on as if she might disappear. I don't deserve you. You deserve everything. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure you know it. They stood together in their small flat, the city lights glittering outside, the future stretching before them. It wouldn't always be easy, life never was. But they would face it together. That was enough. That was everything. Less than end of thinking, greater than ### Chapter 29, The Weight of Peace. 5 years passed in a blink. Harry sat in the garden of their new home, a small house outside Ottery Street. Catchpole, close enough to the Burrow for Sunday dinners, far enough for privacy, and watched his son chase fireflies in the twilight. James Sirius Potter was 4 years old, a whirlwind of black hair and mischief in his mother's fierce spirit. He ran through the grass with abandon, his laughter carrying on the evening breeze, occasionally stopping to examine some treasure only he could see. Inside, Albus Severus, 2 years old, named after the two most complicated men Harry had ever known, slept peacefully, unaware of the weight of his name. And Lily Luna, just 6 months, dozed in Ginny's arms as she rocked on the porch swing. This was his life now. Quiet, ordinary, perfect. The warmth in his scar had faded to almost nothing over the years, a faint memory of what had been, a gentle pulse only he could feel. Sometimes, in moments like this, he imagined the fragment watching with him, sharing in the simple joy of a family at peace. You'd like this, asterisk, he thought. You'd understand why it matters. Asterisk. The warmth pulsed once, softly, then faded. The nightmares had stopped years ago, but the memories never fully faded. Some nights, Harry still woke in darkness, heart pounding, images of graveyards and green light burning behind his eyes. On those nights, Ginny would wake too, wrapping herself around him without words, holding on until the trembling stopped. They never talked about it in the morning. They didn't need to. Some things were beyond words, beyond explanation, beyond anything but the simple comfort of presence. But on this particular evening, watching James chase fireflies, Harry found himself thinking about all of it. The war, the losses, the fragment, the strange, impossible journey that had brought him here. Do you ever think about it? He asked quietly, not looking away from his son. The war, everything that happened. Ginny's rocking slowed. Sometimes. Less than I used to. Does it ever feel real? Any of it? She was quiet for a moment. No. That's the strange thing. It all happened, I know it did. But sitting here, watching our children play, it feels like a dream. A nightmare I woke up from. Harry nodded slowly. Me too. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all. If the fragment was real, if the Horcruxes were real, if any of it actually happened. It was real. Her voice was soft but certain. And it shaped you into who you are. But it's not who you are. Not anymore. He turned to look at her, at the woman who had saved him in more ways than she'd ever know. How did you get so wise? She laughed, the sound startling a bird from a nearby tree. I have excellent teachers, including a husband who's spent his whole life learning what matters. He smiled, reaching over to squeeze her hand. I love you. I love you too. Now go catch your son before he falls in the pond. The pond was more of a large puddle. Really, a remnant of the afternoon's rain that James had discovered and immediately claimed as his own personal ocean. Harry caught him just as he was about to launch himself into it, swinging him up into the air and earning a shriek of delighted laughter. Daddy. Again. You want to fly, do you? Harry tossed him gently, catching him easily. James squealed, arms and legs flailing. Higher. You'll be higher than a broomstick soon enough. Harry settled him on his shoulders, feeling small hands grip his hair. Look, there's Mummy. And Lily. And Albus is probably still sleeping like the lump he is. Albus is a lump, James agreed solemnly. A sleepy lump. That's right. Harry carried him back toward the house, his son's weight a warm comfort on his shoulders. What do you want for dinner? Chicken. And potatoes. And pudding. All of it. All of it. Harry laughed. You're going to be trouble when you grow up, you know that. James considered this seriously. Good trouble. The best kind. They reached the porch, where Ginny had laid out a simple dinner on the table. James scrambled down, immediately launching into a detailed account of his firefly-chasing adventures. Lily woke and demanded attention. Albus, as predicted, slept on. And Harry sat at the head of the table, watching his family, and felt something he'd rarely felt in his life. Contentment. Pure, simple, complete contentment. Later, after the children were in bed and the house had settled into its nighttime quiet, Harry and Ginny sat on the porch, watching the stars emerge. I was thinking, Harry said slowly, about the future. About what comes next. Ginny glanced at him. That sounds ominous. No, not ominous. Just, I've spent my whole life reacting, fighting, surviving, and now I don't have to anymore. I can actually plan, choose, build something. And what do you want to build? He thought about it, thought about all the possibilities stretching before them. I want to be here. For them. For you. I want to watch them grow up, make mistakes, become who they're going to be. I want to grow old with you, sitting on this porch, watching our grandchildren chase fireflies. He paused. Is that enough? Is that a big enough dream? Ginny leaned her head on his shoulder. It's the biggest dream there is, Harry. The most important one. And yes, it's enough. It's more than enough. They sat in silence as the night deepened, as the stars wheeled overhead, as the world continued to turn. The warmth in Harry's scar pulsed one last time, faint, gentle, a farewell. You made it, it seemed to say. You're home, . He closed his eyes, held his wife close, and let himself believe it. The next morning brought chaos, as mornings always did. James had decided he wanted to be a dragon for the day, which involved a lot of roaring and running and occasional pouncing on unsuspecting family members. Lily had discovered that dropping food from her high chair was endlessly entertaining. Albus had woken determined to crawl everywhere, especially places he shouldn't be. Harry moved through it all with the calm of someone who had faced far worse. A toddler's tantrum was nothing compared to a Death Eater attack. A baby's diaper was infinitely preferable to a dark curse. And the simple chaos of family life, the noise, the mess, the constant demands, was, impossibly, exactly what he'd always wanted. You're smiling, Ginny observed, passing him with a stack of laundry. Why are you smiling? The children are trying to kill us. They're not trying to kill us. They're just, enthusiastic. Enthusiastic. Right. She handed him a wriggling Albus, who immediately grabbed his nose. Here, you handle the enthusiastic one while I rescue the kitchen from your dragon. Harry laughed, bouncing Albus on his hip. Come on, little man. Let's go see what your brother's destroying now. The day unfolded in its usual pattern: meals, naps, games, arguments, reconciliations. By evening, Harry was exhausted in a way he'd never been during the war. But it was a good exhaustion. A satisfying exhaustion. The exhaustion of a life fully lived. As he tucked James into bed that night, his son's sleepy voice stopped him. Daddy, were you really a hero? Harry paused, looking down at those bright eyes, so like his mother's. I was just someone who did what needed to be done. Like your mom. Like a lot of people. But you fought a bad guy. A really bad guy. Yes, I did. James considered this. Was it scary? Terrifying. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, brushing hair from his son's forehead. But I wasn't alone. I had people who loved me, who helped me, who believed in me. That made all the difference. Like Mummy. Like Mummy. Like your uncles Ron and Sirius. Like a lot of people. He leaned down, kissing James's forehead. You'll never be alone either, James. You have us. Always. James smiled, sleepy and content. Love you, Daddy. Love you too, son. More than you'll ever know. He turned off the light, closed the door, and leaned against the wall in the hallway, overwhelmed by the simple miracle of it all. This was his life. This was his family. This was everything he'd fought for. That night, Harry dreamed of the garden. It was the same as always, beautiful, peaceful, full of light that came from everywhere and nowhere. His parents were there, young and radiant, their arms open. Hagrid stood beside them, massive and warm. Remus smiled from nearby, his eyes kind. And behind them, just visible in the light, was the fragment, not as it had been, but as it might have become. Whole, peaceful, free. You did it, his mother said, her voice full of pride. You found your way. Took you long enough, his father added, grinning. But you got there in the end. Harry laughed, tears streaming down his face. I miss you. All of you. Every day. We know. Hagrid's voice rumbled like distant thunder. But we're always with ye, Harry. In her heart. In her children. In the love that goes on and on. The fragment moved closer, and Harry felt its warmth one last time, not in his scar, but in his soul. A love so deep, so complete, so eternal that words couldn't capture it. Thank you, it seemed to say. For everything. For loving me. For teaching me. For letting me be part of your life. Thank you, Harry whispered back. For saving me. For staying with me. For becoming something beautiful. The garden began to fade, the figures growing translucent. Live well, his mother called. Love deeply. That's all we ever wanted. Be happy, his father added. You've earned it. Take care of them, Remus said. They're lucky to have you. Remember, Hagrid rumbled. Always remember. And the fragment, that strange, impossible piece of his soul, simply smiled, and was gone. Harry woke to dawn light streaming through the window and the warm weight of Ginny beside him. For a moment, he simply lay there, letting the dream settle into memory. Then the baby cried, and James's feet pounded down the hall, and Albus demanded attention, and the chaos of ordinary life swept him up once more. He smiled, swung his legs out of bed, and went to meet it. The dream was over. The memories would stay. But this noisy, messy, beautiful life, was what mattered now. And Harry Potter, finally at peace, was ready for every moment of it. Less than end of thinking greater than ### Chapter 30, The Legacy. The invitation arrived on a Tuesday, carried by an owl Harry recognized immediately, a scruffy old tawny with a tendency to bite, belonging to the Weasley patriarch. Family dinner, Sunday afternoon. Mum's making her famous roast. Don't be late. A.W. Harry smiled, setting the parchment on the kitchen counter. After all these years, Arthur still sent invitations the old-fashioned way. It was comforting, somehow. A reminder that some things never changed. Ginny appeared behind him, reading over his shoulder. Sunday dinner at the Burrow. Perfect. The kids have been asking to see their cousins. They're always asking to see their cousins. Harry turned, wrapping his arms around her. Which is good, because their cousins are always there. She laughed, the sound as familiar and comforting as his own heartbeat. That's the Weasley way. Loud, chaotic, and always together. He kissed her forehead. I wouldn't have it any other way. Sunday arrived with the kind of golden autumn light that made everything look magical. The Burrow stood exactly as it always had, leaning slightly, expanded in odd directions, covered in the accumulated clutter of generations. Smoke curled from multiple chimneys, and the smell of Mrs. Weasley's cooking drifted across the yard, making Harry's stomach rumble. James burst from the car before it had fully stopped, racing toward the house with Albus struggling to keep up. Lily, now 4 years old, followed more sedately, holding Harry's hand with the dignity of a much older child. Granny. James's voice carried across the yard. Granny, we're here. Mrs. Weasley appeared in the doorway, her arms already open. Within seconds, she was surrounded by grandchildren, her laughter mixing with their excited chatter. Harry watched from the car, his heart full. She's in her element, Ginny said softly, coming to stand beside him. All these grandchildren. She waited a long time for this. She deserves it. After everything, he stopped, emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Ginny squeezed his hand. I know. Come on. Let's go join the chaos. The Burrow's kitchen had somehow expanded to accommodate the growing family. Harry found himself squeezed between Ron and George, a plate heaped with food before him, listening to the comfortable chaos of multiple conversations. Hermione sat across from him, deep in discussion with Percy about some ministry matter. Fleur was helping Mrs. Weasley with the serving, her grace undiminished by years of marriage and motherhood. Bill, Charlie, and the twins, the younger generation, already causing trouble, had claimed the far end of the table. And at the head, Arthur Weasley beamed at his family with the quiet satisfaction of a man who had built something lasting. To family, he said suddenly, raising his glass. The table fell silent, everyone following suit. To the people who make life worth living. To those here, and those who couldn't be. To love, in all its forms. To family, the table echoed. Harry drank, meeting Arthur's eyes across the table. The old man smiled, a knowing smile, full of understanding. You're one of us now, asterisk it seemed to say. You always were, asterisk. Dash dash dash. After dinner, the children were shooed outside to burn off energy, and the adults settled into the comfortable laziness of full stomachs and good company. Harry found himself on the porch with Sirius, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple. Good day, Sirius said quietly. The kind of day we fought for. Yeah. Harry leaned against the railing. Sometimes I can't believe this is my life. That I get to have this. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Your parents would be so proud. Not of the hero stuff, that was just circumstances. But of this. Of the man you've become. Harry thought about his parents, their faces in his dreams, their love in his heart. I hope so. I know so. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. Now come on. I think your youngest is trying to convince my godson that eating dirt is a good idea. Harry laughed, pushing off the railing. She gets that from her mother. Sure she does. Sirius's grin was wicked. Blame the redhead. Classic move. They walked back toward the chaos together, two men bound by love and loss and the fierce joy of survival. Dash dash dash. The evening wound down slowly, as all good evenings do. Children were gathered, hugged, loaded into cars. Promises were made for next time. Mrs. Weasley pressed leftovers into everyone's hands, refusing to take no for an answer. Arthur stood by the gate, waving until the last car disappeared from sight. In the car, the children quickly fell asleep, exhausted by food, family, and freedom. Ginny leaned her head against Harry's shoulder, her eyes half closed. Good day, she murmured. The best. He kissed her hair. Every day with you is the best. She smiled without opening her eyes. Sap. Your sap. Our sap, she corrected. The children's sap. The family sap. He laughed quietly, not wanting to wake the sleeping kids. I can live with that. They drove through the night, the road familiar, the future unwritten. Ahead lay home, their home, the one they'd built together. Behind lay family, love, the foundation of everything. And somewhere, in the spaces between worlds, Harry felt a warmth that had nothing to do with his scar. A presence, a love, a blessing. You did it, asterisk it seemed to say. You found your way. You built your life. You loved and were loved. That's all we ever wanted. Asterisk. He smiled, held his wife close, and drove toward home. Dash dash dash. The years passed, as years do. James grew into a young man with his father's hair and his mother's fire, destined for Gryffindor and glorious trouble. Albus carried the weight of his namesakes with quiet grace, his soul deeper than anyone knew. Lily bloomed into a girl of fierce intelligence and gentle heart, the best of both her parents. They married, had children of their own, continued the cycle. The family grew, spreading across the country, bound by love and the occasional Sunday dinner at the Burrow. Harry continued his work as an Auror for many years, eventually rising to head the department. He trained a new generation, taught them what really mattered, not power, not glory, but the simple determination to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Ginny's Quidditch career flourished, then faded, replaced by coaching and commentary and the joy of watching her children discover their own passions. She remained fierce and loving and utterly herself, the anchor of their family. They grew old together, as they'd promised. Wrinkles appeared, hair grayed, but the love never faded. If anything, it deepened, enriched by decades of shared experience. Dash dash dash. On a golden autumn evening, 50 years after Voldemort's defeat, Harry sat on the porch of their home, watching the sunset. He was old now, older than he'd ever imagined being. His hair was white, his hands gnarled, his movements slow. But his eyes were the same, green as ever, bright with the light that had never dimmed. Ginny sat beside him, her hand in his, her red hair now silver but her smile unchanged. They'd been married for over 40 years, and every one of them had been a gift. The children are coming tomorrow, she said. All of them. Grandchildren too. It'll be chaos. Good chaos, Harry said. The best kind. She squeezed his hand. Are you happy, Harry? He thought about it, really thought about it, the way he had on their first morning together, all those years ago. Yeah, he said. I really am. She smiled, leaning her head on his shoulder. Good. That's all I ever wanted for you. They sat in comfortable silence as the sun sank lower, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose and deep, peaceful blue. The warmth in Harry's scar, faint now, almost gone, pulsed one last time. A farewell. A blessing. A promise. Always, asterisk it seemed to whisper. Always with you. Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes, held his wife's hand, and let the peace wash over him. The war was long over. The battles were memories. The losses, though never forgotten, had become part of the fabric of his life, woven into the tapestry of love that surrounded him. He thought of his parents, young and laughing in a garden that existed beyond time. He thought of Hagrid, massive and warm, his kindness a beacon in the darkness. He thought of Remus, quiet and wise, his love a steady presence. He thought of Sirius, fierce and loyal, who had waited years to be part of his life. He thought of the fragment, that strange, impossible creature that had shared his soul, taught him to love darkness, become something beautiful. All of them, part of him. All of them, with him still. I'll see you again, he whispered to the evening air. Someday. When it's my turn. Ginny squeezed his hand. They're waiting. They've always been waiting. I know. He turned to look at her, this woman who had been his partner, his anchor, his home. But not yet. I'm not ready to leave you. Good. She smiled, tears in her eyes. Because I'm not ready to let you go. They sat together as the last light faded, as the stars emerged, as the night wrapped around them like a blessing. The world continued to turn, full of chaos and beauty and the endless cycle of love and loss and love again. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the man who had conquered darkness, the husband, father, grandfather, friend, Harry Potter was at peace. The next morning brought chaos, as promised. Children and grandchildren descended like a joyful army, filling the house with noise and laughter and the beautiful mess of family. Harry moved through it all with the slow grace of age, accepting hugs, telling stories, watching the next generations bloom. James arrived with his own brood, 3 children who had inherited the family's wild streak. Albus came with his quiet wife and thoughtful son. Lily, now a healer at St.Mungo's, brought news of her latest cases and a fierce pride in her work. They ate together, laughed together, remembered together. Stories were told of the old days, the war, the adventures, the people who had shaped their family. Harry's grandchildren listened with wide eyes, unable to imagine their gentle grandfather as a warrior. But he was. And he always would be. After the meal, Harry found himself alone in the garden, watching the children play. Lily's daughter, a girl of 6 with her great-grandmother's red hair, was chasing fireflies with the same joy James had shown decades ago. Full circle, asterisk he thought. Life keeps turning, and love keeps growing. Asterisk. The warmth in his scar pulsed one last time, so faint he almost missed it. A whisper. A blessing. A farewell. Thank you, asterisk he thought back. For everything. For being part of my life. For teaching me to love. Asterisk. And then it was gone. Not the love, that would never fade. But the physical sensation, the last echo of the fragment's presence, finally released. He was whole. Completely, entirely, finally whole. Ginny appeared beside him, taking his hand. You okay? Perfect. He smiled, and meant it. Absolutely perfect. They stood together, watching the children play, the sun setting, the world continuing its eternal turn. The past was behind them, the future unwritten, the present a gift. And Harry Potter, surrounded by love, was finally, completely, entirely home. That night, he dreamed one last time. The garden was there, as always, beautiful, peaceful, full of light. But this time, everyone was there. His parents, young and laughing. Hagrid, massive and warm. Remus, quiet and wise. Sirius, fierce and loving. And behind them, half hidden in the light, the fragment, whole now, at peace, radiating the love they had shared. Welcome, Harry, his mother said. We've been waiting. I know. He moved among them, touching each one, feeling their love like sunlight on his skin. I've missed you. All of you. We've been with you, his father said. Every step of the way. I know that too. He stopped before the fragment, reaching out. Thank you. For everything. The fragment smiled, a real smile, full of light. Thank you. For teaching me. For loving me. For making me part of something beautiful. Asterisk. I love you, Harry said. I'll always love you. And you. Always. Asterisk. The garden began to fade, but the love remained. It would always remain. Harry woke to dawn light streaming through the window and Ginny's warm presence beside him. He smiled, kissed her forehead, and began another day. The dream was over. The memories would stay. But this beautiful, ordinary, precious life, was what mattered now. And Harry Potter, finally at peace, was ready for every moment of it. Epilogue. The old man sat on the porch, watching the sunset. He was very old now, older than anyone had a right to be. His hair was white as snow, his hands gnarled with age, his eyes dimmed by decades of living. But those eyes, when they opened, were still green. Still bright. Still full of the light that had never dimmed. Beside him, a young girl sat cross-legged on the porch, a book open in her lap. She had red hair, like her grandmother, and a fierce intelligence that reminded him of someone he'd loved long ago. Granddad, she said, looking up. Tell me a story. He smiled, a slow smile that creased his weathered face. What kind of story? A true one. About when you were young. About the war. He was quiet for a moment, looking out at the sunset. Then he began to speak. When I was 6 years old, something happened. Something that changed everything. He told her about the burning scar, about St.Mungo's, about Dumbledore and the world he'd never known existed. He told her about Hogwarts, about friends and enemies and the strange creature that had lived in his scar. He told her about the war, about loss, about love. And he told her about the fragment, the piece of Voldemort's soul that had become something more, something beautiful, something that had taught him the true meaning of love. The girl listened with wide eyes, never interrupting, drinking in every word. When he finished, the sun had set and the stars were coming out. That's amazing, she whispered. You're amazing. He shook his head slowly. I'm just someone who did what needed to be done. Like a lot of people. Like your grandmother. Like your parents. Like you'll do, someday, when your time comes. She considered this seriously. Do you think you'll be brave? Like you. He reached out, cupping her face in his gnarled hand. You'll be braver. Because you'll have something I didn't have at your age. What? Love. He smiled. You're surrounded by it. You always have been. And love, my darling, is the one thing that makes everything possible. She hugged him then, fierce and tight, and he held on, feeling the warmth of her love like sunlight on his soul. Somewhere, in the spaces between worlds, a presence smiled. The story was over. The legacy continued. And love, eternal, unbreakable, all-powerful love, went on forever. The end.